Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the What If guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the second part of What If Issei Became the God Slayer. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The training area, 5:30 p.m. Issei gathered everyone for training, emphasizing the need to improve in light of potential threats like the Cow's Brigade. He announced that the first spar would be between him and Raynare. Surprised, Raynare hesitated but then complied, moving toward the arena. She opened her four wings and charged at Issei. He skillfully dodged her spear throws and countered her light abilities, managing to keep her at bay. As she unleashed her spear storm ability, several spears formed beneath Issei, leaving him with only a moment to react. He used Durandal to fend off the spears, realizing their power could easily challenge a high-class devil. Impressed by Raynare's improvement, Issei prepared to take his turn. He charged at her, moving with speed that made it difficult for Raynare to keep up. Suddenly, she held her head in agony, her expression shifting to one of bloodlust, her eyes taking on a yellow tinge. She lunged at Issei with a fierce intent. Issei was taken aback, questioning who had taken over Raynare's body. The entity revealed itself as the one who had once killed him. As Raynare launched punches and spears at him, Issei dodged and countered, but she continued her relentless assault, seemingly unfazed by any damage. Determined to save Raynare from the entity controlling her, Issei fought back with a series of powerful punches, pushing her back. Raynare struggled, admitting that she couldn't hold the entity back much longer and urged Issei to knock her out. Reluctantly, he hesitated, but she insisted, losing control as she cried out in distress. Just then, Kuroka intervened, using senjutsu to put Raynare to sleep. Issei was left shocked, piecing together the events that had led to this moment. He suspected that something had gone wrong, especially since Rias had presumably destroyed Raynare's soul in the previous timeline. Issei decided they needed to contact Azazel for help. Tiamat questioned his certainty, but Issei insisted that Azazel was their best option. At the Grigori headquarters, 8:30 p.m. After explaining the situation to Azazel, he quickly summoned everyone to the headquarters to investigate the fallen angel's condition. He sensed something was amiss with her soul, especially after hearing about her nightmares. Azazel realized they needed to take action. Raynare was strapped to a chair to prevent the unknown entity from taking control. Azazel analyzed her soul while Issei held her hand, anxiously watching the monitor for any signs of trouble. Suddenly, the machine began to beep, indicating a problem with her soul. Azazel identified the issue, revealing that it was Raynare's past timeline counterpart corrupting her. Sona questioned how this was possible after the reset. Azazel speculated that Issei's body had remained intact during the reset, allowing Raynare's soul to linger within him. He theorized that during their previous fight, Raynare had found a way to hide in Issei's body, eventually transferring back to her own body and triggering the nightmares and hallucinations. Issei felt a surge of guilt, realizing that Raynare was still alive and that Rias had never truly defeated her. He was determined to save her. He asked Azazel if there was a way to help her. With a grin, Azazel revealed a device that could transfer souls to another body, but they needed to act quickly to prevent the other entity from destroying Raynare's soul. Issei vowed not to lose her, especially not to the entity controlling her. Asia expressed her desire to join the effort, stating that Raynare was like a big sister to her. Soon, everyone else stepped forward, declaring their commitment to saving Raynare, who had become family to them all. They all accepted the consequences of needing to pull Raynare out of her soul, no matter what it took. Azazel informed everyone that he and Kuroka would monitor the situation with the bodies, warning that if anything went wrong, they would be forcefully pulled back to their own souls. Issei acknowledged Azazel's instructions as they prepared to send their souls into Raynare's body. Inside Raynare's body, they observed the stark differences between her form and that of a typical human. Chara noted that while Raynare was a fallen being, the differences were significant. Floey pointed out that her body lacked a true essence, unlike their own. Tiamat urged the group to move forward, emphasizing the need to defeat her. As they ventured deeper, They encountered Raynare from the original timeline, who awaited them with a mix of shock and anger, particularly from Issei and Asia, who remembered her past actions. Raynare taunted them, acknowledging Issei's recognition of her, attributing it to the presence of the imposter. Floey retorted that the true imposter was Raynare, a mere shadow of her former self. Infuriated, Raynare retaliated by launching a light spear at Floey, but Chara intervened, slicing the spear in half and confronting Raynare with fierce determination. Chara demanded that Raynare relinquish the body, asserting it did not belong to her. Raynare dismissed Chara's threat, mocking her as a mere human. Chara, however, revealed her capability to do much more than just threaten. Raynare then explained how she had gained control of this body, revealing that she had manipulated its mind through nightmares and mental torment. Images flashed before them, depicting Issei's past confrontations with Raynare, where he had fought fiercely against her, begging her to stop. Chara's relentless strikes, Floey's chaotic attacks, Tiamat's fiery breath, Asia's powerful abilities, Sona's drowning tactics, and Kuroka's relentless pursuit all played out in a haunting montage. Driven by rage, Issei charged at Raynare, his anger palpable. He managed to graze her, but she evaded his attack and retaliated with another light spear. Sona urged Issei to remain calm, reminding him that Raynare was trying to provoke him to stall for time. They needed to work together to bring her down. Issei acknowledged Sona's wisdom and rallied his friends to strike at Raynare, who struggled against their coordinated attacks. Despite their efforts, she began to regenerate, and time was running out. Issei felt desperation creeping in, but Draigg reassured him that Raynare did not have full control of her body, allowing them to reach out to her soul. Issei devised a plan, asking Draigg to amplify his voice. He called out to Raynare, explaining that the illusions she faced were mere fabrications created by the imposter. He professed his love for her, urging her to return, and assuring her that they would never abandon her. As Issei's heartfelt words resonated, a light began to form beside him, causing the false images to fade away. Raynare from the past realized what Issei had done. He had freed her with his words. She emerged beside him, finally liberated from her alternate's grasp, and the group embraced her, celebrating her return. Raynare from the original timeline seethed with anger at her counterpart and Issei for freeing her. She questioned why Raynare deserved love when she had destroyed it. In response, Raynare confronted her past self, expressing that true love did not involve deception or betrayal. She condemned her counterpart for taking lives and manipulating emotions, asserting that she did not understand the meaning of love. With a fierce glare, Raynare prepared to confront her counterpart, fueled by a desire for retribution. Issei encouraged her, giving her the freedom to unleash her fury. Raynare engaged in battle, utilizing her knowledge of light attacks to counter her counterpart's spears, summoning a light sword to cut through them and delivering powerful punches in a fierce clash. Raynare's past counterpart struggled to keep up with her attacks, coughing up blood. In a swift motion, Raynare threw 2 of her spears at her legs. Her previous timeline counterpart cried out in pain as the spears pierced her, glaring at Raynare with anger and hatred, who wore a smirk. Raynare expressed her disdain for her counterpart's feelings towards Issei, emphasizing that her love for him was genuine and not based on power or status. She noted that her counterpart's view of humans as weaklings had led to her defeat in the past. With determination, Raynare decided it was time to end this conflict. Using her light spears, Raynare immobilized her counterpart's wings, preventing her from escaping. She then unleashed a light grenade to daze her before delivering a powerful roundhouse kick that sent her counterpart reeling. Raynare ensnared her previous counterpart in a light web and began to pierce it with her light spears, causing significant damage. The pain rendered her counterpart nearly immobile, and she coughed up blood. Raynare then called out to Asia, requesting her to heal her counterpart so that she could make her suffer for the pain inflicted on Issei. Asia, recognizing the woman responsible for her and Issei's suffering, agreed to help. She cast a healing dome over the imposter, who was taken aback by the gesture. As Raynare approached with a smile, cracking her knuckles, she prepared for another round. Raynare launched a fierce haymaker at her counterpart, the impact echoing as she broke bones and sent blood flying. She followed up with a light spear that caused burns and wounds, and with her light sword, she severed both of her counterpart's wings, leaving her groaning in pain on the ground. In a display of strength, Raynare broke both of her counterpart's arms. As her past counterpart wheezed in pain, fear filled her eyes. Raynare confronted her, stating that this was for the torment she had endured. While she would normally relish the opportunity to end her counterpart's life, she decided to leave that choice to Issei and Asia. Issei approached the fallen Raynare from the past, his anger palpable as he confronted the one who had harmed his friends and family. He expressed his disdain for her taking on Yuma Amano's form, a move that drew glares from everyone present except for the current Raynare, who was eager for revenge. However, Issei intervened, stopping her from acting on her impulses. Yuma pleaded for mercy, claiming she had no choice and asking for a second chance. Issei, unwavering, told her that her actions had stripped her of any right to pity. He declared that her existence posed a threat to him and his loved ones, and it was best for her to fade into memory. As Issei unleashed a powerful attack, Raynare from the past screamed in anguish, her soul being torn apart. He shared a tender moment with his friends and lover, sealing it with a kiss before they prepared to leave. Although some jealousy stirred among the other girls, they kept it to themselves. Issei then addressed his friends, indicating it was time to return to the outside world. Raynare expressed her hope to see them again, and with that, the group bid farewell to her soul as they exited her body. They awoke in the real world, where Raynare also regained consciousness. Azazel congratulated them on their success in saving her. Issei rushed to Raynare, disregarding everyone else as he embraced her tightly, tears streaming down his face. Raynare reassured him that she would never leave him, no matter what happened. Issei remained silent, overwhelmed by emotion, while the others watched the scene with warm smiles, choosing not to interrupt. Later, Raynare was seen sleeping peacefully after what felt like a week without rest. The others decided to let her be, knowing she deserved the break. Issei remarked that she needed the rest, and Flowey suggested they play games instead of waking her. Issei planned to ask Sona for snacks, and Flowey excitedly agreed, but reminded him to keep quiet. The next day, Issei and Asia were out shopping while their peerage members visited their home. They had gathered plenty of supplies from the market, including sports shoes for an upcoming event. Issei questioned if they had bought too much, but Asia reassured him that it was just right. As they turned into an alleyway, they encountered Diodor Astaroth, who greeted them with a smile. Asia, recalling his reputation, instinctively hid behind Issei, feeling a wave of panic. Issei remained vigilant, aware that Diodora would do anything to get his hands on Asia. Diodora approached, addressing Asia disdainfully, referring to her as a filthy dragon. Issei, not one to back down, inquired about Diodora's injuries from their last encounter, recalling how he had defeated him with a single punch. Diodora glared at Issei, his hatred palpable. Diodora declared his intention to take Asia back, mentioning Ophus's snake. But before he could say more, Issei struck him with a powerful punch, sending Diodora crashing against a concrete wall. He continued his assault, but Diodora activated a barrier, claiming it was unbreakable. However, Issei's determination proved stronger. After several strikes, he shattered the barrier. With a swift kick, Issei incapacitated Diodora, ensuring he would not pose a threat again. He then warned Diodora to stay away from him and Asia, promising a much worse fate if he returned. Issei teleported Diodora to an unknown location in the underworld, rendering him immobile for a time. Afterward, he approached Asia, apologizing for his actions. She forgave him, understanding that he acted to protect her. Together, they returned home, where their friends awaited them to begin cooking and preparations. Earlier, Raynare had been tormented by nightmares from a past timeline, waking up in fear each night. Issei tried to comfort her, but the situation escalated until an unknown entity took control of her body during training. They attempted to harm Issei, but the real Raynare regained control, asking Issei to knock her out. Kuroka complied, using senjutsu, and Raynare was taken to Azazel, who revealed that the past version of Raynare sought to take over her body. Time was of the essence. If left unchecked, Raynare's soul would be destroyed. Determined to save her, Issei and the others entered Raynare's body one by one. Inside, they confronted the past Raynare, who was mentally tormenting the present one. Despite their efforts, she regenerated from their attacks. Realizing they needed to help Raynare fight back, Issei used his boosted gear to amplify his voice, encouraging her to resist the illusions. This empowered Raynare to stand alongside her friends, smiling at them while her past counterpart glared in hatred. With newfound strength, Raynare fought back, ultimately defeating her past self. Although she was tempted to kill her, she decided it was best for Issei to determine her fate. He chose to eliminate the threat to protect their family. Afterward, they shared a tender moment before leaving her body. When everyone awoke, Issei rushed to Raynare, tears in his eyes, relieved to see her safe. They returned home, where Raynare quickly fell asleep. The next day, Issei and Asia went shopping for the upcoming sports festival and to prepare for the visit from the Citri peerage. During their outing, they encountered Diadora Astaroth, who persistently pursued Asia. Issei firmly told him to leave, but when Diadora ignored him again, Issei punched him through a wall. Diadora attempted to use Ophus's snake, but Issei swiftly incapacitated him, ensuring he would not threaten them again. He then teleported Diadora to an unknown location in the underworld before returning home with Asia. At the Hyadu residence, Issei and Asia recounted their shopping experience, expressing concern over Diadora's behavior. Sona assured them she would speak to her sister about stopping him. The group then strategized for their upcoming raiding game against Sikvaria Agars, the heir of the Agars family. Despite their previous losses, Sikvaria and her queen, who was a dragon, posed a significant threat. They needed to plan carefully to avoid being caught off guard, as Sikvaria's time-stopping ability could turn the tide of the battle. Saji mentioned his Vitra promotion, but he doubted it would be enough to overcome Sikvaria's dragon. Sona realized that if she could be taken out like Rias was during the Riser fight, with the focus on the king, it would mean defeat for them all. Issei suggested targeting the knight first, as it would be an easier task. They discussed isolating the trio and taking them down one by one. If they could split the team, they could then go after the king, who might be separated from the others, thus gaining an overwhelming advantage. They decided to watch the Gremory vs. Astaroth raiding game, knowing that since Asia was not part of a peerage, she would be a target. Suddenly, the venue was attacked by soldiers from the old Satan faction. They knew they had to hurry to the location, as Rias and her team were surrounded. Just then, a communication circle opened up in Issei's and Sona's ears, revealing the voice of Surzex Lucifer. Surzex informed them that Diadora was on the move and had let the old Satan faction soldiers inside. They needed to get there quickly. Issei rallied everyone to follow him, while Asia expressed concern for Raynare. Issei explained that Raynare needed rest after the ordeal with her soul, as Azazel had advised her to take time to recover from her past. Before heading out, they saw Raynare sleeping peacefully and chose not to disturb her. They were soon teleported to the battlefield, where they found Seorg and his peerage, along with Azazel and Surzex, engaged in combat with the soldiers. Upon seeing Issei and his friends join the fight, they knew they had to take action. Another circle opened, revealing Michael, Irina, and Roswies. Irina looked at Issei, who turned away, sensing her angelic aura and realizing she had earned her promotion. A scream pierced the air, drawing their attention to Rias and her peerage. Rias recognized the threat posed by the old Satan faction, while Aquino and Kiba speculated about their intentions. Suddenly, Diadora appeared, capturing Zenobia Corda. Rias confronted Diadora, identifying him as the traitor. Diadora smirked, claiming that Zenobia was now his, using her as a shield against Rias's power of destruction. Diadora then used magic to teleport to the top of the tower, leaving Rias and her team to fend off the soldiers. Issei and his team arrived just in time, with Odin joining them. Issei expressed frustration that they had not acted sooner to prevent Zenovia's capture. Rias, fueled by anger, unleashed her aura, but Issei countered it, causing her to falter under his power. Once Rias calmed down, Issei emphasized the need to reach the tower to save Zenobia, noting that they lacked proof to arrest Diadora. Odin volunteered to hold off the soldiers while the others went to rescue the girls. Floey questioned Odin's ability to manage alone, but Odin reassured him, readying himself for battle. Issei instructed Tiamat to stay with Odin for support, and the rest of the group prepared to confront Daiodara. Odin taunted the soldiers, inviting them to challenge him and Tiamat, who spread her dragon wings, ready for the fight. As the soldiers charged, they fell into a trap set by Odin and Tiamat. With their combined efforts, Issei and his team advanced toward Daiodara, receiving a call from Azazel, who encouraged them to give Daiodara a taste of their power. They steeled themselves for the inevitable clash. Meanwhile, Azazel and Sensei were battling the old Satan faction members, eliminating them with precision. Just then, Kruzuri Asmodeus, a general of the old Satan faction, appeared, challenging Sensei and vowing to avenge Kateria. Sensei offered Kruzuri a chance to leave peacefully, but Kruzuri declared that all beings besides devils must be destroyed, insisting that the Mao should rule the world using Ophus's power to create a new world for devils. For that, you impostrous Mao are in our way. Sensei acknowledged the situation, declaring it was time for the ruin of extinction. A sphere of destructive power surrounded the Satan Prince, who attempted to defend himself using Ophus's power but was ultimately overwhelmed and erased from existence. Ophus's serpent was subsequently crushed by Sensei when it approached him. At that moment, they sensed her presence. Ophus, the Ouroboros dragon, had arrived. Ophus greeted the leader of devils and fallen beings, prompting Sensei to inquire about her purpose there. Ophus explained that she was searching for someone the soul of determination who had reset the timeline. Azazel interjected, suggesting that if they could defeat her, they could also overcome the Chaos Brigade. Ophus dismissed this notion, stating it was impossible for them to defeat her. She revealed that the fools only required a fraction of her power, which she willingly provided, and expressed her curiosity about the reason behind the reset. With Issei and his team alongside Rias and her peerage, they prepared for the first battle at the shrines. As anticipated, 2 shrines housed 8 pawns and 2 rooks in one, while 2 bishops and 1 queen occupied the other. Daiodara announced their arrival from the 4th shrine, declaring the unofficial raiding game had begun. Rias, with a confident expression, informed him that the raiding game had been postponed due to his actions. Daiodara, unfazed, explained that all the pawns had been promoted to queens, and they needed to defeat them to progress to the next shrine where the knights awaited. Rias reassured her team that they had the numerical advantage this time and would handle the situation as they had before. Issei agreed, and they split into 2 groups. Issei and his team would take on 1 shrine, while Rias and her peerage would tackle the other. In Issei's group, Chara questioned if this was the place where the pawns and knights were located. Issei confirmed it, recalling that last time it was him, Gasper, and Kaneko who faced them, while Zenobia dealt with the knights. However, this time, Zenobia was captured, leaving just the 4 of them for now. Floey confidently declared he would take on the rooks without breaking a sweat. Chara expressed concern, but Floey reassured her that he wouldn't even need his Omega form. Asia planned to use her barriers to protect them from attacks and would heal them when necessary. Issei rallied the team, and they prepared for battle. Issei engaged 4 of the pawns, dispatching most of them with relative ease. He recognized that these opponents were significantly weaker due to Daiodara's influence and aimed to end the fight quickly. With a well-timed punch, he knocked several pawns against the wall and finished them off with a dragon shot, eliminating them effortlessly. Chara faced more difficulty as the pawns ganged up on her. Drawing on her training, she resolved to push back against the odds. Armed with a knife, she skillfully cut through their magic, which proved weaker than Undyne's spears. She slashed at 1 pawn but ensured they remained alive. 1 pawn cried out in despair, while another vowed revenge. Chara, her eyes glowing red, welcomed the challenge. She charged at the devils, evading their attacks with agility and grace. After swiftly taking down the remaining pawns, she noticed one attempting to escape. With a quick slash, she defeated her, ensuring all pawns were eliminated. Floey, utilizing his small size, easily evaded the rook's attacks, popping in and out of the ground. The rooks struggled to keep up, growing exhausted from his evasive maneuvers. One rook expressed frustration at their inability to hit him, while another noted how he seemed to know how to dodge effortlessly. With a smile, Flowey decided it was time to end the encounter, unleashing a barrage of friendliness pellets. The rooks, unable to evade the onslaught, were overwhelmed and soon passed out. Meanwhile, Rias and her peerage faced the combined might of the two bishops and the queen. They found themselves on the defensive as Aquino and Rias used barriers to protect their team from the queen's attacks, while the bishops continuously healed her. Realizing they needed a new strategy, Rias devised a plan. She instructed Gasper to stop time and target the bishops. Gasper complied, successfully halting their movements. This drew the queen's attention to him, prompting her to command Kiba to eliminate the bishops before Gasper's control waned. Rias urged Kiba to activate his balance breaker and use his soul trait to keep the bishops at bay, employing his orange swords to defeat them if necessary. Rias pleaded with Kiba to save Zenobia, aware of the animosity he held toward her. Despite his feelings, Kiba recognized the greater threat posed by Diadara and resolved to take action before it was too late. He affirmed his commitment to Rias, ready to protect his friends. Kiba activated his bravery armor to shield himself from the queen's attack. With his agility, he swiftly reached the other two girls and used his sword to incapacitate them, preventing any further support for the queen. Enraged by this, the queen unleashed her fury. The queen shouted in outrage, demanding to know how Kiba dared to eliminate her allies. Kiba calmly responded that he would always stand by his friends, asserting that he was not the one destined to defeat her. As the queen prepared to retaliate, she noticed Aquino harnessing Holy Lightning and Rias unleashing an enhanced version of Extinguished Star. Despite her attempts to defend herself, she was overwhelmed by the combined power of holy energy and destruction. Kiba reminded everyone to never let their guard down in battle. Gasper observed that it seemed their opponents had also dealt with their adversaries. Issei and his team, alongside Rias and her peerage, made their way to the third shrine, where they anticipated facing the knights. To their surprise, they encountered Fried Selzen, the exorcist who had survived the earlier attack during Kokabil's assault. Fried greeted them with disdain, recognizing Issei and mocking him as a shitty dragon. Issei recalled their previous encounter, where he had defended his girlfriend from Fried's inappropriate remarks. Rias demanded to know the whereabouts of the knights, to which Fried chillingly revealed that he had consumed them while they were still alive. The revelation shocked everyone, with Asia nearly losing her composure at the gruesome admission. Kaneko remarked on Fried's apparent loss of humanity. Fried boasted about his transformation into a stronger being, revealing his new chimera form, which was monstrous and intimidating. The group was taken aback by the complete loss of his human traits. Fried continued, describing Diadara's twisted interests in targeting holy maidens, breaking them mentally, and enslaving them. He mentioned Asia as another victim, but noted that Issei had intervened to save her, hindering Fried's plans. The team was appalled by Diadara's actions, particularly Issei, who felt a surge of anger at the thought of Asia being among those victimized. Kiba urged Issei to channel his anger toward Fried, declaring his intent to confront the abomination. Issei agreed, and Kiba charged at Fried, who attempted to retaliate with his brute strength. However, Kiba's speed allowed him to swiftly incapacitate Fried, rendering him unable to fight back. Fried acknowledged his defeat, but Kiba coldly advised him to save his strength for judgment in the underworld. With that, Kiba ended Fried's life, and the group set their sights on Diadara, determined to bring him down. As they arrived at the fourth shrine, they found Diadara waiting for them, a smile plastered on his face despite the loss of his entire peerage. His demeanor unnerved the group, especially Asia, who sensed something was amiss. They spotted Zenobia, bound and helpless, her tears flowing as she processed the fate of the excommunicated church maidens. Diadara had reduced them to a state of despair, and she felt her faith wavering once more. Diadara greeted them with mock cheerfulness, and Issei pointed out his unusual happiness given his circumstances. Rias demanded that he release Zenobia, but Diadara coldly refused, revealing that he had chosen Zenobia as his new target after being denied Asia. He recounted how he had orchestrated Asia's excommunication, pretending to be injured to lure her into danger. Issei's anger boiled as he recalled the pain Deidara had caused Asia, and he yearned for retribution. Deidara taunted them, claiming he had gained more power and was now prepared to kill Issei and claim Asia for himself. Issei struggled to contain his rage as Deidara continued to make vile threats, pushing him closer to his breaking point. Issei stood determined, ready to confront Deidara. With the power of the Welsh dragon balance breaker coursing through him, he charged at the high-class devil, intent on making him pay for his actions. As he struck Deidara, the force of the punch caused him to cough, a grim reminder of the consequences he would face. With a swift motion, Issei pulled Deidara from his chair and hurled him against the wall, the impact echoing through the room. Deidara, feeling the weight of his own choices, attempted to shield himself with a barrier, but Issei was relentless. He charged forward, breaking through the barrier with a single punch, leaving Deidara in shock and fear as he realized the gravity of his situation. Issei, with a fierce glare, confronted Deidara about his past actions, reminding him of the pain he had caused. He unleashed a flurry of punches, each one a reminder of the torment Deidara had inflicted on others. Memories of the past fueled Issei's rage as he continued his assault, determined to make Deidara understand the depth of his wrongdoing. With Deidara's face becoming unrecognizable from the blows, Issei lifted him effortlessly and tossed him aside like a rag doll, leaving him unable to recover. In a final act of power, Issei unleashed a dragon shot, causing Deidara to wince in pain, his body nearly broken. As Deidara lay there, he felt the weight of his actions pressing down on him, knowing he had reached the end. Issei approached Zenobia, who wore a conflicted expression, grateful for her rescue yet aware of her past mistakes. Issei, using his strength, easily broke her restraints, leaving Deidara in disbelief at the ease of Issei's power. Zenobia expressed her desire for redemption, pleading for a second chance, while Asia encouraged Issei to consider her request. Before Issei could respond, a blinding flash enveloped the area, taking Zenobia with it, leaving everyone stunned. Rias called out for her friend, but the situation escalated as a familiar voice echoed through the chaos. Shalba Beelzebub, the one responsible for much of the suffering, appeared, mocking Deidara for his failures. In a fit of rage, Shalba disintegrated Deidara, leaving Issei filled with a growing sense of anger. Chara sensed the turmoil within him, aware that Shalba needed to leave before Issei's fury could be unleashed. Shalba turned his attention to Issei and his friends, ready to confront them. As the tension in the air thickened, the battle was far from over. The fate of the devils hung in the balance, and Issei and his friends prepared for the challenges that lay ahead. They approached Deidara Astaroth, who awaited them with a smile. He taunted Issei for the third time, but Issei showed no mercy, retaliating with fierce determination. When the confrontation ended, Deidara was left with numerous injuries and a disfigured face that reflected his corrupt heart. Issei then moved to free Zenobia, who was trapped within the innovate clear concealment. With sheer strength he released her, shocking Deidara. Zenobia sought Issei's forgiveness, but before she could finish, a blinding light enveloped her, leaving no trace behind. The source of this light was Shalba Beelzebub, who had come to provoke the heiress of Gremory. He looked down at the pitiful sight of Deidara, who was barely recognizable. In an instant, Shalba ended Deidara's life, dismissing him as a disgrace and a weakling, before turning his attention to the furious Gremory group. Seeing the anger radiating from the Gremory team, Shalba smirked, feeling a sense of superiority. He then noticed a nun among them and, out of spite, unleashed a magic blast that struck her, sending her crashing to the side and shocking everyone in the group. Chara, Flowey, and Issei rushed to her aid, realizing she was barely clinging to life. Issei pleaded for Asia to stay with him, desperate for her to survive. Flowey assessed her condition, noting that her vitals were fading rapidly and his healing efforts were insufficient. Issei's gaze turned to Shalba, who wore a mocking smile as he spoke, revealing his disdain for the nun and the depths to which the underworld had fallen. He threatened to eliminate them all, aiming to provoke Surzex into becoming a ruthless avenger. Fueled by anger and tears, Issei advanced toward Shalba, ignoring anyone who stood in his way. A dark aura began to envelop him. Chara called out to him, filled with concern. Inside Issei's mindscape, a voice of darkness questioned his desires, asking if he wished to bring destruction. Issei affirmed his intent, driven by the pain caused by Shalba. The voice urged him to make Shalba suffer for everything he had done, promising him the power to bring ruin. Outside, Chara and Draigg were alarmed by Issei's unresponsiveness. Draigg called out to him, urging him to awaken. Trihexa warned them that the darkness was corrupting Issei, advising them to escape before it was too late. Issei began to awaken, declaring himself the heavenly dragon who had defied the principles of domination. He laughed at the concept of infinity and mourned the dreams that had been shattered. He would become the red dragon of hate, vowing to bring down anyone who dared to stand in his way, determined to unleash his wrath upon the world. Issei unleashed another Longinus smasher at the devil attempting to shield himself, only to be disintegrated. The sensation was akin to his very essence being eroded at a molecular level. Shalba's anguished cries echoed through the air, filled with curses directed at the red and white dragons, but soon he was completely obliterated, unable to return. Shalba Beelzebub was no more. The onlookers were in shock, hesitant to approach Issei, whose power radiated an overwhelming aura. Even during his previous Juggernaut drive, he had not exuded such strength. Just then, Sona Citri, her peerage, and Tiamat arrived, equally astonished by the devastation. Sona questioned what had transpired, and Kiba and the others recounted the events. They understood that Issei had activated the Juggernaut drive for a significant reason. Now ageless and fueled by hate, he had become an unstoppable force. Tiamat and Sona, along with her peerage, felt a heavy dread. They knew they needed to find a way to bring Issei back, yet they could not approach him in his current state. Sona expressed her concern for Issei, recognizing that his actions stemmed from the apparent loss of Asia. The anger and hatred had triggered the hate drive, pushing him to a breaking point. Meanwhile, in the dimension gap at 8:30 p.m., Valley and his team searched for Great Red, following Ophus's orders to draw him out. Biko questioned their mission, while Valley expressed his frustration over Ophus's interest in the ancient dragon. Suddenly, Arthur spotted something a body. He recognized Zenobia and wondered what she was doing there. Valley sensed a powerful surge, one that could challenge even Ophus. Realizing the urgency, he declared they needed to return to the underworld, fearing something grave had occurred. The trio hurried back, knowing they had to act quickly to prevent the world's destruction. They took Zenobia with them, determined to save her. In another location, Surzex, Azazel, and Ophus were engaged in conversation when they felt a massive power spike. It was unmistakably Issei. Ophus, intrigued by the aura, wanted to discover the source of this new entity. Ophus noted that the aura was reminiscent of her own and Issei. Surzex confirmed that Issei had gone berserk, and Azazel lamented that he should have anticipated such an outcome. Ophus insisted on joining them as they teleported to uncover the situation, hoping for the best. As they arrived, they witnessed Issei rampaging through the underworld, demolishing structures in his path. A portal opened, revealing Valley, Arthur, and Biko, who carried an unconscious Zenobia. Rias inquired about Zenovia's condition, and Valley reassured her that she was still alive. He demanded to know how Issei had transformed into such a monstrous being. Arthur, glaring at Rias, questioned what had happened. Biko urged his friend to remain calm, emphasizing the need to find a way to bring Issei back. Valley suggested dividing the power, but Albion cautioned that Issei's hatred was too potent, warning that anyone who approached him risked being consumed by their own darkness. Valley clenched his teeth, desperate for a solution. Just then, another portal opened, revealing Ophus, Azazel, and Surzex, all aware of Issei's rampage. Ophus was taken aback, contemplating what could have driven him to trigger the Juggernaut drive. She understood that stopping him would not be easy, even for her, and recognized the necessity of teamwork. Issei, noticing Ophus, fired a beam in her direction. She summoned a shield for protection but began to struggle. Valley intervened, using his divide ability to assist her in managing the overwhelming power. Ophis, confused, pondered the nature of the situation, realizing that if she remembered anything from the past, it could lead to chaos. Sensei and Azazel were shocked to see the dragon god struggling against Issei. They were determined not to lose him again. Meanwhile, Sona felt devastated, recognizing that Issei had become a monster due to his self-hatred. The members of the ORC felt helpless, particularly Kiba and Gasper, who were once again powerless to save their brother. Chara and Floey were nearly in tears, recalling how Issei had saved them in the past, and now he had transformed into a beast. Saji spoke up, urging everyone not to give up. He reminded them that if Issei were in their position, he would fight until his last breath, refusing to succumb to despair. His words ignited a spark of determination in the group. They realized it was time to take action rather than wallow in hopelessness. Saji realized he had struck a nerve. He conveyed that Issei would go to any lengths, even sacrificing his own soul or arm, to bring someone back from the dead if necessary. Now, Issei needed their help. He needed to be saved just as he had once saved them. This plea ignited a determination in everyone to unite and rescue their brother, friend, lover, and student from his own self-hatred. Issei was rampaging through the underworld, and they were resolute in not leaving him behind. Sensei devised a plan to bring Issei back, knowing he would require everyone's assistance, including Ophis and Vala's team. He expressed his desperation, asking for their help to save his brother, not wanting to lose him again. Ophis assured him that she would assist, stating that Issei had piqued her interest and she would bring him back. Vala declared that he would not lose Issei again, at least not before their destined battle. Arthur added that Issei was the reason his little sister had been happy, and he could not allow such a humble and noble man to perish like this. Biko echoed the sentiment, stating that if Issei died, Kuroka would never forgive him and they needed to save him. As they strategized, they noticed Issei morphing further. Red armor began to emerge from his body, resembling a dragon skeleton protruding from his hate drive. His hand blades took on a red armor similar to that of a Welsh dragon, and they realized that if he continued to mutate, he would become unstoppable. Azazel warned that they needed to stop Issei immediately, or he would mutate even further. He instructed most of them to stay back, indicating that only he, Sensei, and Ophis could handle the overwhelming aura. He directed Vala to divide most of Issei's aura and revert his juggernaut drive back to normal. Finally, he emphasized that Sona was the key to bringing Issei back, as her words could help him. Tiamat was tasked with guarding the others to protect them from stray attacks. Sona acknowledged her role, and Azazel rallied everyone to take action. The trio moved toward Issei, who, upon noticing them, fired a beam in their direction. Azazel and Sensei dodged the attack, while Ophis blocked it with her shield, stating that the same trick wouldn't work twice. Issei charged at them, prompting Sensei to fire his power of destruction, which successfully destroyed some of the hate surrounding Issei. Azazel encouraged Sensei, noting that it was working and urging him to use his power of destruction to eliminate the outer layers of hatred. However, Sensei admitted that it was too much for his power of destruction alone and that they would need more firepower. Rias, eager to help, offered her assistance, but Sensei insisted she stay back, fearing that her presence might worsen the situation. Rias felt trapped on the sidelines, aware that Issei still harbored some hatred toward her, and she cried, believing she was one of the reasons for his current state. The others from the ORC consoled her. Azazel suggested that Ophis might assist by using her snakes to absorb the hatred, as they should be unaffected. Ophis agreed and summoned several snakes to consume the hatred. While this was initially effective, the hatred began to regenerate. Ophis struggled to defend herself from Issei's attacks while commanding the snakes, prompting Sensei to step in and help. He used his power of destruction to remove most of the hate from Issei's body, while Azazel employed his light spears to pin Issei down, preventing him from attacking the other two as the hate dissipated. Suddenly, a sound echoed as Issei's armor chest cavity opened up, revealing a charging beam. The hate was removed to reveal the glowing boosted gear. Draigg urged everyone to flee, warning that another Longina smasher was being unleashed. he managed to communicate that they needed to save Issei. Issei retaliated against the three who were trying to restrain him, their combined efforts straining to contain the power of the Longinus Smasher. Meanwhile, Ophis successfully eliminated most of the snakes surrounding them. At that moment, the Juggernaut Drive displayed its regular color. Valley recognized this as his cue to intervene. He attempted to use Divide, but the strain on his body was overwhelming, leaving him no choice but to employ Albion's signature move, Half Dimension. The Juggernaut Drive lost much of its power, causing Issei to revert to a weaker state. This was when Sona stepped forward, desperately urging Issei to listen. She informed him that Asia was being brought to her house for healing, assuring him they had the necessary equipment. Sona pleaded for the man who had loved her wholeheartedly to return, emphasizing that Raynare, Asia, Kuroka, and Roswies all needed him back. Tears streamed down her face as she implored him to come back. Issei, now dazed, noticed Sona's tears falling to the ground. His armor from the Juggernaut Drive shattered, and he slipped into unconsciousness, needing time to awaken. In Issei's mindscape, he was tormented by memories from his previous timeline. A disastrous date, his staged reincarnation, the loss of his arm, his confession, his death, revival, and the betrayal from the ORC. He screamed in frustration, demanding the torment to stop. The hate continued to plague him with false memories, showing him the loss of Raynare to her evil counterpart and Asia being tormented, all while rendering him powerless to intervene. As the hate began to lose control over him, it realized it was losing its grip. It declared that it could not afford to lose him. Eventually, most of the hate was expelled from Issei's body, acknowledging its defeat but vowing to return. As it vanished from sight, Issei felt a familiar voice urging him to break free. Draigg and Trihexa spoke to him, relieved that they could reach him again. They informed him that the hate had severed their connections to instill despair, but now he had the chance to disable the Juggernaut Drive and return to those who missed him. Issei expressed gratitude and promised he would not falter again. He broke free from his mindscape. Back with the others, Issei lay collapsed, tightly embraced by Sona, who was in tears of relief at his survival. As he regained consciousness, he saw everyone gathered around him. He groaned, feeling as though he had been hit by a truck. His team and Sona immediately enveloped him in hugs, and he was taken aback by the extent of the damage he had caused. He returned their embrace and noticed Vale, along with Azazel, Sensei, and Ophis, present. Issei inquired about what had transpired during his absence. Azazel explained that he had gone on a rampage after Shalba attempted to harm Asia. The combined efforts of himself, Sensei, and Ophis were required to subdue him. Issei had unleashed 3 Longinus Smashers in quick succession, showcasing an incredible level of strength, even overwhelming Ophis momentarily. Issei was astonished by this revelation. Realizing that pushing Ophis was no small feat, he understood the importance of controlling his powers. Ophis smiled slightly, recognizing him as someone special, someone who had earned their power. She expressed curiosity about what had compelled him to reset. When Issei asked how she knew, Ophis explained that his red eyes during the hate phase indicated a soul filled with determination. She noted that he had her and Albion's blessing, implying he had done something to deserve it. However, she would not press him for answers, sensing his exhaustion. At that moment, the dimensional gap opened, revealing Great Red. Ophis remarked that Baccared had finally arrived and expressed her determination to achieve her silence and reclaim her home. She playfully mimicked a shooting action at him before watching him retreat into the dimensional gap. Valley, with a determined expression, vowed to one day defeat the true dragon god and become the true white dragon of supremacy, clenching his fist with resolve. Issei thanked Vale for his assistance. Vale then inquired about how things had escalated so dramatically. Issei attributed the chaos to Diadara and Shalba, who had targeted Asia and ultimately met their end. Sensei expressed regret, feeling responsible for not having dealt with Shalba sooner. Issei reassured him that he had done his best to change the situation and that the blame lay solely with Shalba for his actions. Sensei vowed to ensure the council faced consequences for their negligence, promising to address the issue. Issei urged him not to resort to violence against them. Ophis announced her departure, indicating she would be waiting for Issei to share his story later. Surzex, Ophis, and Vala's team left, with Vala fist-bumping Issei before departing. Issei remained with his friends, embracing Chara, Floey, and Tiamat, who were all in tears, worried about him during his rampage. Issei consoled his friends, assuring them that nothing would happen again. However, he soon collapsed from exhaustion. Chara noticed her brother's condition and observed that he was resting. Afterward, Issei was taken back to the Citri residence, where everyone kept a watchful eye on him. Draigg informed them that, as an ageless being, Issei did not suffer the side effects of using the hate drive, which brought relief to everyone. He needed time to recover his strength before returning to the overworld. During his recovery, none of the girls or his team left his side. Asia, who had just woken up, was joined by Raynare and Kuroka, who had come after hearing about the recent events. They were all relieved that their adversaries were gone for good and would not be bothering him for a while. Issei decided they all deserved a good night's sleep after everything they had been through. At an undisclosed location, a man dressed in a white robe sat in a chair, reviewing the events that transpired during the Old Satan faction's attack at the peace conference. Since the beast was missing from its seals, he needed to find another way to invade other worlds. He was joined by a silver-haired man who looked familiar. The man in the white robe, Raizavim, asked Euclid what had happened. Euclid explained that the hate drive had been used against Shalba Beelzebub, with the soul of determination wielding the power of hate against him. Raizavim, a middle-aged man with dark silver hair and hazel eyes, possessed a creepy aura. He wore the same attire as Mal Lucifer, but in silver. Raizavim expressed interest in the developments regarding the power of hate and instructed Euclid to continue experimenting with it. They needed to find a way to defeat the otherworldly creatures and conquer that dimension, but first, they required the Holy Grail and an army to match those beings. Euclid mentioned that he had contacted the brother of the wielder, who seemed interested in helping them, and that they also had the wielders of the true Longinus and Holy Cross on their side. Raizavim was pleased and declared that they could now begin the second phase of their plan. The next day, Issei and his friends returned home as their summer vacation was coming to an end, with only 2 weeks remaining. He noticed Roswies at his house and asked what she was doing there, wondering if she should be in Asgard. Mickey explained that Odin had left her behind. Issei saw Roswies upset and crying because Odin had abandoned her without hesitation. She expressed her frustration about being stuck there while he was off with someone else. Issei comforted her, reassuring her that he would always be by her side. 2 weeks later, Issei's school opened, and several changes were underway. As the 5 of them entered the school, they learned that 3 new students would be joining them. Seraphal introduced the transfer students, and Kuroka introduced herself as the older sister of Kaneko Tuju. The boys cheered for the new girl, and Irina introduced herself, winking at the class, which caused another round of cheers. Issei and Asia maintained composed expressions, smiling while keeping their feelings to themselves. The 3rd student entered, surprising Chara. Frisk introduced himself, mentioning he had come from America. This time, the girls cheered while the boys grumbled about another prince. Issei wondered if this was the same kid who had freed monster kind from captivity. Seraphal instructed everyone to sit where they wished. Irina sat next to Zenobia, while Frisk and Kuroka chose seats near Issei and his group. The boys were tempted to confront Issei for attracting another girl, but Seraphal's cheerful voice redirected their attention. Issei silently thanked her for averting unwanted attention. Frisk greeted Chara and expressed how nice it was to meet Issei in person, as his dad had told him about him. Issei acknowledged Frisk as the one who freed monster kind. Frisk asked about Asriel, and Issei explained that Asriel was with him but hidden, as a talking flower might not be well received in class. Frisk understood and then turned to Kuroka, asking if she had decided to join the school. Kuroka explained that she wanted to experience school life and keep an eye on Kaneko, determined not to let her follow a dark path again. Issei wished her well in her new school life, and Kuroka returned the sentiment. Issei sat in his room, contemplating what to do next. It had been a day since he used the hate drive, and he was in his gaming room playing Call of Duty while others enjoyed their consoles. Suddenly, a portal opened, belonging to the Citri clan. It was revealed to be Lord and Lady Citri. Sona looked surprised and asked what they were doing there. Lord Citri complimented Issei on his gaming room and mentioned they were there for something important. Issei inquired about the reason for their visit, and Lady Citri explained that he needed to prove himself as the true suitor of Sona Citri, viewing it as a final hurdle. Lord Citri elaborated that this challenge was a tradition passed down from his ancestor, the first Citri, to determine the worthiness of a suitor. Issei, recalling a similar situation with Rias, expressed his readiness for the challenge. Lord Citri informed them that a maid would arrive to take them to the ruins in a few hours, advising them to prepare. After Lord and Lady Citri teleported away, Raynare asked what had just happened. Issei explained that he needed to go to the ruins to confirm his status as Sona's true suitor. Raynare noted the old-fashioned system the Citri clan had for ensuring the right match. Issei remarked that it was not surprising, given that most devils lived in Victorian-style mansions. Flowey expressed a desire to see the ruins, reminiscing about home in the underground. Issei then urged Sona to get ready for the challenge, hinting that it might be intense. Sona agreed and they both prepared for the trial while the others returned to their games. At 12:30 p.m., a maid arrived to take Issei and Sona to the ruins of connection for their trial, which was expected to last a few hours. Raynare, Asia, and Kuroka wished Issei luck, kissing him before he and Sona departed. Issei was determined to prove himself worthy and vowed not to lose Sona again, ready to face any obstacles ahead. At 12:45 p.m., Issei and Sona teleported to the ruins of connection, the site where trials for suitors of the Citri clan were conducted. This location was meant to test everything about a suitor, from manners to abilities. Issei asked Sona if she was ready, and she affirmed her readiness. As they entered, 5 costumed heroes appeared, introducing themselves as the Satan Rangers, the protectors of the underworld. They struck poses and declared their purpose dramatically. Issei and Sona exchanged glances, recognizing the familiar voices of the Satans. Issei suggested they play along, and Sona sighed in agreement. Satan Red stepped forward to explain that they were there to test Issei's skills to determine if he was worthy of marrying Sona. Satan Pink warned that the test would be challenging and would push their skills to the limit. Both Issei and Sona expressed their readiness to begin. They entered the trial area, where the first test was conducted by Satan Blue, focusing on knowledge of the underworld. He asked Issei to name the 72 pillars of the underworld, and Issei confidently listed them all. Impressed, Satan Blue then turned to Sona, asking her to name 8 extinct clans. Sona answered correctly, showcasing her knowledge of the underworld's history. The test continued as they prepared for the next challenge, determined to prove their worthiness. Together with the 3 teams and the Valid team, who joined them after finding Zenovia in the dimensional gap and sensing Issei's power, they devised a plan to bring Issei back to his senses. Ophis and Surzex worked together to eliminate his hatred, while Azazel restrained him to limit his movement. Valley then attempted to divide the power of the Juggernaut Drive, but it proved too overwhelming for him. Instead, he used Half Dimension, which significantly reduced Issei's power. In his mind, Issei heard Sona's voice, which helped him regain his senses. Sona understood that, with Asia, Kuroka, and Raynare absent, she was the only one who could bring him back, and she succeeded in restoring him to normal. When Issei woke up, he was surprised that Ophis knew he had reset but felt relieved that they did not remember anything. Shortly after, Great Red appeared to check the surge in power before departing. Vala's team, along with Surzex and Ophis, left the area to attend to their respective tasks. Issei then collapsed from the exertion of using the drive, but fortunately his dragon nature and the remnants of his hatred protected his life force from the effects of the Juggernaut Drive. Afterward, he returned home with Sona and the others, where they found Roswies in tears, most of them aware that it was due to Odin leaving her alone. 2 weeks later, summer vacation ended, and most characters returned to their usual routines. At school, 3 new students were introduced: Irina Shidu, Kuroka, and a new student named Frisk Dreamer. The latter too quickly bonded with Issei and his team, while Irina sat next to Zenobia. The teams had been training for the upcoming festival, where Issei was once again chosen to be Asia's partner for the three-legged race. Many teams practiced diligently for the sports festival, knowing that the monster faction would also be participating alongside the other three factions. Chara and Frisk had been teamed up together, and each team trained separately to ensure they were well prepared. Issei and Asia understood that the competition would be tougher this time, as they were up against more experienced participants. Issei suggested they practice their coordination, explaining that when he said one, he would put one foot forward, and Asia would follow with two. Asia confirmed that it was similar to their previous experience against other students. With enough practice, they believed they could perform well. As they continued their practice, Asia tripped over a stone, and Issei instinctively caught her, feeling something soft. Asia immediately became embarrassed upon realizing the situation. Issei, noticing his mistake, quickly withdrew his hand, equally embarrassed. He apologized profusely, assuring her that it was unintentional. Asia reassured him, acknowledging that she knew he hadn't meant any harm. She mentioned that he hadn't acted inappropriately since the reset and encouraged him to communicate if he ever wanted to. Issei agreed, albeit hesitantly. Asia then detached the strap connecting their legs and took a break inside the house. She noticed Raynare practicing her ball toss skills, as she had no partner and opted out of the three-legged race. Meanwhile, Frisk and Chara finished their practice and waved at Issei. Frisk greeted them and inquired about their practice. Issei responded positively, jokingly mentioning that his little sister was a bother. Chara playfully hit Issei for his comment, while Frisk defended her, stating that she had been quite supportive during their practice. Raynare asked about Issei's progress, and he confirmed that their coordination was improving. Chara then asked about the other sports they would participate in. Issei shared that there would be cavalry battle, ball throw, dodgeball, and more. He noted that the four teams had already been selected, with most of their acquaintances on the devil side, followed by the monsters, fallen, angels, and finally the angels. Raynare asked which team Issei would join, and he revealed his intention to work with the fallen this time, as he had previously been with the devils. He expressed excitement about facing Sona and Rias in a tennis match. Raynare felt elated that two of her friends would be on her team for the sports festival, and Issei inquired if Chara and Frisk would be part of the monster team. Chara confirmed her desire to work with them, eager to compete against her brother. Frisk added that they wouldn't go easy on him just because they were friends. Issei welcomed the challenge, wishing for the best team to win. The four friends continued their conversation, sharing updates about their lives as they practiced. Since the monsters had been accepted into society a few months prior, humanity had embraced the peace-loving faction. With the announcement of their participation in the sports festival at Kuo, the countries took measures to ensure that no media interference would disrupt the event, allowing the monsters to participate without issues. At Kuo Academy, the sports festival began at 9 a.m. The team leaders were present, with Surzex Lucifer leading the devil team, Michael representing the angels, Azazel as the fallen angel team leader, and Ascari heading the monster team. All team members were chosen accordingly, and it was a grand event attended by all students. The announcer expressed gratitude to everyone for attending the sports festival, highlighting that it was the best event yet, especially with the presence of King Ascari Dreamer. Ascari took the stage to a warm reception, with applause and cheers from the crowd. Known for his gentle and benevolent nature, he was a beloved figure, especially as the king of the monsters. Ascari humbly acknowledged the welcome, stating he was just a simple parent and the captain of a participating team, before inviting everyone to begin the event. With Issei and his friends, Issei remarked on Ascari's esteemed status as the guest of honor. Frisk noted the surprising acceptance of humanity towards monsters since they helped us real free monster kind months ago, although some corporations remained hostile but had been dealt with swiftly. Chara added that there would always be obstacles to peace, as humanity often feared what it did not understand. Raynare inquired about the past fears humanity had of monsters, to which Frisk recounted a tragic incident where a monster accidentally killed a human, leading to a war and the monsters being sealed away for 450 years. Chara shared her experience of being the first child to fall into the underground, expressing gratitude for the love she received from Askari, Toriel, and Asriel. Asia reflected on her own difficult past, having been abandoned and raised by the church, before meeting Issei. The group decided to put aside dark memories and focus on the upcoming event, ready to give their best. As the first event, the three-legged race, commenced, participants gathered at the starting line. 12 teams were set to compete, including 3 from the Devil team, with Rias Gremris, Sona Citries, and Seorg Bale's peerages participating. Issei and Asia understood that the competition would be tougher than before, especially with Frisk and Chara not holding back. The announcer called for everyone to take their positions, and with a loud signal, the race began. Chara and Frisk quickly took the lead, showcasing impressive coordination, while Issei and Asia lagged behind. The other teams struggled to keep pace, particularly Rias Gremri's peerage, who faced challenges with coordination. Seorg's team was slightly better positioned but still behind. Zenobia urged Irina to pick up the pace, but Irina struggled with the challenge of the race. Meanwhile, Regulus and Mistitra overtook them, mocking the Angel team as they did so. Issei and Asia, however, managed to keep close to Chara and Frisk, who were maintaining their lead. As the race progressed, Frisk encouraged Chara to stay focused, but Chara glanced back, causing her to trip on a rock. This misstep allowed Issei and Asia to surge ahead. Seizing the opportunity, Issei and Asia pushed forward, crossing the finish line first. Chara and Frisk, having recovered, finished in second place. Frisk lamented the missed chance for first place, while Chara promised they would do better next time. The announcer praised the participants for their spectacular performance, announcing the results and the point system based on their positions. First place is awarded 10 points, second place receives 8 points, third place gets 5 points, fourth place earns 3 points, fifth place is given 2 points, while the last position receives no points. The results are as follows. Fallen Faction, 10 points. Monster Faction, 8 points. Angel Faction, 3 points. Devil Faction, 7 points. Everyone would reconvene in 30 minutes for the next round, which would be a cavalry battle. At 11 a.m., the announcer returned from the break, noting that the previous round had been intense. The next event would be intriguing, as it involved a cavalry formation where a group of 4 would create a cavalry, with one member standing atop the others to grab headbands worn by each member. The team with the most headbands would earn the most points, and the time limit was set for 15 minutes. Any stolen headbands could be reused at a designated area. The announcer pointed to a bowl filled with headbands. The cavalries were formed, with Kuroka positioned atop Issei's cavalry, Chara on Frisk's, Regulus on Seorg's, Kaneko on Rias, Irina on Zenovia's, and Saji on Sona's. Each member atop the cavalry wore a headband displaying their team logo. With the signal to begin, the teams charged at one another. The Devil team struggled to cooperate as many were rivals, resulting in a chaotic battle where each leader attempted to steal the headbands of others while defending their own. Kuroka and Chara locked eyes, both determined to snatch the other's headband. The distraction from other teams allowed Kuroka to successfully steal headbands from Regulus and Irina. Kuroka teased Irina, who protested in frustration, while Kuroka focused on gathering as many headbands as possible for her fallen team. Meanwhile, the monster team faced their own challenges, with Frisk urging Chara to slow down as Undine struggled to keep pace. Undine, filled with enthusiasm, encouraged Chara to continue stealing headbands. Chara, with quick precision, managed to collect 4 headbands while effectively defending her own. The other teams were taken aback by her skill, and Chara smiled at their frustrated expressions. Chara acknowledged her success, taunting Saji, who accused her of cheating. Chara dismissed his claims, reminding him to focus on replenishing his headbands as time was running out. With 6 headbands in her possession, Chara turned her attention to Kuroka, who had the same number. They charged at each other, knowing that the final headband would determine the match's outcome. In a display of skill, Chara evaded Kuroka's attempt to steal her headband and managed to snatch Kuroka's instead, leaving Kuroka speechless. As the time limit expired, Chara's team emerged victorious with the most headbands. The announcer praised all teams for their performances, particularly the Monster team for their impressive collection of headbands. The results were announced. Monster team, first position with 7 headbands. Fallen team, second position with 6 headbands. Angel team, third position with 5 headbands. Devil, Sona, team, fourth position with 3 headbands. Devil, Rias, team, fifth position with 2 headbands. Devil, Issei team, sixth position with 1 headband. The total scores were as follows. Monster team, 18 points. Fallen team, 18 points. Angel team, 8 points. Devil team, 12 points. The next event would be a tennis match, with the team winning the most matches earning the highest points. After a 1-hour break, the teams would return. Kuroka felt disheartened for letting her team down, but Chara approached her, offering a handshake in recognition of her impressive performance. Chara understood that if the circumstances had been different, Kuroka could have easily won, and she had narrowly avoided trouble. Kuroka expressed her gratitude, knowing she had faced the battle of her life against the human who pushed her to her limits. Chara assured her that she would never let her team down, with Issei and his team supporting her own group of monsters. Kuroka felt uplifted by the encouraging words from her teammates. The stadium was filling up as the tennis rounds began, with matchups set between Rias's Devil team and the Fallen team, the Monster team against Sona's Devil team, and finally, Issei's Devil team facing the Angel team. The announcer excitedly noted the large crowd gathered to watch the matches, especially the attention on the girls competing. The first match was about to start, featuring Rias and Aquino against Raynare and Issei. Both teams exchanged good luck wishes before the match commenced, with the crowd cheering enthusiastically. Issei recognized that most of the cheers were for the girls, as many students were captivated by them. They understood they needed to defeat their opponents to advance. As the referee signaled the start, Rias served the ball, using her destructive magic to gain an advantage. Issei countered with his own magic and Draigg's boost, sending the ball to Aquino. She struggled to respond due to the ball's speed, resulting in a weak strike that allowed Raynare to seize the opportunity and secure the win for her team. Raynare smiled, feeling confident as she dominated the match with her mastery of light magic, leaving Rias and Aquino bewildered. Issei and Raynare emerged victorious in the first round. The announcer praised the performance of both teams, but only one could win, declaring Issei and Raynare the champions of the round. Issei remarked on the match's quality, while Rias sighed, acknowledging their loss but appreciating the competition. Aquino and Raynare exchanged glares, and Issei and Rias sighed, knowing some things would never change. They called their teammates to leave the stadium, and while the crowd was disappointed by Rias and Aquino's loss, cheers for Issei and Raynare drowned out the boos. The next round brought a surprising victory for Sona's Devil team, defeating Chara and Undyne, while the Angel team triumphed over Issei's Devil team. The announcer explained that since Issei's team had the highest points, they would not participate in the elimination round, leading to the next matchup between the Angel team and the Devil team. Irina questioned the decision, and the announcer clarified that only the best team would face the Fallen team in the finals. With that, the match began, both teams determined to win and face Issei and Raynare. Irina took the lead for the Angel team, serving against Sona, who countered effectively thanks to her training. Tsubaki assisted her, making it challenging for Irina and Zenobia to keep up. Irina resorted to her angel magic to gain an advantage, while the Devils countered with their own magic and signature moves. Determined to win for Lord Michael, Irina decided to go all out, unleashing an illusion ball of light magic to confuse her opponents. This was her chance to strike with the real ball. Tsubaki alerted Sona to the incoming ball, which sped toward them, landing on their side of the court and securing victory for the Angels. They were now set to face the Fallen team after a brief break. After 15 minutes, Issei and Raynare approached the court for their match against Irina and Zenobia. Issei anticipated the tension, given his and Raynare's past with the church duo. Irina then spoke up, addressing Issei directly. She asked if they could talk if they won, surprising Issei. Despite their previous interactions, Irina's request was conditional, leaving him to consider her words carefully. No apology was offered, and Issei sighed before responding. He agreed to the challenge, warning that if anything unusual happened, the opponent would be in serious trouble. Irina nodded solemnly, taking her position on the court. Issei noticed the determined look in the angel's eyes, realizing that this match would be tough, especially since they had previously defeated Sona. He and Raynare understood that this could be their most challenging encounter yet. Irina began the serve, and Issei responded with his own. Zenobia supported Irina by covering areas of the court where she struggled to reach the ball. Then, Zenobia decided to target Raynare, knowing she was the weaker player on the opposing team. She successfully scored the first point against Issei's team, as the match was played on a first-serve basis. The teams were frequently caught in a deuce and advantage situation. At that moment, Irina employed the illusion trick she had used against Sona in her last match. She conjured a fast ball using light magic. Irina was determined to win, especially since she wanted to have a private conversation with Issei to mend their friendship. Issei, unaware of the illusion, hit what he thought was the real ball. Moments later, Irina sent the actual ball flying, much faster than before, leaving Issei with little time to react. He missed the shot, securing the win for Irina and her team. Issei and Raynare were taken by surprise, believing they had successfully returned the ball. The real ball landed moments later, resulting in a well-deserved victory for the Angels. Irina and Zenobia celebrated their win, and Irina felt particularly joyful at the prospect of speaking with Issei. Issei approached the duo and extended his hand for a handshake. Irina accepted, and he assured her that they would talk privately, which delighted her. The announcer declared a spectacular performance by Team Irina in the finals, highlighting their victory over the leading Fallen team and crowning them the true champions of the tournament. The teams that had lost in the first 3 rounds would receive points based on their performances. The final standings for the tournament were as follows. First, Angel Team. Second, Fallen Team. Third, Devil Team, Sona. Fourth, Devil Team, Rias. Fifth, Monster Team. Sixth, Devil Team, Issei. The final point totals for the sports festival were: Fallen Team, 26 points. Monster Team, 20 points. Devil Team, 20 points. Angel Team, 18 points. The announcer proclaimed the Fallen Team of Azazel as the winners of the sports festival. The crowd erupted in cheers as the victors were called to the stage to receive their gold medals. The Monster Team and the Devil Team were awarded silver medals due to their tied scores, while the Angels received bronze. Irina and Zenobia also won a trophy for their success in the tennis tournament. The announcer continued, praising the amazing performances of all participants and announcing upcoming events such as the 100-meter run, 200-meter run, shot put, ball throw, and more. The sports festival was far from over, and all students were encouraged to participate, with a reminder that no cheating would be tolerated. As the events continued, Issei and Asia opted out of participating, feeling tired from the earlier competitions. The others went to check out the ongoing events. Asia then led Issei to a secluded spot and shared a kiss with him when no one was watching. Issei was surprised but not entirely taken aback by her boldness. Asia, wanting to strengthen their relationship, saw the moment as an opportunity, given their privacy. They shared a brief kiss before parting due to the need for air. Asia explained that it was a victory kiss, celebrating their second place in the tournament and their teamwork that led to their success in the 3-legged race. Issei insisted that their win was a result of their collaboration, acknowledging Asia's significant contribution to their matches. She nodded in agreement, and together they decided to watch the other students and events, knowing the sports festival was still in full swing. The first match featured Issei and Rias along with their partners, with Issei securing the win for their team. The next match was between Chara and Sona, where Sona emerged victorious, followed by a match between Issei and Irina, with Irina winning for her team. Moving on to the eliminator round, the Fallen team was granted a pass due to their significant lead over the other 2 teams, the Devil and the Angel teams. In the eliminator round, Irina skillfully employed illusion magic to overwhelm and defeat Sona in their tennis match. The final round pitted the fallen team against the angel team, where Irina expressed her desire for a conversation if she won. The round commenced with Irina serving the ball, targeting Raynare. A series of serves led to a deuce and advantage situation. Taking advantage of her position, Irina used her illusion trick, causing Issei to misjudge the ball and hit the wrong one. A few moments later, Irina fired the correct ball, securing victory for her and Zenobia. Issei sighed, accepting defeat, and they shared a handshake as a gesture of good sportsmanship. Afterward, Issei and Asia left the area for some private time, where Asia kissed him, signaling her desire to deepen their relationship. They then returned to watch the remaining events of the festival, which was still in full swing, enjoying the competitions alongside their classmates. The sports event concluded with everyone having a great time, and some students even won medals for their performances. The announcer enjoyed his role, feeling honored to be part of such an important occasion. After the event, everyone began heading home. Issei and his team, along with Sona, decided to leave as well. They met up with Sona, who was still fulfilling her duties as student council president. Although she felt a bit sad about her team's third-place finish, she was genuinely happy for Issei and his team's success. She looked up at her smiling fiancé, who approached her with a compliment about their performance. Sona acknowledged Issei's praise, expressing her admiration for his team's outstanding achievement in the festival. Raynare then inquired about the whereabouts of the rest of the student council. Sona explained that they had left early, except for Saji and Momo, who were engaged in a conversation. Issei noticed the blush on their faces, realizing they were enjoying each other's company, having harbored feelings for one another for quite some time but hesitated to express them due to fear of rejection. Chara remarked that it seemed like the ship had finally sailed for them, to which Frisk agreed, noting that their long-standing connection had finally blossomed. Asia expressed her happiness for Saji, who had struggled to find love in the past but now had someone special. Raynare pointed out that Saji's situation was somewhat similar to Issei's, as both desired to grow stronger for the people they cared about, with Saji being a crucial support for his siblings. Curious, Raynare asked about Saji's parents. Sona admitted she didn't know much about his father but mentioned that his mother had passed away when he was very young. Raynare felt a pang of sympathy for Saji, reflecting on her own origins as a being created by the God of the Bible. The only parental love she had known came from Issei's parents. Just then, Askari and Undine arrived, both smiling proudly at the performance of their children. Askari greeted Issei, surprised to see him still there. Issei explained that they were waiting for Sona to finish her duties. He then introduced himself to Undine, who preferred to be called by her first. Undine playfully acknowledged Issei, and as they chatted, Frisk teased Undine about being in a hurry to return home, hinting at someone waiting for them. Undine blushed and playfully scolded Frisk, who laughed heartily. Chara exchanged a sly glance with Frisk, while the others wondered about the identity of the person Frisk was referring to. That was when Askari responded, reminding Frisk to stop teasing Undine and emphasizing the need to leave before his mother became upset about their lateness. Frisk agreed, and Askari bid farewell to Issei, expressing hope that they would meet again soon. Issei confirmed they would, inviting Askari to visit Flowey, who was likely resting in the garden at home. Askari promised to bring Tori along during his visit and said goodbye to his son. They all waved farewell to the Monster King and the Royal Captain as they teleported away with the others, and then Issei and his friends headed home. On their way, they encountered Surzex, who sought Issei's assistance. Surzex explained that Azazel and Ajuka were working on a powerful piece that could function across different factions, allowing a dragon to transform someone into a reincarnated dragon, similar to the Brave Saints cards. Previously, Issei had learned about the aftermath of a sports event that led everyone home. During this time, Surzex had approached Issei for help, as Ajuka was struggling to make progress on the evil piece, despite Azazel's involvement. They intended to gift Issei this piece as an apology for his sister's actions in a previous timeline. They proceeded to the laboratory where Ajuka and Azazel were working on the prototype piece, which had yet to yield results. After greeting them, Issei suggested using his own magic, believing it might help. They decided to follow his suggestion, And to their surprise, it worked, allowing them to make progress on the evil pieces. Although Issei had some concerns, Ajuka reassured him that the king piece would soon be made public, and its stability would no longer be a secret. As Issei headed home, Sensei inquired about his earlier question. Issei felt a surge of anger due to a painful memory but ultimately shared the details of the Cleria Belial incident and its aftermath. Sensei, upon hearing this, was furious and resolved to confront those responsible, the Great King faction. After absorbing the full story, Sensei devised a plan to diminish the faction's power by ensuring that decisions made by the council would require final approval from him and the four Satans. He then left with Lord Belial, who was devastated by his niece's death, to inform the rest of the family. 2 days later, Issei and his team arrived at school for their classes, where they discussed their plans for Kyoto. Issei expressed a desire to visit many places, but the previous hero faction attack had hindered their plans. This time, they aimed to enjoy their trip while also solidifying the alliance with the Shinto faction. After school, Issei met with Floey and Tiamat to discuss their upcoming trip to Kyoto. Tiamat declined to join, stating she had no reason to go but would be available if Issei or his friends needed help. Floey, however, was excited about visiting a new place. Issei wondered if Tiamat was sure about staying behind, considering she might be alone. She reassured him that Sona and his parents would be there, and someone needed to protect them in case of an attack. Issei understood and thanked Tiamat for her support. She felt happy to have a family to protect, considering Issei and his family as her own. As Issei headed to his room, he sensed a familiar magical presence. A circle opened, revealing Sensei, who had come because someone from the Belial family wanted to meet him. Issei greeted the Crimson Satan and learned that the visitors sought to know the full story regarding his cousin's fate. Issei had an idea of who this person might be and agreed to let him in. Through the circle, another figure appeared, a man with a graceful face, gray hair and gray eyes, who smiled upon meeting the Red Dragon Emperor. He introduced himself as Daihauser Belial, the heir of the Belial house and the current #1 champion of the raiding game. Although Issei was aware of Daihauser's past actions, he felt honored to meet the champion and bowed his head in respect. Daihauser insisted there was no need for Issei to bow, stating that he should be the one showing gratitude for helping him uncover the truth about his cousin's death. He asked if he could call Issei by his name, to which Issei happily agreed. Daihauser then requested the complete story about his sister, wanting to know what had happened to her. Issei prepared to share the details, warning Daihauser that it would be an emotional journey. He recounted the events leading to her death, ensuring he omitted no details. Daihauser listened intently, keeping his emotions and anger in check. He promised not to seek revenge against the council, recognizing that such actions would be futile since the damage had already been done. Daihauser expressed his gratitude to Issei for the information. Issei assured him that it was no trouble and asked if there was anything else Daihauser wanted to know. Daihauser inquired about how Issei had acquired such knowledge, wondering where he had obtained the information. Issei explained that he possessed a gift known as foresight, adding that he had a talent for persuasion. Daihauser realized that his actions had significantly impacted Issei, who seemed to know more about his cousin's situation than even his own family. Shocked by this revelation, Daihauser understood that he had done something truly regrettable. He felt a deep sense of responsibility for his past actions and wished to learn about them to ensure he would never repeat such mistakes. Issei then recounted the events of the future, detailing how Daihauser's choices had nearly led to the downfall of not only the government but also his relationships with his parents and his title as champion of the raiding game. Fortunately, Daihauser's family had not suffered directly from his actions, and in a way, he had found justice for his cousin's death. However, he had lost everything his family had worked hard to achieve. Daihauser was left speechless, realizing the gravity of his past decisions. He vowed to never let vengeance guide him again, promising to honor his late cousin by remaining a champion in the raiding games. He expressed his determination to support his family moving forward. Acknowledged Daihauser's commitment, suggesting they should face each other again, not as enemies but as rivals. Daihauser agreed, playfully warning Issei that he would not go easy on him. They shook hands before Dihauser returned home. Later, Surzex questioned Issei about why he hadn't activated Dihauser's memories. Issei explained that he wanted to prevent Dihauser from repeating his mistakes. He believed that if Dihauser fully understood the truth of his actions, he might react impulsively, leading to regret. Surzex then asked if Issei was ready to head to Kyoto to meet their friends. Issei confirmed that he was looking forward to seeing them again, especially since it had been a while since the reset. Surzex reassured him that he would reconnect with them just like before. Issei inquired about Milika's, and Surzex mentioned that he hadn't informed the young boy about his aunt's actions, considering his age. Issei understood the need to protect Milika's innocence, knowing that childhood is fleeting. After Surzex teleported away, Issei was left alone in his room, contemplating his upcoming trip to Kyoto and all the things he wanted to do there. A week later, at Kuo train station, Issei and his classmates prepared to depart for Kyoto. With the first and third years not attending this time, Sona and Tsubaki stayed behind along with Rias, Kaneko, Akino, and Gasper. Sona and Tsubaki waved goodbye to Issei and the others. Sona handed Issei a pass and a stamp, explaining that the stamp would allow Saji to promote even in her absence. Issei recognized its importance, especially with a potential encounter with the hero faction on the horizon. Sona instructed him to give the stamp to Momo, as she was the most capable in their absence. Raynare commented that it was like a backup plan when the king was unavailable, to which Sona agreed. Flowey chimed in, expressing admiration for the technology. Sona then asked how Flowey was adapting to school, noting that a talking flower was quite unusual. Flowey explained that he would hide in Issei's bag during the journey, as Issei would be sitting next to Chara, who could help shield him from unwanted attention. As they prepared to board, Raynare alerted everyone that the others were calling them and they needed to hurry. Issei and Raynare spotted Frisk, Chara, and the others waving at them, realizing the train would depart soon. Just before they left, Sona grabbed Issei and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, which sparked a hint of jealousy in Raynare. She knew she needed to make her move on Issei before it was too late, or she might lose her chance to be the leading girl. Tonight was the night she had to act. Raynare called out to Issei, urging him to hurry. He heard her voice and saw her smile, realizing he needed to leave before it was too late. He felt a twinge of fear at the thought of her anger. He said goodbye to Sona, who felt a sense of emptiness as he departed. Just then, Rias appeared, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. Rias reassured Sona that Issei would return. Sona expressed her concern, feeling that the days without him would stretch longer than usual. Rias, reflecting on her past mistakes, admitted that she had lost her chance with him a long time ago. She was grateful that he didn't harbor enough hatred to wish her harm and hoped to be his ally someday. Sona teased Rias about her intelligence, leading to an embarrassed outburst from Rias. Despite her embarrassment, Rias remained silent, knowing Sona had once again gotten the better of her. She watched the train leave, her heart heavy, but she held on to the hope that Issei would come back. Inside the train at 10 a.m., Issei found himself in his mindscape, surrounded by the spirits of those who had wielded the boosted gear. They had sacrificed their souls to give him a new life, and they smiled at their strongest wielder. Draigg asked what was on Issei's mind. Issei revealed that he had activated the Juggernaut drive once again. Trihexa noted that he had managed to give Ophis a tough time, which was something to be proud of. Issei admitted he never intended to activate that power, he only wanted to make his enemies suffer. Draigg reminded him that the past was behind them, and it was time to focus on the future. Issei mentioned hearing about the creation of evil pieces for other races. A voice he recognized as Elsha, a former wielder of the boosted gear, chimed in, expressing interest in the news. She had been watching him and noted the changes he had undergone, including his ability to attract girls in this timeline. Issei greeted Elsha, curious about her presence. She explained that she had been observing him and the progress he had made. Elsha mentioned that she had managed to prevent the darker aspects of his nature from taking over. She reflected on how much better this timeline was compared to the last, acknowledging Issei's determination in battles. As their conversation concluded, Elsha prepared to leave, promising to always watch over him. Issei stepped out of his mindscape just as Raynare appeared, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She greeted him playfully, and Issei was momentarily taken aback by her presence. Raynare suggested they could spend some time together since they were alone. Issei hesitated, concerned about the possibility of being interrupted. Before he could voice his worries, Raynare leaned in, and they shared a brief kiss. Afterward, she assured him that she had locked the door to prevent any interruptions, suggesting they could continue later. Issei suggested they wait until they reached Kyoto, where they would be in the same room. Raynare understood the awkwardness of the situation and agreed. They left the bathroom and returned to their seats. Chara, curious about Issei's extended absence, asked what had taken him so long. He explained that he was checking on his boosted gear and talking to the dragons. Chara returned to her game, frustrated with a challenging level in Super Mario 3D World. Issei chuckled at her determination, choosing not to reveal that he had completed the level weeks ago. He and Floey watched her play while they continued their own game on the 3DS, trying to catch Deoxys without using their Master Ball. Kiba soon approached, wanting to talk to Issei about something important. He greeted them and inquired about Chara's progress in her game. Chara shot him a glare, indicating her struggle with the level. Kiba asked if he could sit next to Issei, and Chara shifted to take Kiba's former seat. His 3DS to sleep and stored it in his bag, ready to hear what Kiba had to say. Issei then turned to Kiba and inquired about their conversation topic. Kiba mentioned that they were going to meet the yokai, which was the reason Sensei and Azazel had sent Issei there. Issei expressed his longing for Kunu and Lady Yasaka. Kiba noted that Kunu looked up to Issei as an older brother and playfully suggested that Issei had a small crush on Yasaka. Issei felt a blush creep onto his cheeks as he recalled his past feelings. He had once been a certified pervert, but now he wanted to be a brotherly figure to Kunu. He wondered if their relationship would be the same as it had been before. Kiba then asked Issei if he planned to forgive the traitors for their past actions. Issei admitted that he would struggle to forgive Rias if she were still the same person, but he acknowledged that her constant apologies had become an annoyance. He also mentioned how Akino had once startled his mother, leading to a chaotic situation. Kiba was surprised by the lengths of desperation the others had gone to, and he reminded Issei about his promise to talk to Irina. Hearing her name, Irina turned to listen intently. She despised her past self for the pain caused to Issei and was determined to regain his friendship. Issei resolved to hear Irina out, but he made it clear that forgiveness would not come easily. Issei urged Kiba to forget the bad memories and focus on their journey to Kyoto, emphasizing the need to enjoy themselves. Kiba agreed wholeheartedly. As they traveled, they arrived in Kyoto in the evening. Serafal, also known as Sarah Levi, informed the students that they would head to their hotel for some much-needed rest. At that moment, a familiar figure appeared as the new teacher at Kuo Academy. The boys cheered at the sight of their new female teacher, while Issei and his team remained unfazed. They were soon joined by Frisk, who had gone to buy souvenirs, and they learned that Roswies had officially joined the school. Issei hoped she would not assign him the same cramped room as before. Roswies introduced herself as the new math teacher from Norway, and the boys were thrilled to have another female teacher. Meanwhile, the girls were annoyed by the boys' excitement over a new teacher. Serafal used her charm to calm the boys down. Later that evening at the Gremory Hotel, Azazel and Serafal led the class to their accommodations. Raynare paired up with Issei, much to the jealousy of Kuroka and Asia, who were then taken to their own room. Issei noticed that his room was much larger and better than the last one he had stayed in. Raynare admired their room and asked Issei if he liked it. He agreed, recalling how Roswies had given him a much smaller room during his last visit. Raynare empathized with him and expressed her understanding. After dropping his bag on the floor, Issei lay down on the bed, feeling exhausted. A knock at the door revealed Roswies, who asked if he liked the new room. Issei reiterated that it was much better than the previous one. Roswies chuckled, recalling Issei's priceless expression back then. She then turned her attention to Raynare, confirming her identity as the new teacher and expressing relief that Raynare was not the same person who had harmed Issei in the past. Raynare mentioned that she had taught her past self a lesson. Rasyas was puzzled about how Raynare had encountered her past self, and Issei decided it was time to share the story. He recounted the nightmares that had escalated into night terrors after the battle with Loki, where he saw himself being harmed. Raynare added that during their training, her past self had attempted to take control to harm Issei. After being knocked out by Kuroka, Raynare was taken to Azazel's lab, where it was discovered that her past self was trying to dominate her, threatening her very soul. Issei explained that they had initially struggled to confront her past self but eventually realized that they needed to show her that there was hope and love surrounding her. With that encouragement, Raynare was able to materialize and confront her past counterpart, ultimately prevailing in the battle. After the confrontation, everyone exited Raynare's body, and she took a moment to rest from the ordeal. Raynare reflected on how Issei had cried, fearing the loss of her, which made him blush. She understood that he meant the world to her, just as she did to him. Rasyas observed this exchange with a genuine smile, feeling happy that Issei had finally found people who truly loved him, free from deception. At that moment, there was another knock at the door, revealing Issei's friends, along with Kiba and Saji, who had joined them. They were all surprised to see the cozy atmosphere between Issei and Raynare. Issei wondered why they had come over at such a late hour. Saji explained that they had discussed it and decided to play some Uno before heading to bed. Issei agreed, and soon everyone was engaged in the game, each receiving 7 cards. Rasyas joined in as well, and they all enjoyed the competition, employing various strategies to gain the upper hand. Saji kept surprising everyone, especially Chara, with his ability to play +4 and wild cards, making it difficult for her to respond effectively. Issei attempted to counter Saji's moves but found himself outmatched. Kuroka and the other girls aimed to hold off Saji, but he managed to win most of the matches, leaving everyone in awe. After a fun evening, Kiba and Saji left, followed by Kuroka and Frisk, who was pleading with Issei for help, feeling intimidated by Kuroka. Asia then asked if she also had to leave. Chara, realizing it was late, took Asia by the hand and assured her they could spend time with Issei later. Asia protested, but Chara insisted, and they headed to their room. Rasyas also departed, as she had her own separate space. With everyone gone, Issei and Raynare found themselves alone. Floey was with Chara, nestled in her bag, and there was an empty potted plant nearby for him to draw nutrients from. Issei and Raynare settled into bed together. With the opportunity to be close to Issei, Raynare felt it was the perfect moment to make a move. Issei had changed into his night attire, while Raynare stretched her wings and began changing her clothes, much to Issei's embarrassment. He awkwardly suggested that she should change in the bathroom, not expecting her to do so in front of him. Raynare noticed his flushed face and teased him, knowing he wanted to be close to her. She moved closer, and the dragons cheered him on. Issei, feeling encouraged, kissed her on the forehead and expressed his love for her, promising that they would share more NTMT moments in the future, having already given his heart to her. Before Raynare could respond, Issei took the initiative and kissed her. Surprised at first, she quickly returned the kiss, and they shared a tender moment. Eventually, Issei rested on her chest, and Raynare wrapped her arms around him, closing her eyes. She understood that he was still a bit hesitant and was willing to wait for him. After a while, they separated, and Raynare changed into a nightgown before lying down next to Issei, who had fallen asleep from exhaustion. She cuddled up to him, feeling his warmth as she closed her eyes, ready to drift off. In her heart, she made a promise to Issei, vowing to never leave his side and to help him overcome his fears. Raynare whispered her love for him, assuring him that she would always be there, unlike those who had abandoned him in the past. With that, she fell asleep in the arms of her beloved. Previously, Surzex had visited Issei's home, bringing a guest named Daihauser Belial, the current champion of the raiding games. Despite his past actions, Daihauser sought justice for his cousin, who had been killed to keep a secret. Issei respected him and warned him about the potential path he could take, sharing a premonition of the future. Daihauser was shocked but determined not to let that future come to pass. He thanked Issei and promised to never follow the same route again. A week later, Sona presented Issei with a stamp and a pass for their upcoming trip, and after a brief affectionate gesture, Issei and the others set off for Kyoto. Issei, while on the train to the station, decided to enter the bathroom to reflect on his past actions. At that moment, Raynare sneaked in and locked the door, successfully making a move on him. After a brief moment together, they left the bathroom and Issei met up with Kiba, who had been sharing information about the ORC's activities and Issei's plans in Kyoto. They sat together for the remainder of the journey. Upon arriving at Kyoto Station, Issei and the others headed to the hotel owned by the Gremory family. This time, Issei was assigned a decent room, unlike his previous accommodations, and he was paired with Raynare. Roswies joined them, having never been properly introduced to Issei and his friends. They played Uno for a while, with Saji winning most of the rounds. As the night grew late, the others decided to explore the area, leaving Issei alone with Raynare. Raynare attempted to make a move on Issei, but he, still feeling a bit apprehensive around women, asked her to wait, expressing that he wasn't ready. Before she could respond, he kissed her, and they shared a tender moment together. Afterward, Issei rested his head on her chest while Raynare wrapped her arms around him. She realized that Issei's past experiences had left him fearful of love, and she was determined to help him overcome that fear. As they slept, Issei held Raynare protectively, which she found comforting. While they were peacefully asleep, Issei sensed a familiar presence outside the hotel window. He woke up to investigate and discovered Valet Lucifer waiting patiently for them, a smile on his face. Valet remarked that it took Issei long enough to wake up. Issei invited Valet inside to talk, and they settled into the chairs in the room. Raynare, still a bit dazed, woke up and asked Valet what he was doing there. Valet informed them that the hero faction was on the move and had kidnapped Yasaka, the leader of the Yukai faction, just before their arrival. Issei noted that it was just like last time, prompting Raynare to ask for clarification. Issei explained the events of their previous trip to Kyoto, detailing how Kunu, Yasaka's daughter, had attacked him and his team, leading to a retreat. After some apologies and sightseeing, they encountered the hero faction of the Cow's Brigade, who attempted to use Yasaka to summon Great Red. With the help of Sun Wukong, they managed to save Yasaka and thwart the plan, but not without facing significant challenges. Raynare expressed her surprise at missing so much and inquired about their next steps. Issei explained that the Yukai, led by Kunu, might attack them out of fear, so they needed to be prepared. He then asked Valet if there was anything else he wanted to share. Valet warned that Ryzavim was also making moves, targeting Valerie to use her holy grail for mass-producing evil dragons. He also mentioned that someone had recently used hate. Raynare felt a sense of dread at the mention of evil dragons, recalling her time at Grigori. Issei remained calm, ensuring he didn't release his aura to avoid alarming the Yukai nearby. Valet sensed that a confrontation with his grandfather was imminent, but the outcome could vary. Valet announced that he needed to leave, as others were worried about him. He promised to send Le Fay to assist them against Cao Cao. Issei appreciated the gesture and expressed a desire to meet again. After a fist bump, Valet departed. Raynare, worried, held Issei's hand, and he reassured her that he would protect her. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was Chara, along with Asia and Floey. Asia greeted them and asked what had happened. Issei explained that Valet had visited to discuss the Cow's Brigade. Everyone's attention peaked at the mention of the Cow's Brigade, prompting Chara to close the door to keep outsiders from entering. Asia and Issei understood that the time for the hero faction's appearance was drawing near. Asia asked if it was true, and Issei confirmed that Yasaka had been kidnapped, causing the Yukai to become increasingly paranoid. That's not all, he is on the move as well. Floey wondered about Ryzavim's latest antics. Issei confirmed that it was indeed him. Floey expressed his frustration, lamenting that some individuals always seemed to disrupt his plans for relaxation. Chara, concerned, agreed with Floey's sentiment. Despite the chaos, Asia reminded everyone that they could still enjoy their time in Kyoto until trouble found them. Chara encouraged them to make the most of their time together. Floey reluctantly agreed. Chara then inquired how long it would take for everyone to get ready. Issei assured them that they just needed a few minutes to freshen up and change before joining the group. Chara and Asia nodded in understanding and left Issei and Raynare to prepare. Changing into their regular school attire for their day in Kyoto, they headed to the hotel lobby in anticipation of their outing. In the Gremery Hotel lobby at 9 a.m., everyone began to gather, excited for their tour of Kyoto. They were eager to visit various heritage sites as part of their enjoyment trip. Azazel, Serafal, and Roswies arrived to provide the students with important instructions for their day. Azazel announced that everyone was free to explore Kyoto but needed to return to the hotel by 7:30 p.m. sharp. Serafal added that anyone arriving late would need a valid excuse, or they would face consequences. The boys in the group exchanged nervous glances, aware of Serafal's strict nature regarding discipline. They understood the importance of adhering to the schedule, especially since many shops would remain open later. Issei and his team wanted to share what Valet had informed them earlier. They requested a moment to speak with the teachers, who agreed to listen once the students had left. After the students departed, Azazel and Serafal called Issei, his team, Saji, the Citri peerage, and Kiba to discuss the matter. Issei revealed that Valet had visited that morning. Azazel recognized the familiar aura and asked what Valet had conveyed. Issei explained that the leader of the Yukai faction had been kidnapped by the hero faction of the Cows Brigade. He also mentioned that Rizavim was heading to Romania for the Holy Grail and had been experimenting with hate for his own purposes. The revelation shocked everyone except Issei, Chara, Flowey, Asia, and Raynare. The teachers radiated a tense energy, especially Azazel, who was furious about Rizavim's interference in Vala's life. Serafal was equally upset, feeling that the hero faction had ruined their chance for a peaceful vacation and disrupted their alliance. After a moment, Azazel sighed and encouraged the students to enjoy their trip, assuring them that the adults would handle the situation. Issei nodded in agreement, and Azazel then asked if he was ready to meet two individuals. Issei expressed his hope that their meeting would be under better circumstances, as he missed Kunu and Yasaka. Azazel noticed Issei's slight blush and teased him about his feelings for Yasaka, prompting an embarrassed reaction from Issei. He quickly clarified that he simply wanted to share what had happened, as he had been close to them in the past. Azazel acknowledged Issei's growth and mentioned that two monsters would be joining them for the negotiations, who also wished to meet Frisk. Issei recalled that he had met one of them before. Azazel encouraged Issei to go, reminding him that Raynare and Asia were waiting. Issei agreed and left to join his friends, downplaying the situation. Later, in Kyoto at 11:30 a.m., Issei and his friends explored the city, visiting shrines and cultural heritage sites. They took pictures and enjoyed the sights. Chara and Frisk were particularly thrilled, having never visited before. Raynare was eager to try all the local food, dragging Issei and Kuroka along for the adventure. Asia struggled to keep up, calling out for everyone to slow down. Issei, overwhelmed by the excitement, pleaded with the girls to take it easy, but his requests went unheard as they continued to pull him along. The others watched with amusement as Issei navigated the chaos of their enthusiastic exploration. Chara observed that Issei seemed to be struggling with the attention of the girls once again. Flowey noted that it appeared Issei couldn't catch a break. Frisk expressed a desire to visit the shrines, mentioning that they had never seen them during their time in America. They hoped Issei could enjoy some time with the girls, at least for a while, as it would give them a moment of peace from Kuroka. Flowey questioned Frisk's fear of Kuroka, to which Frisk nervously chuckled, explaining that Kuroka was the type of person one wouldn't want to see angry. Chara and Flowey nodded in agreement, feeling sympathy for Issei's predicament as they continued to explore the shrines and cultural sites. In the shopping area of Kyoto, Issei was panting, clearly exhausted. The dragons in his head felt pity for him. He was relieved that the girls had gone inside a store, giving him a moment to catch his breath. Draigg asked how Issei's trip around Kyoto was going, to which Issei replied with frustration, stating that shopping with girls was a nightmare. Trihexa added that women could be quite interesting when it came to shopping. Issei, feeling worn out after being chased around the streets, was suddenly approached by a familiar voice. Sans commented on Issei's expression, suggesting he looked like he was suffering. Issei acknowledged that Sans had become quite the prophet. Sans mentioned he was there with his brother to enjoy themselves. Suddenly, a skeleton in a unique outfit approached them, exclaiming Sans' name. This was Papyrus, dressed in a costume he had created for a party. Sans greeted Papyrus, who was eager to meet Issei. Papyrus was thrilled to meet the legendary Red Dragon Emperor, expressing his excitement with wide eyes and a firm handshake. Issei, feeling a bit overwhelmed, assured Papyrus that he was used to attention. Papyrus explained that they were looking for Frisk, but Sans had decided to take a nap upon arrival. Issei found the banter amusing, while Papyrus was frustrated with Sans' puns. Just then Raynare, Kuroka, and Asia arrived. Papyrus greeted the girls, and Raynare shook his hand, while Asia expressed surprise at Sans having a brother. Kuroka inquired about their presence, and Sans explained they were there as envoys for the monster kind regarding a peace treaty. Issei then informed them about the Cows Brigade kidnapping the Yukai leader, which had made the Yukai paranoid and potentially hostile. Sans maintained a calm demeanor, though he was internally worried about the situation. He felt a responsibility to protect Frisk, having promised Toriel to look after them. Papyrus reassured Issei that they could defend themselves, which gave Sans a glimmer of hope. He noted that there were many sights for the girls to see, including one right in front of them. The girls blushed at the mention of the sights, and Issei felt annoyance as he realized he would have to deal with them pulling him around Kyoto. Papyrus, tired of Sans' puns, decided it was time to leave, dragging Sans away. Issei bid farewell to Sans as Papyrus took him off, leaving the others amused by the brothers' antics. Kuroka commented on how interesting Sans was, while she playfully held onto Issei's arm. Raynare, feeling a twinge of jealousy, grabbed his other arm. Asia, unable to hold on to him since both arms were occupied, watched the scene with a pout. Raynare urged Issei to move along, and he resigned himself to being dragged through the streets once more. As they continued shopping, Issei could be heard protesting, while Asia struggled to keep up with them. Eventually, he found a moment of solitude as he approached a shrine. Grateful to have escaped the chaos, he took a moment to pray, wishing for peace in his life, at least in this timeline. That was when someone familiar showed up. Issei recognized her. She was Kunu, Yasaka's daughter. She appeared to be a young girl, resembling an elementary school student, with golden blonde hair tied in a ponytail and matching eyes. She also had 9 golden fox tails and ears. Issei understood she was there because she must have sensed his draconic aura. Kunu declared that he was not welcome, stating that he was among those who had attacked her mother and that he would pay for it. She commanded her Tengu guards to seize him. As they attacked, Issei managed to evade their strikes and began to run away, not wanting to hurt anyone while avoiding their onslaught. Kunu ordered her soldiers to chase after him around the temple. Despite their relentless attacks, Issei skillfully dodged most of them, even managing to break some of the staffs held by the Tengu guards. At that moment his friends joined the fray. Chara, wielding her knife, slashed at a Tengu guard's staff, while Floey ensnared another guard with his vines. Frisk engaged in hand-to-hand combat, utilizing techniques learned from Undyne. Kiba, Saji, Kuroka, Asia, and Raynare soon joined in. Kunu was surprised to see a Nekishu among them but continued her pursuit of the uninvited guests. Raynare used her light spears to keep the guards at bay, while Kuroka employed her mastery of Senjutsu and Tuki to hold them off. Issei urged his friends to avoid hurting the guards or causing damage. They all agreed to his request and fought to disarm the guards instead. With Saji using his absorption line to drain the guards' energy and Kiba assisting in disarming them, they succeeded in their efforts. Issei also joined in, using Durandal to hold the guards back while trying not to injure them. Seeing her side losing, Kunu gritted her teeth in frustration. As if her mother being kidnapped was not enough, she was now being bested by those who were not even trying to harm her or her people. Realizing the situation was hopeless, she decided to retreat, her guards following her. She warned that this was not over and that they would return to deal with them. Using a windstorm as a distraction, she and her Tengu guards fled the scene. Afterward, Issei explained to his friends what had happened. He mentioned that he had been at a shrine when Kunu attacked him without reason, leading to the entire squad confronting him for trespassing. Saji suggested they inform Azazel and Seraphal about the incident, noting that the attack was born from paranoia and could lead to further complications. Raynare agreed, emphasizing the need to return, as others would be looking for them. Frisk echoed her sentiment, concerned about the possibility of another attack. Later, at the Gremory Hotel, they found Azazel and Seraphal, along with Sans and Papyrus, who had just joined them. Frisk expressed his joy at seeing them again and learned that they had been instructed by Ms. Toriel to look out for their friends and to help settle a peace treaty with the Yukai. Flowey and Sans exchanged glares, both harboring a dislike for each other. Flowey, in particular, was irritated by Sans' puns. However, Frisk reminded them that they needed to move past their past grievances and be friends. Flowey acknowledged that they had no reason to fight anymore, and Sans agreed. Issei then informed Azazel about the yokai's attack, explaining that they had been confronted while simply wandering around. Azazel expressed his concern, noting that their paranoia was expected but was relieved that no one was hurt. At that moment, a magic circle appeared near Seraphal, conveying an urgent message. She informed everyone that they needed to head to the Yukai mansion for a meeting involving all factions. Azazel noted that Irina and Zenobia should accompany them. When everyone looked at Issei, he stated that his feelings were secondary to the importance of the alliance and encouraged Azazel to bring them along. Azazel smiled, recognizing Issei's tendency to prioritize others over himself, and announced that they would leave in 4 hours. Later, in the Yukai territory of Kyoto, they marveled at the vibrant lights and the diverse Yukai present, all gathered to welcome the new guests. Issei and his friends, along with Irina and Zenobia, observed various Yukai, from Kappa to Tsukiseikana. Issei had seen the Yukai territory before the reset and knew the scenery would amaze his friends, especially Frisk, Chara, and Flowey, who were captivated by the rich cultural history. Even Papyrus was excited, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Asia also expressed her interest in the unique culture of the Yukai city. They proceeded to a traditional Japanese-style mansion, where 2 Tengu guards greeted them. One guard informed them that Lady Kunu was waiting inside, and the other offered to escort them to the center of the palace, where she and several high-class Yukai awaited their arrival. Kunu wore a sad and apologetic expression, fully aware that her earlier attack had stemmed from fear. She expressed her gratitude to the group for coming to her aid and began to apologize for her actions. She explained that they had only come to enjoy themselves and that she never intended to harm them. Sans reassured her, acknowledging that fear can lead people to act in ways they never would otherwise. He introduced the members of their group, starting with himself as Sans the skeleton, followed by his brother Papyrus. He introduced Frisk, the son of Askari Dreamer, and then the others, Issei Hayu, the Red Dragon Emperor, Raynare, the Fallen Angel, Chara Hai, Issei's adopted sister, Flowey the Flower, Asia Argento, Yuto Kiba, the Knight of the Gremory household, Genshiro Saji, the Pawn of the Citri household, Zenobia, another Knight of the Gremory household, Kuroka, the Nekashu, and finally, Irina Shidu, the Angel and Ace of Michael. The Yukai present observed the humans, particularly Issei, who was known to hold back his immense power. They sensed that provoking him would not be wise. Issei assured Kunu that he held no anger towards her for her earlier actions, echoing Sans' sentiments about fear. He offered her a warm smile, one that felt genuine and almost fatherly, but Kunu's mind was elsewhere. Her mother was still missing, and she needed to find her. Desperation filled Kunu's voice as she pleaded for help in locating her kidnapped mother. She bowed her head, and Issei felt a surge of protectiveness. He could not bear to see her in such distress, especially given their close relationship before the reset. The others felt compelled to assist her as well, moved by her plea. Issei spoke for the group, promising Kunu that they would help her find her mother and revealing that he already knew who had taken her. Kunu's curiosity piqued as she asked who was responsible. Issei informed her that the hero faction of the Cows Brigade was behind the kidnapping, intending to exploit her mother's connection to the ley lines in a plot to summon the Great Red. The revelation shocked everyone, and the Yukai murmured anxiously about the potential consequences of such an event. Kunu, however, steadied her resolve and thanked Issei and the others for their support, determined to save her mother. Issei suggested that they would need a guide in the city, noting that Kuroka was not the most reliable option. Kuroka pouted at this remark, while Kunu smiled, ready to take on the responsibility. She confidently declared that she would serve as their guide. Later, Issei and his friends were informed by Valley about the Cows Brigade's plans and the kidnapping of Yasaka. The news unsettled the group, as they recognized the threat posed by Rizavim and the potential disruption to the peace treaty. The adults advised the younger members to enjoy their trip while they handled the situation. Afterward, Azazel pulled Issei aside to discuss his thoughts on the matter, earning a smile from Azazel when Issei expressed his unwavering commitment to Kunu and Yasaka. As they explored Kyoto, Issei found himself being pulled in various directions by the girls, much to his dismay. He eventually encountered Sans and Papyrus, who were engaged in their usual banter. The girls rejoined them, and after some playful exchanges, Issei sought refuge at a shrine to pray for a better life. It was there that he encountered Kunu and her Yukai, who mistook him for the kidnapper of her mother. In an effort to avoid confrontation, Issei tried to evade them, but Kunu pursued him. With the help of his friends, Issei managed to subdue the Yukai without causing harm. Realizing the situation was not in her favor, Kunu retreated. Afterward, Issei and his friends informed their teachers about the encounter, knowing that such misunderstandings could occur. Serafal received a message from the Yukai requesting a meeting in their city, and they prepared to leave in 4 hours. Issei and the others were then guided through the Yukai city to the mansion where high-ranking Yukai awaited them, with Kunu at the center. After apologizing, introducing themselves, and explaining the situation to the team, Issei clenched his fist in anger, knowing that the hero faction must pay for its actions. He assured Kunu that they would rescue their mother no matter what, which filled her with happiness. Kunu then asked what else they needed, and Issei replied that they would require a guide since Kuroka was not a reliable one, which made Kuroka a bit sad. After saying goodbye to Kunu and the others, Issei returned to the hotel to rest for the night. He cuddled with Raynare, who eagerly returned the affection. The next day, they woke up and headed to the train station, waiting for Kunu to arrive. Kuroka grew impatient, wanting to continue exploring the city. Issei sighed and encouraged her to be patient, assuring her that Kunu would be there soon. Kuroka blushed at the nickname Issei had given her and calmed down as they waited. When Kunu finally appeared, transforming from a fox into her human form, she approached Issei and his friends, ready to show them around. She apologized for the delay, and Asia reassured her that it was all right, understanding that she was busy. Issei then asked Kunu where the best place to visit in Kyoto was. Kunu enthusiastically suggested the local restaurants known for their delicious tofu. They all headed to a nearby restaurant where they enjoyed the tofu, especially Kunu, who relished the dish as it was a favorite among kitsune. Issei, however, seemed distracted, wanting to visit a special location. When Kunu noticed his unease, he hesitated to explain. Before he could say more, Raynare chimed in, revealing that Issei wanted to visit the Pokemon Center, as he was a fan of the franchise. Issei was taken aback by Raynare's revelation, feeling embarrassed that his love for Pokemon was exposed. The others chuckled at his reaction, and Asia reassured him that there was nothing to be embarrassed about, as it was one of the best franchises. Flowey added that it was one of his favorites too. Issei was speechless, but Kunu offered to take him there, and he thanked her quietly, still feeling shy about his secret being revealed. They made their way to the Pokemon Center in Kyoto, where Issei's eyes sparkled with excitement, reminiscent of a child in a candy store. He looked to his friends for confirmation to enter, and they all encouraged him. Flowey joined him, equally enthusiastic about the Pokemon merchandise. Issei eagerly explored the store, purchasing everything from plushies to clothing, grateful that he had enough money for his shopping spree. He bought a Salamence plush for Tiamat and souvenirs for his parents, Sona, and Tsubaki. With Flowey's help carrying some of the bags, he rejoined his team. Kuroka asked how Issei planned to carry everything back home. Issei revealed that he had a solution, opening a magic circle that created a space for storing items. He had been working on this for a while, with Azazel's guidance, who had helped him enhance his space creation abilities. Issei mentally thanked his teacher for the assistance. Chara inquired about when Issei had found the time to create such a space. Issei explained that he had struggled with it until Azazel offered to help when he learned of Issei's efforts. Floey chimed in, recalling the interesting experience of watching Issei's frustrations during the process. Issei playfully admonished Floey for sharing that detail. As they continued their day, they spotted Kiba and Saji at a nearby bar. Issei called out to them, and they exchanged pleasantries, discussing their own exploration of the area and the tofu's deliciousness. Kiba asked if Issei had visited the Pokemon Center, to which Issei enthusiastically confirmed that it was amazing. They then noticed Azazel and Roswies at the bar counter. Issei was not surprised to see Azazel drinking, knowing some habits never changed. Azazel greeted them casually, and Roswies scolded him for drinking in front of the students, expressing her disapproval. Azazel suggested that Roswies needed to relax a bit more, playfully commenting on her lack of a boyfriend in both timelines. Roswies defended herself, insisting she could handle alcohol, and promptly took a drink from Azazel's hand, quickly becoming tipsy. Azazel was surprised by Roswies' low alcohol tolerance. Even though he had known about it beforehand, it still caught him off guard. He watched as Roswies requested more to drink, clearly intoxicated. Azazel assured the other students who had witnessed the scene that he would handle the situation, encouraging them to enjoy their time in Kyoto. The students left him to manage the matter while they continued their sightseeing. As Issei and the others made their way to the Kyoto Plaza, they were suddenly teleported to an entirely different location. A purple mist surrounded them, and they recognized its origin. Kunu, too, was aware of what this mist signified. That mist had taken her mother. Azazel and Sans quickly joined the group to investigate where the students had been taken. Azazel identified the purple mist as belonging to George of the hero faction, while Sans recognized the magic as that of a highly skilled user of sacred gear. Azazel checked on the group, confirming they were all fine. Issei noted that their captors would likely reveal themselves soon. Azazel explained that they were trapped in a dimension created by the Longinus dimension lost. Sans understood that they would need to fight their way out or wait for the user to release them. Suddenly, several figures emerged from the mist, approaching Issei and his team, along with Sans and Azazel. The leader of the hero faction was a young man with short black hair and blue eyes, dressed in a mix of a Japanese school uniform and ancient Chinese attire. He introduced himself as Cao Cao, a descendant of the famous historical figure, and expressed his pleasure in meeting them, especially Issei. The atmosphere turned tense as more figures appeared from the mist. Issei recognized several of them, including Jean, Heracles, Leonardo, and Siegfried. They had come to disrupt the peace treaty. As the situation escalated, anti-monster constructs created by Leonardo's sacred gear, Annihilation Maker, began attacking Issei and his team. Issei quickly organized a response, directing his teammates to focus on the anti-monsters. He instructed Kiba to create swords that could consume light to combat the constructs. He assigned Chara and Frisk to guard Kunu alongside Asia, while Raynare assisted Kiba. Kuroka was told to keep her distance and use her senjutsu shots, as well as the mist she had used in the previous timeline. Issei then used a promotion seal from Sona to elevate Saji to Queen, asking him to siphon energy from the anti-monsters and unleash Vitra flames to weaken them. Meanwhile, Azazel confronted Cao Cao, wielding his downfall dragon spear. Cao Cao matched Azazel's skill, but the battle was interrupted when three girls approached Issei, declaring him their opponent. Before Issei could react, Sans intervened, using his gravity magic to pin the girls against a wall, rendering them unable to escape. He summoned Gaster Blasters and swiftly defeated them. Issei thanked Sans and prepared to confront the other members of the hero faction. Sans gave him an encouraging thumbs up, and he, along with Floey, began to assist in battling the remaining members of the hero faction while also helping to deal with the anti-monsters. Issei focused on Leonardo, determined to neutralize the threat of the anti-monsters. With incredible speed, he charged at Leonardo, knocking him out before he could react. The others were caught off guard, and Issei's swift action prevented the formation of more anti-monsters. Cao Cao was taken aback, while Azazel smiled, knowing Issei had targeted the right opponent. Cao Cao realized they needed to retreat. Just then, a golem appeared on the battlefield, a sign of Lu Fei's involvement. Shortly after, Lu Fei arrived, sitting on her broom. She addressed Cao Cao, reminding him that he had disregarded Vala's warning about attacking Issei, who was his rival. She declared that the golem was a punishment for his actions. Lu Fei then turned to Issei with a smile, recalling how she had supported him in the previous timeline. She asked him for an autograph, and despite Draigg's internal struggle, Issei agreed. After signing the paper, Lu Fei beamed with joy and left the hero faction to deal with the golem while the others focused on the downed Leonardo and Cao Cao. Issei apologized to Draigg for the situation, to which Draigg replied that it was not a problem, admitting he never expected that encounter to haunt him again. Just then, Issei was ambushed by a furious Jean, a young woman with blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. She wore a girl Gakurin with armor layered on top. In a fit of anger, Jean confronted the dragon, demanding to know how it dared to attack them. Issei, trying to de-escalate the situation, explained that he had only knocked the creature out after it had attacked his friends. Jean, fueled by rage, continued to strike at the dragon, prompting Issei to summon Durandal to match her intensity. Jean was taken aback, questioning how Issei had acquired Durandal. Issei, not feeling obliged to answer her, took his stance, declaring that if a sword fight was what she wanted, then that was what she would get. He charged at her, and while Jean had a slight advantage in stance due to her skill, Issei's brute force began to overwhelm her. Despite her training under Vasco Strata, Jean found herself struggling to keep up, forced to evade Issei's powerful strikes that threatened to break through her defenses. Realizing that she could not let Issei gain the upper hand, Jean resolved to defeat him, knowing that his defeat would demoralize the others. However, as she lowered her guard, Issei seized the opportunity, lunging at her with incredible speed, causing the tar on the road to fly. It delivered a powerful strike with Durandal, sending her flying and effectively knocking her out of the fight. Heracles, witnessing Jean's defeat, expressed his frustration, but was interrupted by Cao Cao's voice, urging a retreat as their opponents proved stronger than anticipated. Just then, a drunken Roswies stumbled onto the scene, prompting Azazel to lament having forgotten about her. Floey, however, dismissed her as a significant threat. Roswies summoned multiple portals of Norse magic, aiming them at everyone present. Chara pointed out the irony of Azazel's earlier confidence as the others skillfully dodged her attacks. Cao Cao, realizing the situation was dire, teleported himself and his hero faction away, managing to eliminate a golem before escaping. Heracles took Jean and Leonardo with him, while George teleported everyone else out of the dimension, including Issei and his team. After the chaos, Roswies fell asleep, leaving the others unharmed thanks to Issei's strategic planning. Azazel sighed, knowing he had much to deal with. Later, Issei and the others returned to their hotel to prepare for their final confrontation with Cao Cao, aware that they needed to confront him at Niju Castle, where Yasaka, the leader of the hero faction, was being held captive. Azazel and Serafal gathered the members of the Citri peerage, excluding Sona and Tsubaki, along with Issei's team, minus Tiamat, and finally Zenobia, Irina, and Kiba. Zenobia and Irina expressed their frustration at not having had a chance to fight the hero faction, while Irina tried to get Issei's attention, but he remained focused on rescuing Yasaka. Azazel addressed the group, thanking them for gathering and informing them of Cao Cao's challenge. He emphasized the need to go to Niju Castle to thwart Cao Cao's plans. Serafal then explained the division of their forces, stating that Issei and his team, along with Roswies, Saji, Kiba, Zenobia, and Irina, would head to the castle, while the Citri peerage would remain as reserves. They needed to prevent the summoning of Great Red to save the city and its inhabitants. Kunu insisted on joining Issei, claiming she could help, and Serafal reluctantly agreed. Issei, however, felt confident that he had a plan that would not require additional support. The group understood that rescuing Yasaka was their top priority, as her connection to the ley lines was crucial to preventing the summoning. Serafal confirmed that she, along with Azazel, Sans, and Papyrus, would stay behind with the reserves in case things went awry. With a collective agreement, they set off. In a replica of Kuo Town later that evening, Issei and his team searched for any members of the hero faction. Saji was busy tending to a nauseous Roswies, while the team split into pairs. Irina with Zenobia, Issei with Kunu, Frisk with Raynare, Asia with Kuroka, Chara with Kiba and Floey, and finally Roswies with Saji. As Issei and Kunu ventured into a subway, they sensed a presence nearby. They soon discovered a member of the hero faction lying in wait, ready to ambush the Red Dragon Emperor. This opponent was known for manipulating shadows, and Issei prepared for the confrontation. Kunu climbed onto Issei's back as he engaged the hero faction member, who used shadows to strike when Issei's guard was down. However, Issei quickly adapted, delivering a powerful blow that sent the enemy crashing against the subway wall. Issei then offered the hero faction member a chance to surrender, but the opponent defiantly refused, vowing loyalty to Cao Cao and disdain for sacred gear users. Issei, undeterred, resolved to end the fight, unleashing a dragon shot that knocked the hero faction member out of the battle, ensuring that justice would be served for their actions. Issei kept Kunu down and asked if she was all right. Kunu nodded in confirmation, and they headed towards where the others were. Kiba spoke up, informing Issei about the remaining members of the hero faction. Issei assured Kunu that they had found her mother, and Kunu expressed her determination to save her. As Issei made his way to confront the hero faction, he pondered the meaning of being a hero. Earlier, he had asked Azazel for guidance on the topic. In a flashback, Issei approached Azazel, seeking clarity. Azazel explained that there was no definitive answer. One could be a villain in someone else's story while being a hero in another's. Issei reflected on this, realizing that a hero is someone who saves the day, protects loved ones, and stands up for what is right. Azazel encouraged him to believe in his convictions and to give the hero faction a tough fight. Back in the present at Niju Castle, Issei and Kunu joined the others to face the hero faction. They spotted a young woman with long blonde hair and delicate features, dressed in a yellow kimono. This was Yasaka, the leader of the Yukai faction, who appeared emotionally distant. Kunu called out to her mother, but Cao Cao informed her that Yasaka could not hear her. He revealed that they needed Yasaka for their plan to summon Great Red, despite the potential destruction it would cause. Issei protested, concerned for the city and its inhabitants. Cao Cao dismissed his worries and instructed George to prepare the spells. As George summoned several portals, Yasaka screamed in pain and transformed into a massive fox with golden fur and 9 tails. Kunu attempted to rush to her mother's aid, but Issei warned her that Yasaka might attack her in her current state. He assured Kunu that he would bring her mother back and instructed the others to handle the hero faction members while he dealt with Lady Yasaka. Transforming into his dragon form, Issei, a black dragon with red wings, matched Yasaka's height. Sensing him, Yasaka launched an attack, but Issei easily countered it. The others were awestruck by Issei's draconic form, realizing he was as powerful as the heavenly dragons. The hero faction members began to doubt their plan upon facing someone of Issei's caliber. Yasaka, mistaking Issei for an enemy, demanded he leave. She unleashed a powerful attack, but Issei consumed it with his flames. He called out to Yasaka, urging her to snap out of it for Kunu's sake. However, Yasaka continued her relentless assault, forcing Issei to dodge her lethal strikes. Frustrated, he realized he had no choice but to fight back. With the guidance of Trihexa and Draigg, he used Annihilate to weaken her magical powers, rendering her a giant beast. Using his draconic strength, he pinned Yasaka to the ground and knocked her out cold. With Yasaka subdued, Issei turned to help the others, leaving her to Kunu. He noticed Kunu crying by her mother's side and wished he could comfort her, but he had to assist his friends first. Meanwhile, the others were engaged in battle against the hero faction members. They were surrounded and outnumbered, each confronting one of the 4 members present. Raynare and Irina faced Jean, while Roswies, Chara, and Floey took on Heracles. Frisk and Kuroka confronted George, and Zenobia and Kiba pursued Siegfried. Irina and Raynare worked together to overwhelm Jean, but she activated her balance breaker, summoning a dragon that shocked the duo. Jean smirked, confident that she had gained the upper hand. But Raynare snapped Irina out of her thoughts. She reminded her that although Jean had once been a holy maiden, she was now their enemy, and they needed to take her down. Irina acknowledged this, realizing she had to act for Lord Michael. Raynare urged her to unleash her full power without holding back. Raynare released her 2 pairs of fallen angel wings and engaged the dragon while Irina confronted Jean. Skillfully, Raynare evaded the dragon, which was made of swords, using its attacks to keep pace with her. Thanks to her training with Undine, she managed to hold her ground against the dragon while compressing her powers into a small light bomb. Her focus remained on the dragon. Meanwhile, Irina pushed Jean back, and Raynare seized the opportunity to fire the bomb at the dragon while Jean was distracted. The bomb exploded, consuming the dragon and leaving nothing behind. Jean was in disbelief, unable to comprehend what had just happened. Raynare warned her not to underestimate them simply because they were considered low class. Together with Irina, they launched an assault on Jean, who struggled to defend herself against their barrage of light attacks and skilled swordsmanship. Raynare maintained her distance, firing at the Holy Maiden, while Irina used her light weapons to keep Jean at bay. Eventually, Jean could no longer withstand the onslaught and was struck by several light halos and spears, resulting in significant bruises and cuts that incapacitated her. Meanwhile, Chara, Floey, and Roswies faced off against Heracles, a member of the hero faction. Roswies utilized her magical abilities to keep up with him, but he absorbed her attacks without issue. Chara fought valiantly with her knife, but Heracles easily withstood her strikes. She questioned whether anything could defeat him. Heracles boasted about his sacred gear, variant detonation, and activated his balance breaker, detonation mighty comet. Surrounded by armor resembling missile-like objects, he launched missiles at Roswies. However, Chara swiftly damaged them with her knife, her eyes glowing red as she slashed through another missile heading her way. In that moment, Floey ensnared Heracles with his vines, rendering him immobile. Chara and Roswies recognized this as their chance to strike. Roswies declared it was time to act, and Chara eagerly complied. She relentlessly slashed at Heracles, employing her knife storm technique to weaken his defenses. Roswies then unleashed her strongest magic to subdue him. Heracles screamed in pain as he was overwhelmed by their combined attacks, ultimately collapsing unconscious. Roswies felt a sense of triumph, recalling how she had once been easily overpowered by him. Meanwhile, Frisk struggled to approach George, who continuously used magic to keep him at bay. Kuroka attempted to assist but found it challenging to break through George's defenses. She needed to identify a weakness in his magical abilities. Fortunately, she discovered one and used her Senjusta bullets as projectiles, forcing George to defend himself. Kuroka coated her fist with Tuki and successfully pierced through George's defenses. With the opening created, Frisk charged in and delivered a roundhouse kick that left George disoriented. George tried to use magic to slow Frisk down, but he was too quick. With a swift uppercut, Frisk broke George's jaw, leaving him unable to continue the fight, ultimately leading to his surrender. After saving Yasaka from the hero faction, everyone returned to their rooms. Yasaka and Kunu expressed their gratitude to Issei and his team. Earlier, after everyone had teleported, Yasaka had asked Issei if there was something he wanted in return, playfully drawing his attention. However, Issei managed to keep his composure and requested an audience with her, to which she agreed. Upon returning to his room, Issei found Raynare and the others waiting for him. When they inquired about his absence, Issei explained that he wanted to talk to Yasaka and Kunu. He also revealed his intention to restore their memories of the previous timeline, surprising everyone. Raynare expressed her concern, reminding him of the potential risks involving the Shinto pantheon. Issei acknowledged the danger but felt it was necessary to share the truth with them, as they had been close to him in the previous timeline. Asia noted that, based on stories, the Shinto gods seemed quite jealous. Floey voiced his uncertainty, fearing complications if the Shinto gods became involved. Issei reassured them, stating that he doubted they would attack unless they wanted to provoke a war. He believed Yasaka could help prevent any conflict. Chara added that if they did attack, they would be ready to defend themselves. The group agreed, knowing they would stand together as a family through any challenges. Grateful for their support, Issei suggested they all get some rest, as they needed to be ready for the next day. They departed for their rooms, eager to enjoy their time together, especially since they would be leaving in 2 days. Issei cuddled with Raynare as they settled in for the night. Before drifting off, he asked her if she felt any jealousy. Raynare admitted she did, recalling how she had not been close to him in the past. Issei reassured her that she had always held a place in his heart, even after her betrayal. He expressed his confusion over her actions back then, and tears began to well in his eyes. Seeing him distressed, Raynare embraced him, understanding that her past self's betrayal still affected him deeply. She comforted him, encouraging him to let out his emotions. Issei cried in her arms, and Raynare soothed him like a caring mother. Her love for him was unwavering, and she knew he needed to release the trauma that had lingered in his heart. Issei then separated from Raynare and expressed his apologies for ruining her gown. Raynare reassured him, reminding him that she would always be there for him and that she loved him. Issei wiped his tears and thanked her. She encouraged him to get some rest, as he had an important meeting the next day. They both settled down to sleep, anticipating what awaited them. The following day, Issei informed Azazel and Seraphal about his plans. They were both confused and anxious, not wanting to lose him, especially since he was close to Azazel and was Seraphal's crush. Azazel voiced his concerns, questioning Issei's certainty about his decision, fearing that it might lead to an attack. Issei reassured them that there would be no war. Seraphal expressed her worry, but Issei comforted her, insisting that nothing would happen to him. As Issei departed, both Azazel and Seraphal watched him with concern as he headed to the yokai to reveal their memories. They trusted that Yasaka and the other yokai would not harm him, but their worries lingered about the Shinto gods. At the yokai mansion, Issei arrived and asked Draigg and Trihexa if they were ready. They confirmed their readiness and entered the mansion, where they were warmly welcomed as Issei was seen as their savior, the one who would bring their leader back. He made his way to Yasaka's private chamber, where he found her working at her desk while Kunu fidgeted with a toy. Upon seeing Issei, Kunu excitedly jumped on him. Issei acknowledged her enthusiasm, noting how much she missed him. He informed her that he would be there until the next day, but Kunu pouted, knowing he would eventually leave. Issei reassured her that he would return soon, giving her affectionate head pats that she cherished. Lady Yasaka then spoke, expressing her honor in meeting the Red Dragon Emperor in person. Issei insisted that she should not bow to him, but Yasaka insisted on calling him by his name, acknowledging that he had saved her life. Issei agreed, and the conversation turned serious as he revealed his red soul trait, which both Yasaka and Kunu recognized as the soul of determination. Yasaka was taken aback, recalling that she had only seen the soul of determination once before, 700 years ago. She inquired if Issei had performed a true reset, to which he confirmed that he had. Yasaka was shocked, wondering what could have driven him to reset the timeline entirely, especially given his joyful demeanor. In the background, Roswiz, a Valkyrie turned devil, reflected on her past with Issei. She had been there for him until his last breath before the reset, feeling disappointment and anger towards her former master's actions. She had resolved never to become a devil after the reset. Among all the girls from the previous timeline, she was the most rational and calm, knowing that her presence could cause drama. She had fallen in love with Issei when he promised to protect her, even if it meant being her boyfriend. Frisk Dreamer, another character in this tale, had a different background. Born to unnamed parents and raised in an orphanage, he had run away for unknown reasons and stumbled upon Mount Ebat, where he fell into the underground. After befriending the monsters, including one who despised humanity, he learned about their struggles and the horrific experiments they endured. Despite this, he forgave them and helped them escape, even fighting against Asriel to remind him of his true self. Together, they destroyed the barrier, and Frisk became an ambassador for monster kind, working to dismantle anti-monster organizations and promote acceptance. Askari Dreamer, Frisk's new adoptive father, informed him that he would be attending Kuo Academy. Frisk had a fondness for monster kind, his adoptive parents Toriel and Askari Dreamer, Issei and his team, Kiba, Gasper, and Sona along with her peerage. He felt neutral about the ORC, aside from Kiba and Gasper, as well as the students of Kuo, Azazel, Serafal, and other factions. His dislikes included monster haters, racists, bullies, and prideful individuals. Frisk harbored a deep hatred for anyone who harmed his friends or family and for those who attacked monster kind. His favorite food was cinnamon pie. Frisk possessed peak human abilities, having trained under Undyne, which enhanced his speed and reflexes. He mastered hand-to-hand combat from Undyne, allowing him to keep up with various fighting styles and excel in close-range confrontations. His soul trait enabled him to regenerate, allowing him to recover from near-fatal wounds as long as he did not give up. He also demonstrated impressive evasive maneuvers, having survived encounters with a surreal dreamer, one of the top 10 strongest beings. His soul trait was perseverance, represented by the color purple. Previously, the group had witnessed the aftermath of a meeting with Yukai and had grown closer to Kunu. They explored Kyoto, guided by Kunu, visiting a restaurant and a real-life Pokemon Center, where Frisk and Flowey purchased numerous items. Their adventure took a turn when they were enveloped in mist and teleported to a dimension created by the Longinus Dimension Lost. They were soon joined by Azazel and Sans, who had sensed the missing students. The group confronted the hero faction, responsible for the kidnapping of Lady Yasaka, the leader of the Yukai faction. The leader of the hero faction launched an attack on Issei and his friends, as well as Azazel and Sans. Azazel engaged in a fierce battle with Chow Chow, the leader, while Issei led his team against the anti-monster beings created by Leonardo's sacred gear, Annihilation Maker. After knocking out Leonardo, Issei faced an enraged Jean, whom he easily overwhelmed. With 2 members of the hero faction down, he confronted a golem summoned by Lu Fei and Valley. A chaotic scene unfolded when a tipsy Roswys arrived, using her magical abilities to create disorder, forcing the hero faction to retreat. The team returned to the hotel, preparing for a final showdown against the hero faction to rescue Lady Yasaka. They ventured into a replica of Kyoto, splitting up to search for her. Issei and Kunu descended into the subway, where they encountered a member of the hero faction, whom Issei swiftly defeated. They received a call from the others, confirming the location of the hero faction and Lady Yasaka. Issei and Kunu rushed to the scene to save her. The teams divided to tackle the hero faction members, having fought them twice in a previous timeline. Raynare and Irina faced. Jean, Chara, Roswys, and Flowey dealt with Heracles. Frisk and Kuroka confronted George, Zenobia and Kiba took on Siegfried, while Issei faced Yasaka and Saji held off Chow Chow. In his dragon form, Issei managed to defeat Yasaka, who transformed into her 9-tailed fox form. After rendering her unconscious, he asked Kunu to watch over her until they dealt with the hero faction. Issei rushed to assist Saji, who was nearly defeated by Chow Chow without his intervention. Chow Chow, noticing his fallen teammates, attempted to use the Dragon Eater on Issei, but Issei snatched the vial before he could react. Consumed by rage, Chow Chow activated his balance breaker, the Truth Idea, in a last-ditch effort to defeat Issei. However, George teleported him and the remaining hero faction members away just in time. Issei and the others returned to an unconscious Yasaka. Following Azazel's advice, Issei used Palingual, which awakened Yasaka. After their reunion, Yasaka asked Issei if he wanted something in return for his help, to which he requested a conversation. She agreed. During their discussion about his next steps, Issei's friends expressed concern for him, but he reassured them that he would handle it. As they settled down for the night, Issei asked Raynare if she felt jealous. She admitted that she did, and he revealed that a part of him still loved her, tears welling in his eyes as he reflected on the past. Raynare embraced him, assuring him that she would always be there for him, bringing him happiness. The next day, Issei informed Azazel and Serafal of his intentions. He entered Yasaka's mansion, where he found Yasaka at her desk and Kunu playing with her toy. He revealed that he was the soul of determination, surprising them both. He then activated their memories of the previous timeline, prompting the mother-daughter duo to embrace him, having missed him dearly. It was revealed that Yasaka had harbored feelings for Issei but never had the chance to confess. When asked about his decision to commit a true reset, Issei explained everything that had transpired in the previous timeline, causing both to become furious. Kunu, in particular, wanted to confront those responsible, but Issei persuaded her to refrain. They embraced him once more, assuring him of their support. At that moment, Yasaka decided to confess her feelings, which Issei accepted, bringing her immense joy. Issei then wondered if Kunu could become his adoptive daughter if she wished, to which she happily agreed. After that, Issei, along with Yasaka and Kunu, introduced her to the other girls. Initially feeling a twinge of jealousy at the thought of another lady gaining Issei's affection, they quickly accepted her. They then explored Kyoto, visiting the flower gardens, which delighted Chloe. Afterward, they all returned to their hotel room to pack for their journey back to Kuro. Issei and his friends made their way to the Kyoto train station, bidding farewell to those present. A few hours later, they arrived home, where their parents, along with Sona and Tiamat, greeted them. Issei recounted everything that happened during the trip, leaving everyone puzzled about how he had acquired a daughter, especially his mother, who questioned the situation. Issei clarified to the confused audience that Kunu was his adopted daughter, with Yasaka as her mother. They were aware of Kunu's presence, but the news was surprising, especially since Issei had previously mentioned Kunu's desire to be his wife when she grew up. Miki expressed her surprise, questioning Issei about becoming an adoptive father. Before Issei could respond, Asia interjected, explaining that when Issei had worked on a children's show back when he was a devil, he had been exceptionally good with kids, earning a superstar status in the underworld. The show was called A Pay Dragon. Draigg chimed in, expressing his relief at not having to go through that experience again. Miki remarked that she never imagined her son would become a superstar and expressed her eagerness to meet her new granddaughter to spoil her. Goru shared his excitement about meeting the sweet child as well, admitting he was initially surprised to become a grandfather so early but was grateful that Kunu was not Issei's biological daughter, given his youth. Issei explained that Kunu had once viewed him as a big brother and that he had felt a fatherly instinct toward her since she had never known her father. Miki inquired if Kunu would be visiting soon, to which Issei replied that Yasaka had not mentioned anything, so he was unsure. Sona then asked what other activities they had engaged in aside from Issei gaining another harem member, glaring at him, which made him sweat. Issei detailed their adventures, mentioning visits to the Pokemon Center and restaurants that served tofu. He noted that the hero faction had caused some trouble, but they had also enjoyed the flower gardens and other places. He added that he would be strengthening the barrier around their home to only allow beings of beyond Satan class to enter. Miki asked for the reason behind this decision, and Issei explained that Rizavim had managed to kidnap their family to use against him, but he vowed to protect them even if it meant facing a god. Gora thanked Issei for his dedication, and Issei reassured him that he was grateful for their support despite his past actions. Goro emphasized that they would have loved and cared for him regardless of his previous behavior, acknowledging that Issei had chosen not to pursue a path of revenge. Tiamat agreed, sharing her own experience of attacking Draigg's past hosts out of vengeance but realizing she would never go down that road again. Chloe reflected on his own past, having once died at the hands of humanity due to a misunderstanding, but now striving to make amends and ensure history did not repeat itself, grateful for the second chance he had been given. Miki then reminded everyone to freshen up, as they had a school festival approaching. Sona asked for suggestions, and Issei recalled that during his time with the ORC in the previous timeline, they had chosen a Halloween theme. He proposed doing something similar, suggesting a theme related to Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria. Sona flinched at the mention of the animatronic, still haunted by the traumatic experience. Issei noticed her reaction but pretended not to understand. Sona admitted that the bear still frightened her. Chara and Raynare remembered how traumatic that experience had been for Sona, recalling how she had clung to her best friend during the ordeal. Seizing the moment, Chara decided to reveal a secret, capturing Sona's attention. Issei, sensing trouble, silently urged Chara not to continue. However, Chara revealed that it was Issei who had orchestrated the prank that led Sona to that frightening encounter. Sona glared at Issei, her anger flaring as she realized he had set her up. Embarrassed and furious, she began to radiate an intense aura. Issei felt a chill run down his spine, recognizing the seriousness of her anger. Even the dragons felt a sense of dread at her fury as a blue aura surrounded her. In a low voice that sent shivers down Issei's spine, Sona warned him that he should start running. Issei quickly agreed and took off, while Mickey pleaded with them not to destroy the house. However, her words went unheard as Issei dashed out, with Sona hot on his heels. Moments later, Issei found himself dodging torrents of water as Sona chased him, her determination unwavering. Sona was filled with fury and embarrassment as she confronted Issei. She couldn't understand why he was running away from her. Issei, noticing her close proximity, felt a rush of panic and urged himself to escape. He ran all the way to school, relieved to have lost Sona in the process. Once he arrived, he decided to meet up with Kiba and Gasper, needing a break from the situation with Sona. At Ko Academy, around 1:30 p.m., Issei walked towards Kiba and Gasper, who had been waiting for him. He greeted them with a casual wave. Kiba and Gasper turned to him, happy to see their friend. Kiba greeted him, while Gasper affectionately called him Big Brother, and asked what was going on. Issei explained that he was just trying to get some distance from Sona. Noticing Issei's expression, Kiba and Gasper exchanged glances, curious about what had happened. Issei recounted the amusing incident where Sona had been startled by an animatronic, leading to her chasing him after discovering his prank. They all chuckled at the thought of Sona's reaction and Issei's subsequent flight. Kiba suggested they visit a new arcade that had opened in the mall, where they could have fun and grab a bite to eat. Gasper eagerly chimed in, expressing his excitement about going to the mall since he had been cooped up for so long. Issei agreed, and they set off together. At the mall, they immersed themselves in various arcade games, enjoying titles like Wreck-It Ralph, Sugar Rush, and Mario Kart GX. They played for hours, relishing the time away from their recent troubles, and shared a meal before heading home. As they parted ways, Kiba and Gasper headed towards their own residence while Issei made his way back home. He hoped that Sona's anger had cooled down a bit and prepared himself to explain his actions, knowing he needed to apologize for the prank. Arriving at the Haidu residence around 5:30 p.m., Issei was greeted by his parents. When he asked about Sona, they informed him she was in his room. On his way, he exchanged pleasantries with the others and shot a glare at his little sister, who had a smirk on her face. He playfully declared that she would be missing out on chocolate for 2 days, prompting her to protest dramatically. With a smirk, Issei headed to his room where Sona was waiting, tapping her fingers on his chair in frustration. Sona greeted him, her voice tinged with anger. Issei knew he needed to apologize for his actions. He began to explain his reasoning, acknowledging her feelings. Sona listened, understanding that being watched could be incredibly frustrating, especially since she had experienced similar situations with her older sister, Seraphal Leviathan. Issei expressed his regret for the prank, admitting he hadn't realized how it would affect her. Sona nodded, recognizing that she should have approached him directly instead of spying. She also felt the need to apologize for her actions and for what Rias had done to him and his family. Issei reassured her that she didn't need to apologize for Rias's mistakes, reminding her that Rias had already expressed her remorse. He pointed out that Sona could have avoided the jump scare if she had managed her power better during the game. Sona's eyes widened as she realized she could have navigated the game without incident. She reflected on her newfound skills, admitting she never knew she had a talent for video games, even as she was learning to cook from Issei's mother. Issei smiled at her revelation, and just then, Mickey's voice called for everyone to help set the table for dinner. Issei and Sona joined the others to assist their parents, feeling a sense of camaraderie as they prepared for the meal together. They all had a pleasant dinner, after which they went to sleep. The next day, Kuo Academy, 11:30 a.m. The Occult Research Club and the Student Council had decided to collaborate for the school festival, aiming to make it better than before. Issei suggested creating a real-life horror game, while the Occult Research Club opted for a maid cafe, eager to try something new. They realized they needed to replicate the pizza restaurant's atmosphere and gather haunted decorations, which required significant effort, especially in designing a camera, doors, lights, and a music box for a specific animatronic. Since the maid cafe was easier to execute than other ideas, most members of the student council, along with some from the occult research club, focused on creating suits for the animatronics, including a particular marionette. Issei envisioned the pizza restaurant resembling the setting from Five Nights at Freddy's. He was busy working on the animatronic suits for Freddy and Bonnie while Chloe assisted him by gathering tools. Suddenly, someone appeared, the one who had hurt Issei the most. Irina greeted him, and Issei glared at her, filled with anger. Chloe shared his fury, ready to defend his brother if she attempted to hurt him again. Irina expressed her desire to talk, reminding Issei that he had promised to hear her out if she won their bet. Issei sighed, knowing he had to honor the agreement despite his reluctance. He told her to be quick as he had much work to do. Irina quickly composed herself and explained that she never intended to discard their friendship. She acknowledged her past mistakes and admitted that she had feelings for him, but since he seemed uninterested, she had pushed those feelings aside. All she wanted now was to be friends again, just like before. Both were taken aback by her words. Unlike Rias and the others who had betrayed him, this Irina seemed to genuinely want friendship and peace. Deep down, Issei recognized that this Irina was different from the one he had known. Her voice carried a sense of desperation and pleading. He recalled how the previous Irina had treated him with disdain, discarding their friendship without a second thought. He could never forgive that version of her. Chloe was puzzled by Irina's intentions, struggling to understand why she wanted to be friends after everything that had happened. Nevertheless, he realized that forming an alliance might be beneficial. Issei then spoke up, explaining that there were two important things to know about resets. First, they could lead to significant changes. The previous Irina had been cruel and deceptive. Second, the consequences of constant resets could be devastating, leaving those who once cared for you feeling as if they were dead, even while alive. Chloe confirmed this, recalling how some monsters had forgotten Chara over time due to his resetting abilities. He had stopped resetting when he realized they could achieve a good ending with enough hope. He was surprised by Irina's maturity, especially compared to a certain redhead. It was clear to him that Issei would never forgive her or love her, and she only sought friendship. Issei clarified that while he could never forgive the past Irina, he didn't need to forgive this one. Irina looked up, surprised by his words. He explained that in this timeline, none of them had betrayed him. They had been true friends. If she hadn't committed any wrongs, there was no need for apologies. However, he warned her that he would never forget or forgive what had happened in the previous timeline. Irina looked down, contemplating his words. Issei added that if she wanted friendship, she would have to earn it. She nodded, determined to prove that she and the past Irina were not the same. Back with Issei and Chloe, Issei remarked that they needed to continue working on the animatronic robots. Chloe expressed relief that Issei was not making them into springlock suits, noting that such a fate was far worse than death. Issei agreed, emphasizing that the pain associated with springlock suits was unimaginable. They continued their work until Azazel arrived to check on their progress. He inquired about the suits, and Issei informed him that everything was going well. Azazel mentioned that the raiding game between Agars and Citri was in 2 days, and a special guest would be attending as a commentator. Issei acknowledged this, and Azazel complimented the accuracy of their suits, noting that Issei clearly understood the lore. Issei explained that he had completed all the games, including the 6th night, and had experienced many jump scares, which helped him perfect the design. Azazel offered to assist with the suits, sharing that he had experience in inventing. Issei expressed his gratitude to his mentor, Azazel, who then instructed Chloe to gather some tools. Chloe promptly retrieved wrenches and screwdrivers from the storage area, and the trio worked diligently on the animatronics. If successful, the students would experience a thrilling event inspired by Five Nights at Freddy's. Previously, Issei and his friends returned home from their trip to Kyoto. He recounted their adventures, including their encounters with the hero faction, Yasaka joining their family, and Kunu's arrival. Initially surprised by Issei's new role as a father, the group felt relieved to learn that she was his adopted daughter. They discussed their next steps, with Sona proposing a school festival event. However, a small secret emerged, prompting Issei to temporarily escape until Sona's anger subsided. He, along with Kiba and Gasper, visited an arcade and enjoyed lunch at a mall before returning home. There, Issei confronted Chara for revealing the secret and explained his reasoning to Sona, who understood. She then admitted that they had been observing him to apologize for her earlier actions. The following day, everyone began preparing for the school festival. The ORC focused on the maid cafe, while others worked on the animatronics for the 5 Nights at Freddy's event. Issei and Chloe collaborated on the animatronics when Irina unexpectedly arrived, eliciting mixed feelings from them. When asked about her intentions, she expressed a desire to mend their broken friendship. Issei told her that she needed to earn back that friendship, as he could not forgive her past actions. Encouraged by his words, Irina left with hope in her heart. As they continued their work, an experienced inventor named Azazel, who had created several artificial sacred gears, offered his assistance. Issei and Chloe eagerly accepted his help in crafting the animatronics for the event. The rating game between the heirs of the Bale and Gremory families, Rias and Seorg, was set to take place, followed by the match between Sona and Sequeria of the Citri and Agar's families. Issei and his team attended the press conference for the Gremory and Bale families. Despite the Gremory family's advantage from their knowledge of the past timeline, Seorg Bale remained a formidable opponent, especially if he merged with Regulus to activate his balance breaker. During the press conference, both sides were asked how they planned to win, and they responded that their strategy would be revealed during the rating game. Meanwhile, another press conference was held for the Agars and Citri peerages. Members of both teams were present, and they faced similar questions about their strategies. Sona recognized that the main threat in her upcoming match was Sequeria's queen, who needed to be dealt with to ensure victory for her peerage. The next day, at the Agar Stadium, the teams gathered for battle. The arena was divided, with Seorg and Rias teams positioned at opposite ends. The rating game would commence with a dice roll, and the announcers, Nod Gauman and Azazel, prepared to introduce a special guest. Nod thanked everyone for attending the rating game and introduced Azazel as the Governor-General of Fallen Angels. The crowd erupted in cheers upon hearing that a member of the monster faction would also commentate on the event. Suddenly, a robotic figure appeared, with striking features: black hair, pale skin, and metallic segments. His attire included a pink chest piece and black shoulder pads, and he was equipped with high-heeled boots. The robotic figure greeted Nod, who introduced him as the entertainment star, Mettaton. Mettaton expressed excitement for the event, prompting cheers from the audience. He encouraged everyone to get ready for the upcoming match. The dice rolled a 3, and the teams deliberated on their combatants. Rias chose Kiba to fight, while Seorg selected Baruka. Mettaton announced the matchup, inviting the crowd to applaud as the 2 knights entered the arena to begin their battle. Issei and his team, along with Sona and her peerage, watched intently, eager to see how the fight would unfold. They were soon joined by King Ascari and Queen Toriel, both eager to watch the rating game. After exchanging greetings, they focused intently on the match unfolding before them. The battle took place in a grassy field. Baruka, along with his pale horse familiar, initially managed to keep Kiba on the defensive. However, Kiba activated his new balance breaker, Glory Drag Trooper, summoning Holy Sword Knights to flank Baruka and his duplicates. This tactic overwhelmed Seorg's knight. Kiba reflected on the match, acknowledging the challenge it presented. Mettaton commented on Kiba's impressive victory, noting that it was the first time they had seen him use Glory Drag Trooper. The crowd erupted in applause for Kiba's achievement. Mettaton then turned to Azazel for his thoughts on the matchup. Azazel noted that Kiba had the advantage and had been holding back, enjoying the fight rather than going all out. As the dice rolled a 10 for the second match, Rias sent her rook, Kaneko, along with her knight, Zenobia, to face Gandonma and Liban. Knowing Liban possessed the sacred gear gravity jail, Zenobia quickly engaged him. Unfortunately, Gandanma intervened, forcing Kaneko to confront him. Gandanma transformed into his golem form, challenging Kaneko. To counter this, Kaneko activated her Nekashal level. This allowed Zenobia the opportunity to eliminate Liban before he could use his sacred gear effectively. The duo then turned their attention to the golem. Kaneko sustained significant injuries during the fight but managed to identify a weak spot, enabling Zenobia to use her holy sword to defeat the golem. This victory secured the win for the Gremory team, albeit with the loss of Kaneko. Mettaton praised the spectacular double-team battle, acknowledging the loss of Kaneko but celebrating Zenovia's victory over Gandanma and Liban. The crowd cheered for the duo's triumph against the Baal team. Nod announced a short break before continuing the fight. Meanwhile, Issei and the others discussed the match. Issei felt optimistic about their chances, but Raynare expressed her confidence in their victory. Ascari inquired about Issei's doubts, which stemmed from the formidable presence of Queen Keisha Abaddon and King Seorg Baal, as well as the immense power radiating from Seorg's pawn. Toriel sensed it too, while Floey speculated whether it could be a sacred gear user. Issei revealed that the pawn was indeed a sacred gear user, specifically Regulus Nemia, one of the 13 Longinus. The revelation left everyone stunned, as a Longinus user on the opposing team posed a significant threat to the Gremory team. Chara, although indifferent towards the Gremory team except for Gasper, felt a twinge of concern for Kiba. Ascari acknowledged the disadvantage the Gremory team faced, hoping they could still pull through. Issei, drawing from his past experience against Seorg, expressed skepticism about their chances, suggesting only a miracle could lead to their victory. Back with Rias and her team, Rias emphasized the importance of not losing any more members. She outlined their strategy, particularly focusing on Akino's upcoming match against Keisha. Akino, eager to contribute, was reminded by Rias to avoid any inappropriate jokes, as the situation was serious. Kiba sought clarity on the plan, and Rias explained the need for careful strategy given their current circumstances. Gasper asked for details, and Rias instructed Akino to refrain from using her magical abilities against Keisha, who could easily turn her own holy lightning against her. When the dice rolled a 9, Akino faced off against Keisha. Relying on her hand-to-hand combat skills honed during training, Akino engaged Keisha, who struggled to evade her attacks. Akino aimed to create an opening for her holy lightning, which ultimately proved successful as she defeated Keisha with a well-timed strike. Relieved, Rias and the others celebrated the elimination of a major opponent, knowing they still had 2 more challenges ahead. The number rolled was 8, leading Gasper and Zenobia to face off against Mistida and Ladora. The fight unfolded similarly to before, but this time, Zenobia was the one eliminated when Mistida used her sacred gear, Trick Vanish, to seal her powers. However, Gasper, having unlocked his soul trait of integrity, managed to confront Ladora. In his dragon form, Gasper utilized his soul to create bullets and projectiles that pierced Ladora's skin. Although Mistida had succeeded in eliminating Zenobia, Gasper transformed into his vampire form, overwhelming Mistida and ultimately defeating her. Rias felt the weight of the situation. With Kaneko and now Zenobia out of the fight, she realized that Akino was her last hope against Seorg. Kiba, feeling the pressure, reflected on how Issei had felt in a similar situation, realizing the burden of responsibility now rested on him. Rias devised a plan to deal with Seorg, and when the dice rolled to 12, she sent Gasper and Akino to face him. Seorg chose to fight himself, and the duo understood the challenge ahead. Akino unleashed her lightning against him, but it proved ineffective. Seorg lunged at them, and while they managed to evade his initial attack, Akino sustained serious injuries. Gasper attempted to use his sacred gear to stop Seorg, but his concentration faltered, allowing Seorg to break free. Akino then struck Seorg with holy lightning, causing some damage, but not enough to deter him. Seorg acknowledged Gasper's efforts, stating he had done well, but it was time to end the battle. He delivered a series of powerful kicks that incapacitated Gasper, then turned his attention to Akino. Before she could retaliate, he seized her and slammed her against a nearby wall, eliminating her from the fight. Seorg then used the phoenix tear he and Rias had received to heal himself, claiming victory in the match. Mettaton announced Seorg's dramatic victory, highlighting his durability and strength. The crowd erupted in cheers as Seorg raised his hand in triumph. Rias found herself in a precarious position, with only herself and Kiba remaining. Kiba, now the last piece left, prepared to face Seorg, but the odds were against them. Nod then announced a new twist, a battle royale between the remaining members of the Bale peerage and the Gremory peerage. Mettaton and Azazel discussed the implications, noting that Rias was in a difficult spot if she couldn't take down Seorg, risking her dream of becoming number one. As the contestants began their fight, Seorg commanded Regulus to take off his mask and transform into a golden lion. Regulus engaged Rias while Kiba faced Seorg. Exhausted from previous battles, Kiba struggled against Seorg's overwhelming strength and was quickly eliminated. Rias cried out for Kiba, but Regulus urged her to focus on herself. As Rias attempted to use her move, Extinguish Star, the charge time proved too long, allowing Regulus to inflict serious damage. Rias tried to use the Phoenix Tear to heal, but it only delayed the inevitable. Seorg, feeling pity for his cousin, swiftly knocked her out of the fight, securing victory for himself and his team. Mettaton declared Seorg Bale the winner of the match, and the crowd erupted in applause. Issei and his team were not surprised by the outcome, knowing their previous victory had relied heavily on Issei's presence. Chara went to check on Kiba in the infirmary, her feelings for him evident to those around her. Mettaton announced that the next match would be between Sona and Sequeria in 2 days. 2 days later, at Agar's Stadium, Mettaton welcomed everyone back for the second match of the Rookies 4, featuring Sona against Sequeria. Despite the odds, Azazel noted that both kings were known for their intelligence rather than sheer power, suggesting that the one who outsmarted the other would emerge victorious. The peerages entered for their raiding game, with Saji particularly excited to face Olivian, who could transform into an Eastern dragon. They began their fight with Ruroko facing off against Bafil Furkas, confident that her speed would give her the upper hand. However, Bafil proved to be a formidable opponent, overwhelming Ruroko in various encounters. Despite her efforts, Ruroko struggled to keep pace with the Agar's knight and was ultimately eliminated. Sona was taken aback. She had assumed that Bafil would pose the least challenge. Now, she needed to devise a strategy to deal with her before it was too late. Issei and the others were equally surprised, having never witnessed the Agar's peerage in action. The trio was undeniably strong, holding a position among the Rookies 4, but their strength exceeded expectations. Even those who had anticipated Ruroko's victory were shocked by her swift defeat. Sona needed a plan to confront the knight before they could regroup and retaliate. Just then, an announcement echoed through the arena, courtesy of Mettaton. He declared that, due to popular demand, a battle royale would take place between the Gremory and Bale families. The audience erupted in cheers, while Issei and the others sighed, knowing Mettaton had a knack for stirring excitement. Issei remarked on Mettaton's ability to engage the audience, while Frisk recalled a time when Mettaton had made him perform strange poses to boost his show's ratings. Flowey chimed in, expressing surprise at Frisk's unexpected dancing skills, to which Frisk responded with embarrassment. Issei then turned to Chara, inquiring about her visit with Kiba. Chara shared her concern, noting that Kiba seemed downcast, burdened by the weight of leadership and feeling responsible for the team's loss. Issei encouraged Chara to offer comfort to Kiba, and she agreed. Meanwhile, Ascari observed the exchange and asked about Chara's concern for Kiba. Issei promised to explain in private, and Ascari nodded in understanding. Back with Sona and her peerage, Sona was puzzled that her entire team, minus Ruroko, would face Sequeria and her peerage. Earlier, she had instructed them to split up the trio to prevent teamwork. With a numerical advantage, victory seemed within reach, especially since Saji claimed to have unlocked a powerful ability that could turn the tide against the Agar's peerage. Sona rallied her team, emphasizing the importance of isolating their opponents. She assigned Saji to hold off Olivian while she confronted Sequeria, instructing the others to deal with Bafil Furkas. The Citri peerage agreed to the plan and engaged in battle, quickly overwhelming Befil and eliminating her before she could assist her team. In his fight, Dxd transformed into his Vitra promotion to take on Sequeria's queen. Despite his efforts, Olivian proved to be a resilient opponent, shrugging off Dxd's attacks. Dxd and Vitra attempted to unleash their flames, but Olivian remained unfazed. As Dxd lunged at him, Olivian effortlessly dodged, countering with a powerful punch that dazed Dxd. Nevertheless, Dxd quickly regained his composure and pressed on, determined to defeat Olivian for his master. Meanwhile, Sona struggled against Sequeria, who could manipulate time for brief peerage. Sona attempted to strike with her water serpents, but Sequeria deftly sidestepped the attacks. When Sona learned that Ruroko had been eliminated, she realized she had no choice but to command Olivian to transform into his dragon form. Sequeria called for Olivian, who complied and began to shift into his Eastern dragon form, towering over the arena. With his newfound power, Olivian unleashed his fiery breath and draconic aura, overwhelming most of the Citri peerage. Even Tsubaki's mirror could not withstand the combined force, leading to her elimination. Only Momo remained, and as Olivian turned his attention to her, Dxd rushed to protect her but was engulfed in flames. Sona cried out in despair, but just then, a man clad in black dragon armor appeared, catching Momo off guard. Dxd revealed that he had successfully unlocked his balance breaker, Malbolge Vitra promotion. Vitra congratulated Dxd, acknowledging that his desire to protect someone he cared about had driven him to achieve this transformation. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Mettaton watched with stars in his eyes, captivated by the spectacle before him. Mettaton announced that there were two amazing surprises. First, an Eastern dragon, and now a new balance breaker. The atmosphere was charged with excitement. Azazel remarked on Dxd's achievement, acknowledging his success. Dxd turned to Momo, encouraging her to sit back, relax, and enjoy the show, assuring her that he would take care of the beast. Blushed at his words as Dxd engaged in battle with the Eastern dragon, a confident smile on his face. He skillfully used his tentacles to dodge and counter most of Olivian's aura bullets, turning several of them to ash when dodging was not an option. With a burst of speed that broke the sound barrier, he charged at the dragon, delivering a powerful blow that sent the creature reeling. The dragon attempted to bind Dxd, but he cleverly used this opportunity to drain its strength and transfer it to Sona. With renewed vigor, Sona gained the upper hand against Sequeria, who was struggling to maintain control over time due to her exhaustion. It was clear that if Sequeria continued to be overwhelmed, she would face defeat. Seeing the tide of battle shift in his favor, Dxd unleashed a relentless assault on the Eastern dragon, sapping its strength further until it could no longer maintain its form. As the dragon began to revert to its human shape, Dxd seized the moment to deliver a well-timed punch, effectively eliminating it from the fight. Witnessing the defeat of her queen, Sequeria began to lose hope. Having already faced defeat against Diadara and now Sona, she felt the weight of the challenge ahead. Determined not to lose, she steeled herself for the fight. Sona declared that it was time to end the battle, summoning a powerful water vortex that engulfed Sequeria. The force of the current was enough to inflict significant damage, and with her energy depleted, Sequeria could withstand no more and chose to withdraw from the match. Mettaton announced that Sequeria Agars had retired, declaring Sona Citri the winner of this match. The crowd erupted in applause, thrilled by the performance of both teams. Even Issei and his team joined in the cheers, with Issei feeling particularly elated. Not only had his friend achieved balance breaker status early on, but he had also protected the woman he cared for deeply. The teams decided to celebrate their hard-fought victory. The match had showcased the intense competition between the heirs of Baal, Gremory, Citri, and Agars. Mettaton had served as the commentator, guiding the audience through the thrilling encounters. The matches had unfolded with unexpected twists, leading to a dramatic showdown between Sona and Sequeria. With the victory secured, the teams looked forward to celebrating their achievements and the promising futures ahead of them. Issei invited Kiba and Gasper to join him, as they were selected for the promotion of middle-class devils. He had a brief conversation with Kiba, asking if there was anyone he had once loved. Kiba blushed slightly but chose not to reveal anything at that moment, which Issei understood. It was a day for enjoyment, and he didn't want to spoil the mood. The next day, at the Occult Research Club building in Kuo Academy, Rias asked everyone if they were ready for the final preparations. The group responded enthusiastically. Issei and Flowey were busy working on the toy animatronics. Earlier, Issei had completed the original 5 Nights at Freddy's animatronics, including Freddy, Chica, Bonnie, and Foxy, as well as Golden Freddy. He designed their abilities to incorporate magic and electricity, creating a haunted atmosphere while ensuring that none of the students would be harmed, unlike in the actual game. The student council members were focused on constructing the pizzeria for 5 Nights at Freddy's, which included a dining hall, a prize corner, kids' cove, a vent system for a certain mangled animatronic, the office area, the main hall, and 4 party rooms. Issei contributed to giving the restaurant an abandoned feel, ensuring that students playing the game would experience an eerie sensation. Azazel, Asia, and Kuroka occasionally assisted Issei and Flowey with parts for the toy animatronics. Raynare helped create the puppet animatronic, a marionette with purple tears, red dots, and hollow eyes, designed for a music box that students would need to rewind to prevent it from moving at lightning speeds. A Freddy mask was also created to confuse the animatronics, allowing players to avoid attacks while wearing it. They installed lighting in the vents to help detect any animatronics that might appear. 3 students were chosen to play the game, with the winner receiving a prize based on their performance. Issei continued to work on the animatronics while others managed the maid cafe and pizzeria creation. He programmed the toy animatronics to navigate specific locations in the pizzeria before approaching the player, with Azazel assisting in the coding. Kiba and Gasper set up cameras at various focal points in the pizzeria and added a voice recorder to help detect animatronic noises. After much effort, Issei completed the toy animatronics, finalizing their programming and construction. Finally, Issei wiped the sweat from his forehead, relieved that the animatronics were ready for the event. He acknowledged that without Azazel and his team's help, they might not have met the deadline. With 2 days left until the festival, they could begin the testing phase. Issei asked Azazel if they could start testing the event. Azazel agreed, promising to supervise and report any issues. Issei entered the testing area, acting as the player. He skillfully navigated the original animatronics while allowing the toy animatronics to catch him. Toy Freddy successfully startled him as intended, confirming their programming was effective. Issei checked in with Azazel, who confirmed that the animatronics were moving as planned. Issei felt optimistic about the event but noted they would need an operator at all times in case something went awry. 2 days later, on the day of the festival at Kuo Academy, the celebration began. Most boys flocked to the maid cafe, where the Occult Research Club girls were dressed as maids. Issei watched the festivities, feeling more composed than before. Kiba approached him, informing him it was his turn as the operator. Issei observed the kendo club interacting with the animatronics and decided to increase the difficulty for a bit of fun, motivated by past experiences. With a cue from Trihexa, Issei raised the challenge level, resulting in the kendo duo being startled by the puppet. Issei announced that their turn was up, allowing others to take their place. Katase expressed her enjoyment of the thrill, while Murayama agreed, noting how the animatronics kept players on their toes. Katase remarked on Issei's transformation from a feared pervert to someone liked by everyone, which made Murayama reflect sadly on her own lost chances. Katase comforted her as they left the pizzeria and headed toward the maid cafe, where they accidentally bumped into someone. Murayama exclaimed in surprise, and Frisk, the person they collided with, offered to help her up. Frisk once again apologized and bowed to Murayama, who reassured her that it was okay before leaving to meet up with his other friends. Murayama then turned to Yui, curious about the boy he had just seen. Katase informed him that the boy was Frisk Dreamer, the adoptive son of Askari and Toriel Dreamer, the Monster King and Queen. Murayama realized that Frisk was somewhat of a prince. He and Katase headed toward the maid cafe to join their friends and check out the Occult Research Club girls in maid costumes, a new experience for them. Meanwhile, Frisk was at the pizzeria, where he met up with Issei and others. He noticed Issei directing 2 more students into the pizzeria for an experience at 5 Nights at Freddy's. Issei encouraged the students to choose their difficulty level, and they opted for the 5th night, wishing them luck as they entered. Frisk greeted Issei, who mentioned he was managing the crowd, as the event had become extremely popular. Just then, Issei's former friends, Motohama and Matsuda, arrived, eager to join in. They attempted to cut in line, but Issei caught them in the act and insisted they wait their turn. Frisk supported Issei, pointing out the long line of waiting customers. Motohama, frustrated by Frisk's intervention, attempted to provoke him. Frisk skillfully sidestepped the attack and countered with a punch that knocked Matsuda out. When Motohama saw his friend down, he rushed to retaliate, but Frisk delivered a roundhouse kick, sending him flying several meters away. Frisk then remarked that they needed to find better hobbies than their current pursuits. The crowd cheered for Frisk's decisive actions, and Saji, who had been nearby, approached to investigate the commotion. Frisk explained everything in detail and then took the 2 troublemakers away from the area. He turned to Issei and asked how he had managed to deal with those 2. Issei admitted he had no idea. Just then, Azazel arrived, and both he and Issei greeted the Governor-General of the Fallen Angels. Azazel expressed his satisfaction with Issei's successful idea and requested a private conversation. Issei mentioned he needed to manage the event, but Frisk offered to take over. As Frisk went inside to handle the event, Issei joined Azazel on a grassy lawn. Issei inquired about the topic of their discussion. Azazel reminded him of the evil pieces he and Ajuka had been working on, revealing that they were a success and handing Issei the king piece. He explained that this would allow Issei to access Cardinal Crimson Promotion, a powerful form that had helped him in the past. Issei was excited to learn that he could achieve this form without needing Rias's permission, as the king piece would grant him that ability. Azazel also informed him about a recent confrontation with Hades regarding the vial of Samel's liquid, suggesting that Hades was hiding something significant. Issei grew concerned, recalling Hades's past actions against him. Azazel recounted how Hades had tried to escape questioning but was confronted by Surzex, leading to a fierce battle. They managed to defeat Hades, who had summoned his legion but was ultimately forced to stand down. Issei asked about Samel, and Azazel reassured him that he should not pose a problem, as he was sealed away. He noted that Issei's enhanced reflexes would help him avoid danger, and as long as he remained determined, he could reset if necessary. With that, Azazel encouraged Issei to enjoy the festival, praising his creativity in organizing the 5 Nights at Freddy's attraction. Issei thanked him and headed toward the Maid Cafe, eager to check out the attraction he had missed in the previous timeline. At the cafe, Aquino and Rias were busy serving customers. When another customer arrived, Rias sent Aquino to take the order. Aquino playfully asked if she could take the order, and Issei responded enthusiastically. Aquino and the others were surprised to see him, especially given their past interactions, leaving them momentarily speechless. Gasper chuckled at the sight of Aquino's flustered state. Aquino, surprised to see Issei, stuttered his name. Issei, with a hint of sarcasm in his voice, asked if she was taking his order. Aquino quickly regained her composure and inquired about his request. Issei ordered chocolate shortcake and a cappuccino, asking her to be quick about it. Aquino promptly relayed the order to Rias, who began preparing it while Issei entertained himself on his phone, playing games to pass the time. Soon, Aquino returned with the cake and cappuccino, and Issei savored every bite, enjoying the flavors. The dragons connected to him also experienced the taste and reveled in it. Draigg commented on how well the redhead made cakes, while Trihexa expressed regret for missing out on such treats due to being sealed away. Issei was pleased they enjoyed it and shifted the conversation to their training, noting they were attracting more attention. Trihexa offered to teach Issei one of his strongest moves. Black Sunday. Issei was intrigued, and Trihexa explained that it was powerful enough to nearly defeat the god of the Bible. The move functioned like a black hole, draining energy and magical power from its surroundings to create a magical projectile that could be fired at enemies, growing stronger with the more magic it absorbed. Issei recognized the importance of this training, especially with the potential threat of Hades or another god who might fear his power. As they discussed their training, Akino called out to Issei, asking if he wanted anything else. He replied that he was satisfied and ready to leave. After paying Akino, he noticed the girls wanted him to stay longer, but he had to meet up with others to continue managing the attraction he was responsible for. On his way, he spotted his former friends Matsuda and Motohama glaring at him, forced to wait in line, which made him chuckle. He then entered to check on Frisk. Frisk was struggling with the animatronics, wondering how Issei managed them so effortlessly. Startled by Issei's sudden appearance, he realized Issei had been listening. Issei offered to take over, suggesting Frisk enjoy the rest of the day at the maid cafe, known for its good food. Frisk declined, mentioning he wasn't interested in maids, but thought Dr. Alphys might be. Issei inquired about Dr. Alphys, learning she was the former royal scientist who now lived in America with Undine. Frisk decided to explore the festival for other attractions, joined by Chara and Flowey, who found amusement in watching the students struggle with the animatronics. After finishing with the students at the attraction, Issei and his team closed it down to enjoy the final event of the school day. At Ko Academy, as night fell, Issei and his team gathered around a bonfire, watching other students dance. Some, like Chara and Kiba, were fully engaged in the festivities. Issei opted to check inside the school for others. Earlier, Asia, Frisk, and Flowey had mentioned they would leave early, uninterested in dancing, while Sona and the student council members were busy with their duties. Inside, Issei found Kuroka fidgeting with something, and he greeted her, surprised he hadn't noticed her during the festival. He asked why she hadn't participated in the dancing. Kuroka explained that dancing was never her favorite activity, as her life had been filled with running or servitude, leaving her little opportunity to learn. Issei felt sympathy for her situation, knowing she had been forced into her circumstances to protect her sister. Kuroka, sensing his pity, remarked on his silence, suggesting she might not be the best fit for him. Issei quickly reassured her, emphasizing that she had acted out of love for her sister and had taken the blame to protect Kaneko. He recognized her as one of the most caring individuals he had ever known. He recalled how she had been there for him during his struggles, showing compassion even when he was at his lowest. He acknowledged her willingness to bind her life to him, expressing that she, like the others, meant the world to him. He promised to be there for her and protect her for all eternity. No matter what, it was because Issei loved Kuroka. Kuroka covered her mouth with her hands as tears streamed down her face. She realized that there were people who still cared for her and would always have her back, no matter what. Issei, noticing her distress, wanted to ask what was wrong, but Kuroka interrupted him, her voice trembling as she held back her tears. She expressed that she had longed to hear those words, to be loved for who she truly was, rather than being hunted or despised. Kuroka composed herself and continued, declaring her love for Issei more than anyone else. She promised to stand by his side through anything and pleaded with him never to leave her. Issei assured her that he would never leave, suggesting they continue their moment together. Kuroka nodded and leaned in closer to Issei, but just then, the door swung open, revealing Chara, Frisk, Raynare, Kiba, Gasper, Sona, her peerage, and Roswies. Chara remarked that it seemed she had gained another sister. Frisk commented on Issei's growing number of girlfriends, while Raynare playfully stated that she would let this one slide, despite usually feeling jealous. Roswies, as a teacher, mentioned that she should punish Issei, but since it was a school festival he would get a pass. Sona expressed her disbelief, stating that nothing would change. Saji agreed with her sentiment. Kiba teased Issei about having a harem again, and Gasper expressed his desire to follow in Issei's footsteps. Both Issei and Kuroka felt embarrassed by their friend's unexpected intrusion. Issei exclaimed for them to stop joking, while Kuroka lamented that they had ruined such a beautiful moment. She then turned to Issei, suggesting he should have locked the door to prevent their friends from entering. Issei protested, bewildered about how he could have known they would follow him. The group teased him, leaving Issei flustered. Chara and Frisk playfully pushed Issei and Kuroka out of the building, allowing the couple to have their moment together. They exchanged glances, both confused yet smiling at the situation. Issei asked Kuroka if they could continue where they left off. Kuroka smiled and nodded in agreement, and they shared a tender kiss, finally enjoying a moment of intimacy as the school festival drew to a close. Azazel asked what Issei wanted to eat, to which Issei replied he wanted a cheesecake. Hate interrupted, insisting on something more sinister. Issei then humorously requested 2 cheesecakes, prompting Hate to express exaggerated frustration. Raynare encouraged Asia to practice Dxd, but Asia hesitated. Raynare insisted, leading to a comical exchange where Asia attempted to flirt but was met with disapproval. Issei anticipated that Rias would ask him to join her peerage, and when she did, she was surprised to realize it was a reference to a popular meme. Sona, expressing her bravery, pointed out a Freddy Fazbear animatronic, admitting it scared her. Issei began to recount a story about a memorable meal he had at a diner in Kuo, describing the experience of listening to What's New Pussycat play repeatedly on the jukebox, sharing his humorous observations about the song's length and the reactions it elicited from him and his friend Kiba. So, the 5th time was the turning point. The entire diner was now aware of the situation, and all eyes were on one man sitting in his booth. His hand trembled while his children bounced around him. It was clear he had been onto them from the start, staring at his teacup with a look that suggested he had just received a 30-day slip from anger management. As the 4th play faded out, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Issei took a moment before continuing. He described how the song subtly began with the words, "Wah? What's new, pussycats?" The man erupted, pounding on the table, causing silverware to scatter everywhere. It was a spectacular sight. After taking a sip of water, Issei spoke about his friend Kiba, a true genius. On their first visit to the diner, Issei had punched in about 7 songs, and Kiba had suggested they switch it up. He mimicked Kiba's voice, recalling how Kiba had proposed playing It's Not Unusual instead. That moment transformed Issei's afternoon from good to great. After playing 7, What's New, Pussycats? The diner erupted in relief when the familiar tune of It's Not Unusual began to play. The excitement was palpable, as if they had just experienced a monumental victory. Scientists had long pondered whether people could cry tears of joy, and the answer was clear, yes, especially when followed by 7, What's New, Pussycats? As the song faded, the diner fell silent once more, only to be interrupted by the chorus of Wah Wah, What's New, Pussycats? The crowd went wild, unable to contain their enthusiasm. The diner staff remained unfazed as if it were just another day at work. Issei found himself wishing that someone with a unique perspective could join in, perhaps to express how chaotic life could feel. After 13 plays, the jukebox was finally unplugged, marking the best meal Issei had ever experienced. Raynare approached Asia, offering her some blades. Asia declined, insisting that blades were meant for skating. Suddenly, blades appeared on her shoes, prompting her to exclaim in frustration. Biko greeted Vala with a morning salutation, but their conversation took a humorous turn when Biko playfully accused Valley of being gay, to which Vala denied the claim. Mickey asked Issei for help, and in response, Issei tossed a Nintendo Power Glove her way. Mickey laughed, pretending to throw it out the window, prompting Issei to panic. In the background, a jazzy tune played as Saji sipped his coffee. Sona inquired about her spectacles, and Saji mentioned they likely fell into a hole. Sona was baffled by the hole's presence, leading to a series of comedic exchanges about its depth and the possibility of it being a trap or an interdimensional wormhole. As Sona threw Saji's cup down the hole, they both realized the absurdity of the situation when a strange entity grabbed Sona's leg. Saji quickly used his flames to fend it off, revealing the chaos that had unfolded. Floey made a humorous statement about drags, while Chara countered with a playful response. Issei chimed in, pointing out the irony of discussing drags while seemingly engaging with them. Kiba outlined a simple plan, but it was interrupted when Akino unexpectedly fell asleep. Raynare expressed her desire to bake cakes and asked Issei about his favorite flavor, to which he enthusiastically replied. Asia confronted Chara about rumors of stashing pot, to which Chara casually revealed the truth about her plants. Gasper lamented the tragic fate of the Satans, humorously attributing it to a fictional ailment. Previously, Issei and his friends celebrated Sona and her peerage's victory against the Agar's peerage, as well as Kiba and Saji's promotion. The next day, Issei completed work on the regular animatronics and began focusing on the toy versions, with help from his friends and Azazel. After a successful test run at the pizzeria, Issei declared the attraction ready for the school festival. On the day of the festival, Kiba called upon Issei to operate the attraction. While managing the crowd, Frisk joined him to observe. Meanwhile, Issei's former perverted friends attempted to cut in line, only to be thwarted by Frisk, who easily dealt with them. Saji then dragged the duo away, much to the crowd's delight. Azazel, wanting to discuss something important with Issei, found Frisk volunteering to oversee the attraction in Issei's absence, allowing for their conversation to take place. Azazel informed Issei about the success of the experiment with the evil pieces and presented him with the modified king piece. This allowed Issei to unlock the Cardinal Crimson promotion as well as the illegal move promotion to king. Issei learned that Surzex and Azazel were heading to Hades, with Azazel being forced to leave. Fortunately, his attempt to assist the Chaos Brigade was temporarily slowed down. When Issei asked if there was anything else, Azazel suggested that he should enjoy the festival. Issei then visited the maid cafe, where he was surprised to find that the maids were the female members of the Occult Research Club. After enjoying his meal, he wandered around the college festival. Later that night, he noticed Kuroka was missing from the celebration. He found her hiding inside the school building, struggling with her low self-esteem and insecurities. She believed that Issei did not deserve her. In response, Issei highlighted her positive qualities and expressed his feelings for her, which brought her joy. They shared a tender moment, but it was interrupted by Issei's friends and other harem members. Both Issei and Kuroka felt embarrassed by the teasing from their friends and family. Afterward, they were given some privacy, allowing them to share a happy kiss and enjoy their last moments at the festival before heading home. A month later, while things seemed blissful in Kuo, the situation in Romania was quite different. The war, which had been under a ceasefire between the male-dominated Teeps faction and the female-dominated Camilla faction, had reignited. Unfortunately, the Teeps faction was currently gaining the upper hand against the Camilla faction. In Teeps Castle, Romania, at 2:30 a.m., a figure emerged from the shadows with a maniacal grin. Raizavim had successfully used Marius Teeps's sister as a pawn to revive evil dragons, giving him an advantage. He needed the Sephiroth Graal, also known as the Holy Grail, to increase his power. Earlier he had acquired the hate left behind by Issei's hate drive, which he needed to fulfill his ambitions. Raizavim acknowledged Marius Teeps's success in using his sister as a figurehead to revive several evil dragons for his army. Marius, with a doll-like appearance, expressed his gratitude to Raizavim, claiming that he had made the right choice in contacting him. With the support of a few loyal followers, he had ousted his father and was determined to rule the vampires forever. Raizavim smiled, knowing that Marius was merely another pawn in his grand scheme. He had a theory that Issei, the boy disrupting his plans, had the beast within him all along. He was eager to discover how Issei had acquired Trihexa within him, knowing that he would need an army to conquer everything. Euclid informed Raizavim that the hate, which had been inactive, had responded to the stimulus once again. Raizavim declared that it was only a matter of time before he conquered all worlds, including the mythical realm of Eviatold. In Carmilla Castle, Romania, at 5:30 a.m., the castle was under siege. The combined forces of the Chaos Brigade were pushing back the Carmilla troops and defeating several female vampires from the faction. Lady Carmilla, the leader, faced heavy losses and realized her faction was becoming more of a resistance than a functioning group. Just then, a pure-blooded female vampire arrived to assist her. With a doll-like appearance, long wavy light blonde hair, deep red eyes, and a pale complexion, she brought important news. Lady Carmilla inquired about the situation, and the informant revealed that their clan vampires had been captured by the Teeps faction, who intended to experiment on them. Furious at this news, Lady Carmilla smashed the handle of her throne, feeling the weight of her faction's losses. The informant asked what they should do next. Lady Carmilla ordered her to go to the devil territory of Kuo and enlist Gaspar Vladi's help by any means necessary, as they needed his assistance to defeat Marius and win the war. The informant, named Elmenhide, assured her that it would be done. Elmenhide then departed for Kuro, knowing that if the devils wanted to form an alliance, they needed to achieve something in return. At the Hayadu residence, at 7:30 a.m., Issei and his team, except for Frisk, gathered around the table for breakfast. They discussed their next steps, especially with Sona's graduation approaching. They realized a celebration was necessary since this would be Sona's final year in high school. Suddenly, Sona received a call, interrupting their conversation. Sona picked up the phone and spoke, her expression shifting dramatically as she processed the information. Mickey, noticing the change, felt a sense of urgency and asked if something was wrong. Sona explained that a vampire had been detected in Kuo, and Rias had informed her that the vampire's aura was present in the town. Issei pondered the situation, wondering if it could be the vampire he was thinking of, but questioned whether it was too soon for her appearance. Raynare, confused, asked for clarification. Issei assured everyone that they needed to leave immediately, as the vampire was likely on the move. Goru inquired if Ryzavim was involved, and Issei nodded, reassuring his parents that they would be safe. He knew that if Ryzavim targeted his family, there would be serious consequences, and he would not let that happen. The group set off for Ko Academy, aware that Ryzavim was working to acquire the Holy Grail for his army of evil dragons. They were uncertain of his current plans, especially since Trihexa was not present in his seal. Goru wished them safety as they departed. At the Occult Research Club room in Kuo Academy, Issei and the others arrived, joined by Frisk and Tiamat, who were eager to learn what had transpired. Issei explained the situation, and they all decided to head to the Occult Research Club. Upon entering, they found Kiba in a state of panic. He revealed that the vampire Elmenhide Karnstein was there to negotiate a peace treaty for Kuro. Issei urged everyone to stay calm and assured them they would handle the situation. As they entered, Elmenhide appeared visibly distressed at the sight of the infamous Red Dragon Emperor and the powerful Dragon King, which only heightened her anxiety. Issei recalled that in a previous timeline, Elmenhide had been selfish and arrogant, often belittling him due to his status as a reincarnated devil. However, the current Elmenhide seemed desperate, as if all hope had faded. Elmenhide expressed her gratitude for their presence, though her voice betrayed her sadness. Issei sensed her distress and inquired about her reasons for coming to the devil territory of Kuo. Nervously, she revealed that she needed their help. Azazel asked what had transpired in Romania, and Elmenhide explained that the Teeps faction had broken the ceasefire treaty and declared war. They had defeated many of her soldiers, and some of her clan members had been captured and subjected to experiments. The room fell silent, filled with shock and anger, particularly from Gaspar, who sensed something was amiss. Elmenhide continued, revealing that the Teeps faction had acquired the Sephiroth Grawl and that evil dragons had attacked, bringing her faction to the brink of ruin. Elmenhide was on the verge of tears, struggling to maintain her composure. With her parents captured and her clan facing extinction, she pleaded for their assistance. The group understood that the evil dragons were connected to the Chaos Brigade, who thrived on chaos and destruction. They realized the urgency of obtaining the Holy Grail and rescuing Valerie before it was too late. Before anyone could respond, Gaspar spoke up, his determination to save Valerie shining through. He declared that he would do whatever it took to rescue her from her half-brother, Marius. The others recognized his resolve and agreed to support him. Azazel, however, cautioned against immediate action, explaining that rushing in could provoke war with the vampire faction, which he wanted to avoid at all costs. Chara expressed her frustration at the situation, lamenting how one could harm their own family in such a cruel way. Raynare echoed her sentiment, emphasizing the importance of careful planning to protect Valerie. Tiamat urged Gaspar to understand the danger they faced, reminding him that the Chaos Brigade would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Gaspar nodded, realizing the need for a strategic approach. They all understood that their next move had to be calculated, or else the lives of Valerie and the Carmilla faction would be in jeopardy. Gasper was aware that Ryzavim had kidnapped Issei's parents in an attempt to break him, but that plan had failed, leading to Ryzavim's downfall in the previous timeline. The members of the Occult Research Club felt a sense of happiness seeing how much Gasper had changed. Once a recluse who was afraid to step outside, he was now determined to save the people he loved and cared for. Issei affectionately ruffled Gasper's hair, feeling like a proud older brother as he admired Gasper's resolve to help those he cherished. Gasper smiled back, recognizing how far he had come since the reset. He had trained tirelessly to become strong, earning the respect of even Seorg. The group began brainstorming ways to rescue Valerie and save the Carmilla faction. Frisk turned to Azazel for guidance, asking what their next steps should be. Azazel advised them to remain patient and proceed with stealth, emphasizing that their top priority was to save Valerie while dealing with any vampires they encountered along the way. Frisk expressed concern, but Azazel reassured him that he would speak to King Ascari and Queen Toriel, hoping Toriel would allow him to assist the faction. Azazel then instructed everyone to head to school, noting that Sona could inform the student council, while Zenobia would update the Angels and Irina. They needed all the support they could muster to prevent the situation from escalating. Azazel promised to share the plan by that evening. In a classroom at Kuo Academy, Issei gazed out the window, grappling with the antics of his perverted friends who were trying to pull him back into his old ways. Fortunately, his other friends intervened, chasing the duo away, much to Issei's relief. He was determined to save Valerie from Ryzavim before it was too late. He knew it would take time to remove the Holy Grail, and like Gasper, he felt the urgency to act but understood the need for a tactical approach. His thoughts were interrupted when Frisk and Raynare called out to him, curious about what was on his mind. Issei shared his concerns about how to rescue Valerie and questioned why Ryzavim desired the Holy Grail. Frisk explained that the Sephiroth Graal could revive anything, even legendary creatures like the Grendel, and significantly enhance their power. Raynare remarked on the Graal's overwhelming potential, and Issei elaborated on the nature of Longinus, explaining how each possessed unique and formidable abilities. Raynare reflected on her past with Kokabeel, expressing gratitude for not falling into his manipulations and finding true love instead. As Issei and Raynare shared a moment of bliss, Frisk reminded them of their surroundings, prompting them to return to their studies as the teacher called for the next session. Later that afternoon, Azazel gathered the student council, the Occult Research Club, and Issei's team to discuss an important announcement. He informed them that he had spoken with other leaders regarding the situation in Romania, and most agreed that rescuing Valerie was a priority, as Ryzavim could use her against them. Issei inquired about the next steps, and Azazel explained that they would lead a stealth mission to infiltrate the base and rescue Valerie. The details of who would participate would be revealed the following morning, as they needed to keep this information confidential to avoid detection. Issei noted that some angels had previously assisted the Chaos Brigade without being caught, raising concerns about the system's effectiveness since God's demise. Irina felt a pang of sadness at the reminder of past events. Rias asked what their next actions should be, and Issei suggested they follow the leader's guidance and proceed with caution. Sona then advised everyone to rest for the day, as tomorrow would be crucial for their mission to save Valerie. The student council departed, and Rias encouraged her team to take a break as well. Issei urged his group to head home, knowing they needed to prepare for the challenges ahead. Frisk returned to America, while the others went their separate ways. Issei asked Kuroka to contact Valley and his team, and she agreed. As the room emptied, Issei remained with Azazel. Azazel inquired why Issei hadn't joined the others, and Issei expressed his suspicion that Ryzavim had a plan to use something against them. Azazel listened intently as Issei recalled his clones from the previous timeline, suspecting that Ryzavim might attempt to recreate those clones using traces of his power. They would use those traces to create an army with the Sephiroth Graal, enhancing them with the other two Holy Cross and the Holy Spear. They nearly brought ruin upon us, but with everyone's support, we managed to defeat them. Coupled with Trihexa, we would have never succeeded without Ophus's assistance. Azazel understood the gravity of the situation, realizing that Ryzavim's actions were dangerously reckless. He needed to be stopped before it was too late. This time, dealing with him would be much easier. Azazel decided to inform the others about the impending threat. They needed to act swiftly to prevent the hero faction from targeting Ophis. He expressed his concern that they would inevitably seek her power. He reassured Issei that they had defeated Raizavim once and could do so again. Issei acknowledged Azazel's words, feeling a renewed sense of determination as they left the school to plan their next move. Later that evening at the Hayadu residence, Issei headed to the bath after an intense training session. He had successfully mastered the Black Sun technique, allowing him to drain an enemy's magical power effortlessly. He knew he would need this ability against Raizavim. On his way, he encountered Roswiz, who seemed troubled. Issei sensed her worry, knowing that her extensive knowledge of magic made her a target. Roswiz expressed her concerns about Euclid potentially coming after her due to his unusual affection for his sister, Graphia. Issei reassured her that while he wouldn't kill Euclid because of their connection, he could still handle him if necessary. Roswiz managed a small smile, though her sadness lingered, knowing her knowledge could endanger her friends. Issei placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, promising to protect her. After their conversation, Roswiz left, and Issei continued with his bath. Once finished, he returned to his room to find Asia and the other girls waiting for him. He joined them in sleep, contemplating their next steps. He noticed Raynare was still awake and asked her what was troubling her. She inquired about the Holy Grail's ability to revive her former friends and Kokabeel. Raynare trembled at the thought, haunted by her past encounters with Kokabeel, who had nearly killed her multiple times. She had been forced to fight her friends, leading to a painful rift between them. Issei held her close, providing comfort as she expressed her fears. He reassured her that Kokabeel was sealed away, and she was stronger than her former friends. He encouraged her to confront them but reminded her that the choice was ultimately hers. Raynare snuggled closer to Issei, finding solace in his presence. She needed his support as much as he needed hers. Issei wrapped his arms around her, allowing her to rest against him for the night. Tomorrow she would face her past, and she was determined to protect her new family at all costs. In Romania, the situation had escalated. Marius Teeps had taken control of the Teeps faction and waged war against the female-dominated Carmilla faction. With the help of the Cows Brigade, they had nearly defeated the Carmilla faction, reducing it to mere resistance. In desperation, Lady Carmilla sent Elmenhide Karnstein as an envoy to negotiate with the Devils for assistance. Back at the Hayadu residence, Sona Citri received a call from Rias about a vampire entering the Devil territory of Kuro. She and the rest of the team headed to Kuro Academy, where Elmenhide Karnstein awaited further instructions. Elmenhide explained the situation. Back in Romania, detailing the experiments conducted on the females of the Carmilla faction, which incited anger among those present towards the actions of the Teeps faction. She pleaded with the Devils for their assistance, prompting Gasper to step forward, motivated by a desire to rescue Valerie from the Teeps faction's grasp. Azazel informed them that a stealth operation would be necessary to save Valerie, and many encouraged Gasper to take action. During class, Issei discussed the troubling events with his friends, particularly the shocking revelation that the Sephiroth Graal, Valerie's sacred gear, was being exploited. Drawing from his knowledge of the previous timeline, he deduced Raizavim's true intentions regarding the Grail and the group's current objectives. Issei recognized that Raizavim posed a continuous threat to his friends and family and needed to be stopped at all costs. After class, they gathered with Azazel, who outlined the plan to confront the vampires and rescue Valerie. Many agreed with the strategy, and Azazel instructed them to rest for the night, as the following day would be crucial. He then spoke with Issei about the next steps, acknowledging that Raizavim would likely alter his plans now that he was aware of Trihex's absence. Issei suggested that Raizavim might attempt to control hate against them, surprising Azazel with this insight. That evening, Issei returned home and calmed a nervous Roswiz before settling down to sleep alongside the girls. In the night, he noticed Raynare struggling to fall asleep. Concerned, he inquired about her worries, and she expressed fear that her former friends might return. Issei reassured her that she might need to confront and defeat them to find closure. He held her close, offering comfort, and they both eventually drifted off to sleep, knowing that the next day would be significant. The following morning at the Haidu residence, everyone was prepared to face the vampires and the Cows Brigade. They were joined by Valle, Arthur, Biko, LeFay, and Fenrir, who had come to lend their support. Before departing, they bid farewell to their parents, with Issei determined to ensure that no one from his team would perish that day. At the Occult Research Club room in Kuo Academy, Issei and the others met with Azazel, Dxd, Rias and her peerage, as well as Seorg's and Sona's peerages, Frisk, Irina, and Elmenhide, who wore a determined smile at the sight of so many allies rallying for their cause. Elmenhide expressed her gratitude for their support against such a formidable enemy. Issei assured everyone that they needed all the help they could get to confront the powerful adversaries ahead. Azazel then presented the attack plan, designating Rias, Kiba, Tiamat, Chara, Issei, Raynare, Frisk, Sona, Saji, Valle, Gasper, and Floey to go to Romania, while the others would remain as reserves in case of emergencies. Dxd elaborated on the plan, informing them that they might encounter the Teeps faction and the Vladi faction from the vampire family. Gasper clenched his fists, recalling the mistreatment he had suffered from his birth family. Dxd continued, explaining that they would also face several revived fallen from the Cows Brigade, including Euclid Lucifuge, Crumcrotch, the strongest evil dragon, and Rizavim Levon Lucifer, the third super devil. Raynare expressed confusion about the term super devil, prompting Issei to clarify that there were 3 super devils: Dxd Lucifer, Ajuka Beelzebub, and the one Dxd had mentioned. Tiamat then interjected, requesting to take on Crumcrotch, believing that if they could persuade him to join their side, it would give them a significant advantage. Dxd approved her request. Valle clenched his fists, determined to confront his grandfather once more and deliver a decisive blow. Azazel then turned his attention to Asia, presenting her with the Downfall Dragon Spear, which had once been used to summon Fafnir. Asia felt a mix of surprise and embarrassment, recalling the previous deal she had made regarding the Dragon King. Azazel encouraged her to take good care of the spear, and Asia promised she would. He informed everyone that they would be departing in an hour to confront their enemies once and for all. He reminded them that those without specific opponents should assist their teammates, emphasizing that their primary objective was to rescue Valerie before Rizavim could acquire the Holy Grail. Their spy had warned them that they had only a day or 2 at most before Rizavim achieved his goal, and they needed to stop him before it was too late. And here are some items that will help you against the vampires. Remember, anything holy or sunlight-based should be effective. Here are some holy light grenades and concentrated sunlight bombs. These should be mostly effective against neutralizing or defeating the vampires. Azazel then distributed a grenade to each member of the team. Those who could conjure light-based weapons, like Irina or Raynare, did not need them, while the others accepted one each. Thankfully, Dampiers like Gasper and Valerie were immune to holy light or sunlight due to their human half, so they would be safe. Issei acknowledged Azazel's instructions and felt a sense of determination. The others nodded in agreement, aware that this would be one of their toughest battles yet, and they would need to give it their all to defeat Rizavim. Issei resolved to help Gasper save Valerie, knowing he might have to face several evil dragons, including the formidable Grendel. He understood that this fight would be challenging. Meanwhile, Gasper was determined to confront his family, haunted by memories of the mistreatment he had endured simply for being a half-breed. At Kuo Academy, the team was preparing for their confrontation with the Cows Brigade and the Teeps faction. On his way, Issei noticed Gasper, who wore a sad expression. Concerned, he approached him. Issei asked if something was wrong, placing a reassuring hand on Gasper's shoulder. Startled at first, Gasper calmed upon recognizing Issei. He admitted that he was reflecting on his past experiences with the Vladi faction, recalling the daily abuse he suffered at the hands of his father and brothers because he was not a pureblood. Issei listened intently, realizing the extent of Gasper's suffering. He gently inquired about what had happened at Gasper's home. Gasper decided to share his story. In a flashback, Gasper was seen cleaning the floors of the castle, forced to do so by his own family. The man approached him, taunting him for being a half-breed and delivering a painful kick to his stomach. Gasper pleaded for more time, but his father, Lord Vladi, berated him, calling him worthless and comparing him unfavorably to his brothers. His brothers joined in, echoing their father's cruel words. Left alone, Gasper cried, burdened by the daily abuse and longing for his father's approval, which never came. Sometimes his brothers would take out their frustrations on him, and the clan members were powerless to intervene. His mother was confined to a room, unable to care for him, the only one who had ever shown him love. Gasper questioned why he was treated this way, feeling like a SLV simply for not being a pureblood. He resolved to escape, believing that staying would only lead to more suffering. As he fled the house of Vladi, he thought of Valerie Teeps, the only other person who cared for him and his mother. However, his father and brothers pursued him, viewing him as nothing more than a target for their anger. Cornered, Lord Vladi declared there was no escape for Gasper. In a moment of desperation, Gasper unleashed his sole trait, integrity, causing a bluish glow to envelop him as he formed projectiles of pure energy. He hurled them at his family, catching them off guard. One projectile struck one of his brothers, knocking him unconscious. In fear of punishment, Gasper instinctively activated his sacred gear to flee, hearing his father's furious threats echo behind him. After days of wandering and facing rejection from human children who threw stones at him in fear, Gasper encountered Rias on a fateful day. She fed him and welcomed him into her peerage, promising him a place in her family. Her genuine smile reminded him of the love he had known from his mother and Valerie, and he found solace in her embrace. As Gasper finished recounting his story, Issei felt a surge of anger at the treatment Gasper had endured. He wished to confront Lord Vladi for the pain he had inflicted on his son. Issei reassured Gasper that he would always be there for him, emphasizing that they were like family and would never abandon him. Gasper smiled faintly, grateful to have found a true family that loved and cared for him. That was when Raynare and the rest of the team called for him. Raynare urged everyone to hurry, emphasizing the need to deal with the vampires quickly. Issei agreed, encouraging Gasper to join him in teaching the vampires a lesson. Gasper nodded in agreement. In the monster territory of America, at 12:30 a.m., while the teams were preparing to travel to Romania to confront the vampires, someone else was focused on a different task. Sans, the current judge of the monster faction, was diligently working on a machine designed to access the void, hoping to bring Gasper back. He had been inspired to do so ever since witnessing Chara, the deceased daughter of King Ascari, return to life. If she could come back, then surely Gasper could as well. Sans dedicated as much of his free time as possible to the machine, motivated by the memory of Gasper's sacrifice. During an experiment, a portal had opened, threatening to pull both him and his brother into the void. Gasper had selflessly sacrificed himself to save them, and ever since that day, Sans had been determined to fix the machine. Although he had made little progress, Chara's return reignited his hope. Papyrus interrupted his thoughts, calling out that dinner was ready. Sans acknowledged his brother, assuring him he would be there shortly. Papyrus was surprised by Sans' newfound focus since returning from the faction meeting. He seemed more dedicated than ever. Despite his brother's usual laziness, Papyrus loved and cared for him deeply, as Sans was his only remaining family. Their parents had never been present or mentioned, and according to some, they had simply appeared one day in Snowdin town. Papyrus inquired about Sans' work, to which Sans casually replied that he was engaged in some scientific endeavors that energized him. Papyrus playfully chided him for his puns and urged him to eat before the food got cold. Sans appreciated Papyrus's cooking, especially after he learned from Toriel, which had greatly improved his culinary skills. As they enjoyed their meal, Papyrus asked if Sans was still working on the machine. Sans confirmed that he was, feeling it was the least he could do for Gasper after all he had done for them. Papyrus recalled Gasper vividly, remembering the small figure trying to escape something before everything went dark. The next thing he remembered was Sans in tears, as they became the only known survivors of the portal incident. Since then, they had built a life in Snowdin, and Sans had tirelessly worked to fix the machine to bring Gasper back. Papyrus reassured Sans that Gasper was watching over them. Sans agreed, feeling a sense of connection despite the distance. They finished their meal in silence, and afterward, Sans returned to his work on the machine, feeling closer than ever to completing it. Papyrus eagerly offered to help, handing Sans the necessary tools. Suddenly, the machine began to glow, surprising both brothers. Sans exclaimed in excitement that it was working, and Papyrus shared in his joy. In the void at 1:30 p.m., Gaster was feeling despondent, struggling to remember the last time he had a physical form. The void was consuming him, but he refused to give up hope. He had promised to reunite with his children and the Red Dragon Emperor, and he was determined to fulfill that promise. Then he noticed a light in the distance, which was unusual since the void typically held only darkness. Realization struck him. It was Sans who had finally fixed the machine that had pulled him into the void. A smile spread across his face, knowing that he had not been forgotten. It was time to leave the void behind. Gaster approached the light, feeling a surge of hope. He was ready to escape the void and return to the world he had left behind. As he stepped into the light, he emerged from the void, greeted by the sight of Sans and Papyrus waiting for him on the other side. In the monster territory of America at 1:45 p.m., Sans and Papyrus were overjoyed to see Gaster. Gaster appeared, filled with joy to see that some people still remembered him. He had lost much of his fluid form but wore the same clothing as before he was trapped in the void: a black long coat, a striped shirt, regular pants, and sports shoes. He immediately embraced both Sans and Papyrus, finally back on the surface after all those years. Gaster expressed how much he missed them, and Sans echoed that sentiment. Gaster inquired about their current location, and Papyrus explained that they were in a country called America, where humans had accepted them. Frisk had managed to destroy the barrier, freeing them from the underground. Gaster reflected on how long it had been since he had seen the sun or breathed fresh air, admitting that being in the void had drained him. Sans reassured him that he would enjoy the surface world, as their friends were eager to meet him. Gaster mentioned missing King Ascari and wondered about his well-being, recalling how depressed he had been after the loss of his children. Sans revealed that Ascari was much happier now, as Toriel had given him a second chance. It turned out that both Asriel and Chara were alive, living with Issei. Gaster was thrilled to hear this news, feeling hopeful for everyone's future. Papyrus then suggested they celebrate, excited about having a guest after such a long time. Gaster agreed, and they all gathered to enjoy the spaghetti Papyrus had made, sharing stories about everything that had happened in their world. In another house, Toriel Dreamer, the queen of monsters, was worried about her children. Ascari noticed her anxious expression and asked if she was concerned for them. Toriel admitted her fears, knowing they were dealing with vampires. Ascari reassured her, expressing his belief in their safety. Toriel questioned his confidence, and Ascari explained that he trusted Issei to protect them, as he was the strongest Red Dragon Emperor and cared for Chara and Asriel like siblings. Toriel sought confirmation, prompting Ascari to reveal that he had sparred with Issei and lost. Toriel reminded him that they were meant to seek peace, not conflict, but Ascari insisted he was merely curious. Toriel sighed, acknowledging that some things would never change. She expressed her love and concern for him, reflecting on their past struggles. Before she could finish, Ascari pulled her close, offering comfort and reassurance. He reiterated his care for her and his belief that their children would be safe with Issei. Understanding, Toriel prepared lunch for the duo. Meanwhile, in Romania, Issei and his team arrived, prioritizing the rescue of Valerie before confronting Raynare. He reminded everyone of their mission, inviting questions. Frisk raised his hand, inquiring about who would accompany them to the base, as they needed to deal with the Teeps faction and their allies. Tiamat volunteered to handle Crom, while Vale aimed for Raynare. Gasper took on the vampires, with Raynare and Irina offering to assist him. Issei and Saji would focus on rescuing Valerie, coordinating their efforts to counter any barriers. He assigned roles to the others, ensuring they had reserve members ready in case of emergencies. Everyone nodded in confirmation. Issei declared that it was time to rock the party, and the group responded enthusiastically. As the scene shifted, anticipation filled the air for the upcoming battle against the vampires and a certain malevolent dragon. Good news! the team had officially reached 1K votes, and they were grateful for the support and interest. Without further ado, the story began. Previously, the faction leaders had devised a battle plan to save Valerie. Draigg and Azazel informed the team that some members would go to rescue her while others would act as reserves, ready to step in if needed. Issei and his team, along with the Gremory peerage, the Citri peerage, Raynare, and the Bale peerage, set off for Romania to confront the Cows Brigade. Before their departure, Gasper's past was revealed, showcasing a life filled with abuse that nearly led to his death. When he attempted to escape, his sole trait, integrity, activated, allowing him to flee. He remained on the run until Rias Gremory found and saved him. As they prepared to leave for Romania, Sans was busy working on the machine that had sent Gaster to the void. After discussing how Gaster ended up there, Sans and Papyrus collaborated to fix the machine, leading to a heartfelt reunion. Sans then updated Gaster on the events that transpired during his absence. Meanwhile, at the Dreamer residence, Toriel expressed her concerns for the safety of her children to Ascari. He reassured her with confidence, mentioning a spar he had with Issei, which only heightened Toriel's annoyance. Ascari explained that he wanted to test Issei's abilities, believing he could protect their children without issue. Toriel felt a bit calmer, and they proceeded to have lunch together. Back in Romania, Issei reminded the team of their strategy. Gasper and Tiamat were eager to confront their opponents with determination, aiming to eliminate them before it was too late. Valis sought revenge against his grandfather for the torment of his childhood, and the others agreed to stick to their roles in dealing with the Cows Brigade. Issei was joined by Elmenhide, Chara, Raynare, Saji, and Sona along with her team, while the remaining members stood ready as reserves. As the teams approached the Teep's territory, they spotted a jet-black dragon with dark wings. They recognized him as Crumcrotch, a dragon capable of rivaling the Dragon Kings and nearly surpassing the heavenly dragons Draigg and Albion at their prime. Issei and the others understood that only a select few could hope to match him, with only Issei and possibly Asriel in his hyperdeath form having a chance to defeat him. Tiamat was eager to challenge him immediately, but they knew they needed to remain hidden. Azazel informed them of a vent system within the castles, designed for vampires who could not venture outside during the day. He emphasized the importance of this system to avoid ambushes. Issei instructed Raynare to prepare as many holy light grenades as possible, knowing they would be effective against the undead vampires. As they continued toward the Teep's territory, they encountered a man in his 30s who resembled Gasper but appeared older, with paler skin and no shadow. Gasper glared at him, recognizing him as the source of his suffering due to being a half-blood. The man was accompanied by several pure-blooded vampires who had come to greet and defend him. The man introduced himself as Lord Vladi and inquired about their visit. Issei felt a surge of anger but maintained his composure. He addressed Lord Vladi, stating multiple reasons for their presence, including the attack on the Carmilla faction despite a ceasefire and the alliance with the Cows Brigade. But Vladi interrupted, mocking them and pointing out Gasper, which prompted Gasper to demand to know the whereabouts of his mother. Lord Vladi and the pure-blooded vampires laughed, treating Gasper's question as a joke. With a sinister grin, Lord Vladi revealed that they had consumed Gasper's mother after he left, relishing every moment of her torment. The laughter and taunts filled the air, igniting fury among Issei and the others. The atmosphere shifted as Gasper, no longer the timid vampire he once was, radiated an intense aura of rage. His transformation into a towering beast of darkness, resembling a dragon with multiple wings and red eyes, struck fear into the hearts of those who had once bullied him. Gasper had reached his breaking point, and he was ready to make them pay for their cruelty. Gasper, filled with rage, declared his intent to make Lord Vladi suffer. Lord Vladi, prideful as ever, decided to entertain Gasper by launching several magical attacks, but each one disintegrated into nothingness. Gasper charged at Lord Vladi, who barely managed to dodge his assault. In response, Lord Vladi commanded his minions to attack the group, urging them to kill everyone. The vampires, enhanced by the Sephiroth Grawl, were immune to traditional weaknesses like sunlight and had increased physical and magical abilities. However, They were no match for Issei and his allies, who swiftly defeated several of them. One of the vampires, who happened to be Gasper's brother, attacked him. Gasper used his powers to stop the vampire in his tracks and then unleashed a devastating blow, reducing him to ash. This act intensified Lord Vladi's fear, as the fallen vampire was the oldest of his children. In a fit of rage, Lord Vladi transformed into his beast form. Instinctively, Gasper glared at his father with his multiple eyes, peering into his very soul, and vowed to eliminate him and his kin. Gasper charged at Lord Vladi, who attempted to use his superior strength for a decisive blow, but his hand passed through Gasper as if he were made of pure darkness. Seizing the opportunity, Gasper severed Lord Vladi's arm. Lord Vladi screamed in pain as his arm was torn from his body. Gasper lunged at him, delivering a relentless assault that left Lord Vladi barely recognizable. Gasper's fists, composed of darkness, struck Lord Vladi mercilessly until his face was unrecognizable. Ignoring Lord Vladi's pleas for mercy, Gasper delivered a final blow, disintegrating him into ash with a powerful light grenade. With Lord Vladi defeated, Gasper returned to his damper form, tears streaming down his face as he longed to see his mother one last time. Raynare consoled him, understanding the depth of his sorrow. After a moment, Gasper and the others resolved to move forward, knowing that while his mother was gone, Valerie was still alive, and there was still time to save her. Raizavim only had a few hours left before he obtained the Holy Grail. In Teep's territory at 3 p.m., Issei and the others ventured ahead of the group. Along the way, they were ambushed by 3 familiar fallen angels, who had come specifically to confront the intruders. Raynare immediately recognized them as former friends, Calwarner, Donasek, and Mitlet. Calwarner taunted Raynare, reminding her of her betrayal. Raynare questioned how they were still alive, and Calwarner explained that their souls had been revived and enhanced by the Holy Grail, now serving Lord Raizavim. Mitlet expressed their desire to eliminate the intruders without further delay. Chara, eager for a rematch, declared her intent to defeat Mitlet again. The fallen angels revealed their 4 wings, showcasing their newfound strength, surprising everyone. Raynare understood that this would be a challenging fight. She encouraged her allies to proceed while she and Chara faced the fallen. Before Issei could protest, Raynare kissed him, igniting fury in the 3 fallen angels and stirring mixed emotions among Issei's team. Raynare wished him luck, urging him to defeat their foes. Issei and the remaining members moved inside to confront their new enemies, while Raynare and Chara prepared for battle. Calwarner was outraged by Raynare's kiss, but Raynare asserted that her relationships were none of their concern. She declared her loyalty to Azazel and her new family, warning that they would become her enemies if they stood in her way. Donasek threatened to kill her family, which only fueled Raynare's anger. Raynare confronted Donasek, asserting that she didn't need Issei's help to deal with him. As Donasek charged, Raynare revealed her own wings, shocking the trio of fallen angels. She explained that she had trained hard to become stronger, unlike them, who had taken the easy way out. With a smirk, she asked Chara to handle Mitlet while she faced Calwarner and Donasek. As the battle commenced, Raynare skillfully deflected the spears thrown at her with her light sword, demonstrating remarkable agility. She entrapped Calwarner with a light web, stalling her, and decided to focus on Donasek first, determined to protect her family. Raynare decided to give Donasek one final chance to apologize. She informed him that this was his only opportunity to retract his threats against her family, urging him to leave the Cow's brigade and return to Grigori. Donasek dismissed her, believing that her 4 wings did not guarantee victory over him. With determination, Raynare charged at Donasek, catching him off guard and preventing his escape by limiting his ability to fly. In a swift motion, she used her light sword to strike him down, ensuring he could not be revived by disintegrating the remnants of his form with a light beam. Suddenly, Calwarner attacked Raynare, sending her flying. However, Raynare quickly regained her footing, showing little damage from the assault. Calwarner, filled with rage, confronted Raynare, vowing to make her suffer for killing Donasek. Raynare brushed off the dust from her clothes and smiled at her furious former friend, which only fueled Calwarner's anger. Raynare acknowledged Kallwarner's punch but stated that she would need to try much harder to defeat her. Summoning 2 light spears, she threw them at Kallwarner, who managed to dodge. This was part of Raynare's plan. She took advantage of Kallwarner's lower guard and delivered a powerful punch, causing Kallwarner to stagger in shock and fear. As Kallwarner looked at Raynare, she realized that her former friend had transformed. The once weak Raynare had grown stronger, having trained diligently to reach her current form. Raynare felt a mix of anger and sadness, remembering how Kallwarner and Donaseek had abandoned her when her beliefs diverged from theirs. They had even attempted to take her life, but Azazel had saved her, leading her to a new path. Raynare reflected on her feelings for Issei, realizing that beneath his perverted exterior lay a loyal and caring individual. She had fallen for him but had been afraid to confess her feelings, worried he might reject her because of her fallen nature. However, when she finally found the courage to reveal her feelings, Issei accepted her without hesitation. She wanted their date to be special and ensured that her former friends would not interfere. In the heat of battle, Raynare declared that she was no longer the weak angel she once was. She had trained to achieve her 4-winged form, driven by her desire to protect her new family. Kallwarner, still filled with rage, cursed Raynare, but Raynare knew that Kallwarner's disdain for humanity remained unchanged. She understood that leaving Kallwarner alive could pose a threat to those she cared about. Raynare proclaimed that it was over for Kallwarner and urged her to make peace with her fate. She then unleashed a light compressed grenade, which obliterated Kallwarner in a burst of feathers, ensuring that nothing remained of her. Exhausted from the battle, Raynare lay down to rest. Chara soon joined her, expressing happiness that her older sister figure was still alive. Chara observed that Raynare seemed to have enjoyed the fight, to which Raynare admitted that dealing with her former friends had been necessary, as their betrayal had caused her the most pain. Chara mentioned her own past struggles, prompting Raynare to inquire about Mitlet. Chara explained that Mitlet had not taken kindly to a previous joke, and Raynare, uninterested, dismissed the details. Chara then began to recount her own encounter with Mitlet, which had occurred 20 minutes earlier. With determination, Chara faced Mitlet, who boasted about her enhanced powers. Chara responded confidently, indicating that she had also grown stronger. As Mitlet charged at her with a spear, Chara skillfully evaded her attacks, showcasing the results of her training. Mitlet, frustrated by Chara's agility, demanded to know how she was able to dodge. Chara revealed that she had also become stronger, and when she managed to land a slash, she smiled at Mitlet's furious expression. Mitlet, enraged by Chara's taunts, recklessly charged again, ignoring her surroundings, which made Chara mentally facepalm at the unfolding situation. Chara reflected on the situation, thinking about how foolish it was for someone to charge at her without a plan. She found it amusing yet frustrating. With remarkable speed and precision, Chara struck Mitlet multiple times, leaving her in shock as she struggled to grasp what had just transpired. Chara noted that such a powerful move took a toll on her and decided to refrain from using it for a while. She then turned to find Raynare resting after her own battle. In the present, Raynare expressed her desire to learn Chara's technique, to which Chara agreed without hesitation. Raynare thanked her, and they both wondered about the rest of their team, speculating that they might be worried about their absence. Together, they made their way into the castle to rejoin their companions. Meanwhile, 30 minutes earlier in Teep's castle, Issei and the rest of the team were entering the castle, battling vampires from both the Manther and Teep's factions along the way. Upon entering, Issei witnessed several vampires transforming into malevolent dragons. Elmenhide recognized some of the traitorous males from her own faction, which filled her with sadness and anger. She had never anticipated that they would betray their own kind. Elmenhide questioned why they had turned against her, feeling betrayed by those she once trusted. Sona speculated that the males might have been driven by a desire for power, having been oppressed for too long. Saji wondered what could have pushed them to such extremes, while Sona suggested that perhaps the females had not treated the males well, making them susceptible to manipulation by the Cow's Brigade, who had turned them into evil dragons wreaking havoc. Issei remained determined, believing they could save the transformed beings once they obtained the Holy Grail, which would allow them to reverse the transformation and defeat the Cow's Brigade. Elmenhide clenched her fists, vowing that both the Teeps faction and the Cow's Brigade would pay for their actions against her family. She noticed her kin were imprisoned and promised herself that she would rescue them soon. Back in the present, Issei and his friends pressed deeper into the castle, dispatching any vampires and evil dragons they encountered. They soon faced the strongest of the evil dragons, Crumcrotch, who appeared as a tall, handsome man with a striking appearance. He regarded the group with interest, particularly focusing on Tiamat and Issei, whom Rizavim had warned him to be cautious of. Crum introduced himself as the guard of Marius Teeps, stating that he was there to stall them due to the commotion they had caused. Issei was eager to confront him, but Tiamat stepped forward, insisting that she would handle Crum and urging the others to rescue a girl in danger. Draigg, speaking through Issei's gauntlet, advised Tiamat to stay safe, to which she assured him she would. As the group moved on, they left Tiamat to face Crum, and Issei felt confident in her abilities, knowing she would fight not just for herself but for Draigg as well. They ventured further into the castle, only to find an unexpected adversary waiting for them. Tiamat faced Crumcrotch with a calm demeanor, while Crum smiled, eager for a challenge. He broke the silence by asking how she had been, to which Tiamat replied that she was doing much better since meeting her mate. Crum's eyes widened in surprise, recalling how Tiamat had always rejected advances in the past. Curious, Crum inquired about her mate, and Tiamat shyly revealed that it was Draigg. Crum was taken aback, realizing that she had once turned him down, yet now she had chosen Draigg as her partner. Tiamat explained that despite Draigg being sealed, she believed he would return to her in the future. Crum expressed his wish that they had met under different circumstances, as he sought to battle strong opponents. Tiamat readied herself for the fight, and they prepared to engage in battle, disregarding their surroundings as they began their clash. This caused looks of disgust among the onlookers, and some even wished for Lord Vladi to face severe consequences for his actions. Gasper, filled with anger, activated his balance breaker, and he along with Issei's team confronted Lord Vladi and his vampires. Gasper unleashed his power, ensuring Lord Vladi would not escape unscathed. After they dealt with him, they pressed forward, eliminating any vampires that dared to attack them. Suddenly, they were ambushed by Raynare's former allies, who were ordered to stop the intruders. Raynare and Chara decided to hold back and confront Calwarner, Donasek, and Mitlet, who had been enhanced and revived by the Sephiroth Grawl. The battle began, with Raynare facing Calwarner and Donasek while Chara took on Mitlet. The fight was intense, pushing Raynare to her limits. However, Donasek made the critical mistake of targeting her family, sealing his fate as Raynare swiftly defeated him. With her focus now on Calwarner, she recalled the betrayal and violence she had suffered at their hands due to differing ideologies. Fueled by her memories, she took down Calwarner, eliminating the threat to her family. Exhausted, she collapsed and met up with Chara, who shared her own victory over Mitlet, taunting her before delivering a decisive blow that resulted in Mitlet's defeat, scattering feathers in her wake. They decided to head inside to check on their friends. 30 minutes earlier, Issei and the remaining members of their group ventured inside, witnessing the transformation of some vampires into evil dragons. Elmenhide was shocked to see that some were males from her own faction, who had betrayed the Carmilla faction in their quest for power, seeking freedom from the constraints imposed by their peers. Realizing they needed to stop the source of this transformation, they pressed deeper into the lair, only to encounter Crumcrotch, the Crescent Circle Dragon. Tiamat chose to remain behind to confront this evil dragon, eager for the challenge of facing the strongest Dragon King. As the battle commenced, Tiamat found herself evenly matched against Crom, despite her status as the strongest Dragon King. For the first time, she struggled against him. Crom taunted her, reveling in the fight. Tiamat questioned how he had become so strong, to which Crom replied that he had trained hard, inspired by the legendary battles he had witnessed. He was enjoying every moment of their clash. Crom unleashed a powerful fire breath attack, which Tiamat narrowly avoided. She countered with her own chaos flames, landing a direct hit. Crom, with his masochistic tendencies as an evil dragon, welcomed the flames, acknowledging Tiamat's strength. The battle continued with both dragons exchanging blows, their skills in hand-to-hand combat evenly matched. They soared into the air, continuing their fierce assault. As the fight escalated, they took a moment to catch their breath. Tiamat questioned Crom's loyalty to Azazel, expressing her belief that he was being manipulated. Crom paused, reflecting on his own experiences since joining the Cow's Brigade. He realized that Azazel had never fulfilled his promises of tougher opponents. Tiamat shared her own story, revealing that Issei, her master, treated her like family and had played a crucial role in her relationship with Draigg. Crom was taken aback by Tiamat's words, intrigued by this Issei who had managed to earn her loyalty. He asked about Issei's character, and Tiamat explained that he was the Red Dragon Emperor, a kind man who would fight fiercely for his friends and family, capable of overcoming even the greatest challenges. Crom, with a grin on his face, recognized the strength it took for someone to bring a dragon king like Tiamat to their side. He wondered about Issei's strength, his battle instincts urging him to confront Issei immediately. However, he understood that his time would come when they would face each other. Crom then acknowledged Tiamat's words, expressing his willingness to fight Issei when the moment was right. Tiamat smiled, knowing that Crom would eventually heed her call, as he did not tolerate deception. She suggested they move forward to assist the others. Together, Tiamat and Crom entered the castle to confront the other evil dragons and vampires that had been transformed into evil dragons by the Holy Grail. In Teep's castle 45 minutes earlier, while Tiamat and Crom were engaged in their clash, Issei and the others ventured deeper into the castle to find Valerie before it was too late. Suddenly, an unexpected figure appeared, unleashing a torrent of fire that pushed the team back momentarily. Issei and Sona quickly rallied their powers to restore their position. The figure was a towering western dragon, 15 meters tall, with black scales and bright silver eyes. He had horns, wings, and thick limbs, standing on his feet like a giant with draconic features. His presence radiated a dark and ominous aura filled with hostility. The team recognized this dragon as Grendel, the crime force dragon who had once been defeated by the Knight Beowulf. Given their previous encounters with Grendel in another timeline, his appearance was not surprising. They had even managed to seal him away thanks to Rias's signature move, Extinguished Star. Grendel, eager for a challenge, sought out his opponent, expressing his excitement at the prospect of facing the strong individual he had heard so much about. He sensed Issei's powerful aura and recognized him as the Red Dragon Emperor, liking his lips in anticipation of a worthy battle. As Grendel launched his attack, Issei and Sui transformed into their balance breaker forms, engaging the dragon in combat. They matched Grendel's strength, who, rather than evading their strikes, absorbed them like a behemoth, reveling in the challenge. Grendel's maniacal laughter filled the air as he urged them for more. Confused by his lack of defense, the team pressed on, increasing the intensity of their attacks. However, Grendel seemed to thrive on the assault until Issei and Saji managed to snap one of his claws, surprising him with the pain he felt despite his enhancements. Yet, as an evil dragon, Grendel possessed immense pain tolerance, and the injury did not deter him. He continued to press the attack against the team. Gasper intervened, using his time-stopping abilities, allowing Issei to land a solid punch on Grendel's face. To everyone's astonishment, Grendel responded with a perverse grin, expressing his delight in the battle. The team was taken aback by Grendel's unexpected reaction, which even overshadowed Akino's tendencies. Issei recognized that Grendel's masochistic nature was beyond the norm, leaving them uncertain about how to defeat him for good. Saji asked if anyone had a plan to handle Grendel once and for all. Vale, sensing the moment was right, proposed a solution and began his chant for the Imperio Juggernaut overdrive. He declared his awakening as the White Dragon Emperor, ready to bring down darkness and dominate with infinite destruction. He proclaimed his transformation into a pure Emperor of the White Dragon, commanding obedience to the silvery white illusions and perfect evil ways. With that, Vale activated the Imperio Juggernaut overdrive. Issei noticed Vale's determination and felt a smirk form on his face, realizing that he needed to match Vale's intensity. He began his chant for the Cardinal Crimson promotion, declaring himself the Red Dragon Emperor who would uphold the truth of kings. He spoke of infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams, vowing to lead them to a radiant path of deep crimson light. With a powerful shout, he activated Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. Both warriors stood in their respective armors, each reflecting their juggernaut drive but distinguished by their colors. The armors radiated immense power, and Grendel, the enemy before them, wore a maniacal smile, eager for battle. Sona and the others watched in shock as Issei had removed his pieces. Sona questioned him about how he accessed Cardinal Crimson without them. Issei explained that Azazel had given him a special evil piece designed for dragons and mythological beings, allowing him to use Cardinal Crimson promotion independently. Valley expressed his admiration for Issei's growth and insisted on a fight after they dealt with the Cow's Brigade. Issei, acknowledging Valley's battle-hungry nature, reminded him that they needed to focus on defeating Grendel first. With time running short, they prepared for combat, knowing they had only 3 hours to stop Raizavim from obtaining the Holy Grail. Grendel acted as a distraction, and as Issei and Valley charged at him, Grendel absorbed their attacks with ease. Valley used his divine dividing ability to weaken Grendel's energy, but Grendel retaliated, sending Valley crashing back with a powerful swipe. Issei called out to Valley, checking on him. Valley assured him he was fine and instructed Albion to repair his armor. As Albion worked, Valley readied himself for another assault alongside Issei. They charged again, their sacred gears echoing their power as they fought. Gradually, Grendel began to lose strength under their combined assault. He gritted his teeth, but instead of despair, he seemed to revel in the challenge, expressing his excitement for the power of the Dragon Emperors. Sona remarked on Grendel's unusual enjoyment of pain, comparing it to Akino's tendencies. Meanwhile, Akino sneezed back at the camp, causing concern among her friends. Rias inquired if something was wrong, but Frisk jokingly suggested it was due to someone thinking about Akino. Back in the heat of battle, Issei realized they needed a strategy to counter Grendel's resilience. Just as Grendel unleashed a fiery breath, obscuring the battlefield in smoke, a barrier formed, protecting them from the flames. Valley had divided much of Grendel's fire, allowing them to regroup. Valley teased Issei about their survival, but Issei responded with irritation, while Grendel questioned how they withstood his flames. Issei confidently stated that Grendel had underestimated them and urged Valley to show their true strength. With renewed determination, Issei and Valley charged at Grendel, Valley dividing his power while Issei boosted his own. Grendel felt the weight of their combined strength and knew he had to act quickly to avoid defeat. As Grendel's expression shifted, Issei and Valley recognized that this was Grendel's last stand. Issei reminded Valley of how he had defeated Pluto, and Valley understood what needed to be done. With his wings unfurled, Valley activated Compression Divide, steadily diminishing Grendel's abilities. Grendel struggled as his power waned, but Valley felt the strain of maintaining the divide. Issei, aware of Valley's limits, knew he needed to support him as they prepared for the final confrontation against Raizavim. The boosted gear announced its readiness, echoing their resolve to overcome the challenge ahead. Issei unleashed a Longinus Smasher at the Crime Force Dragon. The powerful beam, enhanced by Valley's Compression Divide, overwhelmed Grendel, who let out a pain scream. Even the most resilient could only endure so much. As Grendel began to fade from existence, he shouted defiantly that he would return as long as his soul was bound to another. Valley observed the struggling dragon and remarked that the combination of his Compression Divide and the Longinus Smasher would incapacitate Grendel for a significant time. Even if his soul managed to survive, it would take a long while for him to regain his original form, as much of it would be destroyed. Grendel's cries echoed as his remains disintegrated under the force of the attacks. Valley, panting and exhausted from the battle, dissolved his armor. Fortunately, Issei had a Phoenix tear on hand, which he used to restore Valley to his normal state within minutes. Grateful, Valley thanked Issei, who responded that it was no trouble at all. They turned to see their companions, who were surprised yet relieved that they had triumphed over the Crime Force Dragon. At that moment, Raynare and Chara joined them. Raynare smiled upon seeing Issei, while Chara wore an annoyed expression. Chara lamented that they had missed an incredible fight. Issei reassured her that there would be more battles ahead, as they still needed to rescue people trapped below. They might also encounter evil dragons and stray vampires along the way. As they descended, Issei noticed several containment cells holding vampires and human subjects. He flinched at the sight of flasks filled with pure hatred, realizing that these were innocent humans with their soul traits forcibly activated. The Cows Brigade was experimenting on them, turning them into mindless killing machines. Issei felt a surge of anger and determination to destroy the lab and free the trapped souls. Chara pointed out the different human souls they had encountered, identifying traits like integrity, perseverance, bravery, kindness, and determination. She explained that the yellow soul represented justice and the light blue soul represented patience. Raynare expressed her disbelief at the inhumanity of the experiments, and Issei shared his own harrowing experience with hatred, describing it as an entity that consumed one's sanity. Valen noted that some of the souls had not yet been corrupted, suggesting there might still be a chance to save them. Sona hoped they could bring the souls back to their original states. Raynare, feeling betrayed by her former friends, was comforted by Issei's supportive presence. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted them, declaring that they could not free the humans. It was Euclid Lucifuge, Graphia's younger brother, who insisted that the experiments must continue. Issei firmly demanded that Euclid release the human souls, warning him of the consequences if he refused. Euclid, confident in his abilities, challenged Issei, believing the group was weakened. However, Issei had a surprise in store. A portal opened, revealing Rias and her peerage, along with Frisk, Flowey, Rosweez, and Seorg Bale with his team. They were eager for a fight after waiting too long. Euclid's smug demeanor faltered. Rias informed Issei that Graphia still cared for him, but Euclid dismissed her, vowing never to support Surzex. Seorg declared that it was Euclid's choice, and the group charged at him. Euclid struggled against the combined assault from both peerages, as well as Frisk and Flowey, who transformed into his powerful Omega form. The relentless attacks overwhelmed him, and Issei's team joined the fray, with Asia healing any injuries inflicted on them. By the end of the battle, Euclid lay on the ground, panting and bleeding from multiple wounds, barely able to move. He vowed that this was not the end and that he would return to make Issei suffer. With that, he teleported away, leaving the group to focus on the situation at hand. They released most of the souls that were on the brink of corruption, thanks to their timely intervention. Seorg and his team volunteered to return the souls to their respective locations, using identification cards and belongings found with them. Meanwhile, Rias and her team, along with the others, except for Saji, Issei, Vale, and Gasper, prepared to confront any remaining vampires or evil dragons. They ventured further inside, where Marius was holding Valerie hostage. They all understood that she needed to be saved. Only 2 hours remained before Raizavim could claim the Holy Grail. Gasper was determined to rescue Valerie and urged her to hang on just a little longer. Earlier, a fierce confrontation had unfolded between the strongest evil dragon, Krumkrotch, and the strongest dragon king, Tiamat. Both were evenly matched in power, speed, and durability. Tiamat questioned Krum about his alliance with Raizavim, to which Krum admitted he sought stronger opponents, a promise Raizavim had made. Tiamat called this a lie, and Krum soon realized Raizavim's manipulative nature. They ceased fighting and headed inside to assist their allies. Meanwhile, Issei and the others had encountered Grendel, who had arrived as a distraction rather than a genuine threat. Enhanced by the Holy Grail, Grendel possessed remarkable regeneration and pain tolerance, allowing him to push back the team. However, Issei activated his Cardinal Crimson Full Drive, and Valley unleashed his Imperio Juggernaut Overdrive. Together, they managed to push Grendel back and destroy much of his body, but his regeneration restored him to full health. Grendel reveled in the battle, using a fire breath attack that had no effect on the team. Issei and Valley then unleashed their signature moves, Compression Divide and Longinus Smasher, which ultimately reduced Grendel to nothingness. Afterward, they discovered the Chaos Brigade's experiments involving hate and human souls, attempting to combine the two, which always led to disaster. As they worked to free the trapped souls, Issei heard a familiar voice. Euclid, Graphia's younger brother, had come to stop them. Believing he could take them on due to their earlier distractions, Euclid was caught off guard when Issei summoned the reserve members. They overwhelmed him, forcing him to flee. With Euclid gone, the group focused on liberating the souls from the Chaos Brigade and the Teeps faction. Seorg and his peerage volunteered to escort the innocent civilians back to safety while the rest prepared to confront any remaining evil dragons or vampires. Issei, Saji, Gasper, and Valley were determined to save Valerie before it was too late, especially Gasper, who was resolute in dealing with Rizavim and the Chaos Brigade once and for all. In the Teeps throne room at 5 p.m., Issei, Saji, Gasper, and Valley moved stealthily toward the throne, aware that time was running out. They discovered a secret hatch beside the throne, which led to a trapdoor. Descending a spiral staircase, they encountered several people and vampires in tanks, reminiscent of the humans they had seen before. Valley and the others charged at the unsuspecting vampires, defeating them with ease. They quickly released the victims, many of whom were from the Carmilla faction. Grateful, the rescued vampires were instructed to join the others fighting off the remaining threats, while Issei teleported the humans to safety. Continuing deeper into the facility, they found Marius conducting experiments on a young woman with short blonde hair and red eyes, who pleaded for her release. Marius laughed, claiming she was essential to his goals, and dismissed her cries. Gasper, unable to contain his anger, lunged at Marius, breaking his arm. Issei realized their stealth plan had failed and called for Saji to assist Gasper. Marius, furious, declared that they would not leave alive and threatened them with dire consequences. Gasper, undeterred, continued his assault on the pure-blood vampire, who was weaker than his words suggested. Transforming into his balance breaker form, Gasper began to overpower Marius, but the latter's enhancements from the Holy Grail allowed him to regenerate. Marius boasted about his newfound power, but the determination of Issei and his friends remained unshaken. Gasper, in his balance breaker form, proclaimed that he could weaken Marius's regeneration over time and relished the thought of tormenting him for what he had done to Valerie. With renewed vigor, Gasper continued his relentless assault, tearing into Marius, who could only watch in fear as the onslaught continued. The once confident leader of the Teeps faction found himself on the brink of defeat, unable to withstand the fury of Gasper, who took pleasure in avenging his friend. Marius, attempting to flee the area, activated his transformation magic. However, Gasper, with his keen perception, noticed the movement and used his multiple eyes to halt the Teeps leader in his tracks. Marius pleaded for mercy, but Gasper remained resolute, using his tentacles to ensure Marius faced a slow and agonizing end. When it was over, Marius was no more. Gasper then turned to Valerie, who smiled at her friend's arrival. Gasper's presence brought tears to Valerie's eyes, as she had not seen him in a long time. She expressed her gratitude for his arrival, prompting her to inquire about the others with him. Gasper introduced his companions, including Issei Hayadu, the Red Dragon Emperor, Valley Lucifer, the White Dragon Emperor, and Genshiro Saji. Valerie was impressed by the strength of Gasper's friends. Issei clarified that they were more like family than friends, but Valerie welcomed them all the same. Saji confirmed his readiness to act, and Vitra, his partner, announced their plan. Together, they summoned flames that began to weaken the containment fields surrounding the chamber. However, the barrier started to regenerate, a development Issei anticipated. He instructed Valley to use his reflect ability to halt the regeneration. With determination, Issei summoned his boosted gear and executed the move Penetrate, shattering the magically reinforced glass. He freed Valerie and handed her to Gasper. Once Valerie was safe, Valley ceased his reflect ability. Overjoyed, Valerie embraced Gasper, and they prepared to leave, but a voice interrupted them. A middle-aged man with dark silver hair and hazel eyes appeared, exuding an unsettling aura. He wore silver attire similar to that of Mao Lucifer. Issei and the others recognized him immediately. He was Rizavim Levon Lucifer, the leader of the Cow's brigade and the orchestrator of their troubles. Valley glared at Ryzavim with intense hatred, while Ryzavim merely smiled. Valley's anger surged, and he attempted to charge at Ryzavim, but Issei restrained him, urging him to remain calm. Their priority was Valerie's safety. Valley insisted he would hold Ryzavim off while the others escaped. Issei nodded and informed Saji, Gasper, and Valerie to leave, which they promptly did. Ryzavim declared he would not allow their escape and unleashed a powerful blast toward them. Valley countered with his divine dividing ability, neutralizing the attack. He urged the others to go, and they hurried away, leaving Ryzavim seething with anger. Valley faced his grandfather, who had failed to secure the Holy Grail. Valley challenged Ryzavim, asserting that he would buy time for his friends, viewing his confrontation as a bonus. Ryzavim, amused, engaged Valley in battle. Valley activated his Imperio Juggernaut drive, pushing Ryzavim back momentarily. However, Ryzavim, a formidable super devil, quickly countered by dispelling Valley's sacred gear. Forced back into his regular balance breaker, Valley was struck hard by Ryzavim, sending him crashing through a wall. As he coughed, Ryzavim laughed at his grandson's plight. Albion, Valley's dragon partner, warned him of the severe damage he had sustained. Valley urged Albion to focus on repairing his armor, vowing to hold Ryzavim off. Despite his injuries, Valley refused to yield. Ryzavim, with a maniacal grin, taunted Valley, inviting him for a hug. Valley retorted defiantly and charged at Ryzavim, who effortlessly dodged the attack. Ryzavim seized Valley's arm and hurled him away, causing him to crash into debris. Ryzavim gleefully declared it was time to end Valley's life and unleashed a blast of destructive energy. Valley attempted to divide the attack, but it was insufficient. Just as Ryzavim prepared to strike the final blow, Valley heard the familiar call of power surging within him. Boost, 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 boost. With a powerful dragon shot, Valley unleashed a torrent of energy that collided with Ryzavim's attack, obliterating it completely and catching Ryzavim off guard. Issei arrived and observed Valley's damaged state. He encouraged Valley to step aside, stating that he would take over. Valley acknowledged the delay in Issei's arrival. Ryzavim looked at Issei with a surprised smile, recognizing him as the one who had been thwarting his plans. He wondered what had transpired. Issei asked Valley if he could still use his power. Valley replied that he could but was unable to assist Issei. Looking down, Valley felt defeated, but Issei urged him to cheer up, reminding him that they wouldn't have rescued Valerie without his help. He assured Valley that he would handle his grandfather and would make him pay for the pain he had caused. Valley agreed and left the area. Issei smiled as he watched him go, then turned his glare toward Ryzavim, who wore a smirk. Issei declared that Ryzavim had manipulated and harmed others for the last time. Ryzavim responded with skepticism, questioning what Issei planned to do about it. Issei smiled, surprising Ryzavim, and began to chant for his Cardinal Crimson full drive, seeking a boost from Trihexa, who agreed to assist him. As Issei transformed into his Cardinal Crimson full drive form, he felt the combined power of Draigg and Trihexa. Ryzavim attempted to use his Sacred Gear Canceller against him, but it failed to nullify Issei's power. Issei smirked, confident that Trihex's aura was beyond Ryzavim's reach. He taunted Ryzavim, noting that his power was ineffective. Ryzavim was bewildered, unable to comprehend how Issei had grown so strong. Issei unleashed a dragon shot, but Ryzavim easily countered it. He tried to weaken Issei's crimson armor by using his speed to attack from behind, but Issei anticipated the move and fired his Longinus Smasher, enhanced with Trihex's power, forcing Ryzavim to evade. Issei charged at Ryzavim, attempting to knock him down. Despite Ryzavim's mastery in hand-to-hand combat, Issei summoned Durandal to slash at him. Ryzavim caught the blade with both hands, but Issei was not surprised. He knew Durandal was not enough to harm Ryzavim significantly. Realizing he needed to adapt, Issei shifted to hand-to-hand combat, knowing Ryzavim could nullify any attack he launched. Before Issei could strategize further, Ryzavim fired a blast that knocked him out. Ryzavim smiled, believing he had won. He approached Issei, ready to deliver a fatal blow with a demonic blade, unaware that Issei was only pretending to be unconscious. In a swift move, Issei used his penetrate ability to bypass Ryzavim's defenses and stabbed him in the stomach with Durandal. Ryzavim coughed, blood escaping his lips as the holy blade burned his wound. Issei smiled, noting that Ryzavim had made a critical mistake by letting his guard down. Ryzavim glared at Issei as he removed the sword, knowing that Durandal alone would not be enough to defeat him. Issei realized he needed to unleash his full power. He activated his balance breaker, entering his Trihexa mode. Ryzavim looked on in shock, sensing the apocalyptic power radiating from Issei, who now bore features of various animals. Issei taunted Ryzavim, asking if he was afraid. Angered, Ryzavim attempted to use his sacred gear canceller again, but it failed once more. Issei charged at Ryzavim, relentlessly attacking and using penetrate to bypass his defenses. Ryzavim fired a blast at Issei, but he easily sidestepped it. Issei unleashed multiple dragon shots, piercing through Ryzavim's defenses. Ryzavim dodged most of the attacks, countering the few that reached him with his demonic power. Issei closed in and punched Ryzavim at the spot where Durandal had struck, causing Ryzavim to scream in agony as Issei targeted his weak point. Desperate, Ryzavim created distance and began charging a powerful energy ball, intent on eliminating Issei once and for all. He declared that this would be his strongest attack. As he hurled the sphere at Issei, its slow momentum devastated everything in its path. Issei knew he had to act quickly and decided to use his ultimate move, Black Sun. He charged a sphere of pure black and apocalyptic energy, launching it at Ryzavim's attack. The energy ball absorbed Ryzavim's magic, growing in size until it completely obliterated his sphere. Ryzavim was left in shock as his most powerful attack was effortlessly consumed. He began to prepare himself for the impending impact, fully aware that if the ball struck him, it could be disastrous. Issei summoned his strength to push the ball, shattering the walls of the castle and overcoming Ryzavim's defenses. He knew this would be enough to incapacitate him. The ball erupted, revealing a battered Ryzavim, gritting his teeth in pain, his robes torn. He looked at Issei with a mix of fear and recognition, wanting to voice a question about the attack he had witnessed before. Ryzavim acknowledged the attack, realizing it belonged to the beast. Issei was taken aback that Ryzavim had figured it out. Noticing Issei's shocked expression, Ryzavim managed a slight smile, confirming his theory about Issei's powers being similar to that of the beast. Issei then inquired about Ryzavim's intentions. Ryzavim declared that he would take the power for his own purposes. Before Issei could respond, Trihexa interjected, asserting that he would never ally with someone like Ryzavim and would never abandon his host again. Ryzavim, initially smiling, was taken aback, having assumed the beast was mindless. Anger surged within him at Trihexa's defiance, as he proclaimed that the beast had no choice but to follow his commands for world domination. Issei smiled at Ryzavim's reaction, pointing out that he had not changed. He remarked on Ryzavim's isolation, noting that even those around him were there out of deception. It was time to end this conflict. Issei unleashed his Welsh dragon flare, but Ryzavim managed to teleport away, warning Issei that he would return. Afterward, Issei deactivated his armor and took a moment to gather his thoughts. He understood that Rysavim's knowledge of the beast would create complications, and he needed to act quickly to prevent further issues. He promised Trihexa that he would never allow Rysavim to exploit them, which brought relief to both of them. Trihexa expressed gratitude, and Issei reassured him that he considered him family and would protect him at all costs. Reuniting with the others outside the castle, Issei was surprised to see Crom Crotch among them. Tiamat informed him that Crom had left the Cow's brigade upon learning of Rysavim's deceit. Crom announced his intention to explore the world but promised to return when needed. He also challenged Issei to a future match, which Issei accepted. As Crom departed, Issei learned that the labs had been dismantled and that most vampires from both factions had been rescued from conversion into evil dragons. They took a moment to rest before heading to the Carmilla territory. Upon entering Carmilla Castle that evening, Issei and his team were greeted by Lady Carmilla and a man resembling Marius and Valerie. Issei recognized him as Lord Teeps, the current leader of the vampires. They were there to congratulate Issei and his team, along with the other peerages, on their victory over the Cow's brigade. Lady Carmilla expressed her relief that the threat had been neutralized, realizing it was time to unite the vampire factions, which had suffered due to their division. Valerie rushed to her father, overjoyed to see him alive after being ousted from his own kingdom by his son. Lord Teeps was equally happy to see Valerie safe. He then turned to Gasper, offering an apology for Lord Vladi's actions and the pain they had caused. Lord Teeps expressed his regret for everything his son had done to Valerie and the others. He bowed his head in respect to Gasper, explaining that Lord Vladi's pride had led to his downfall and his hatred for humanity had caused a rift within their values. He acknowledged the wrongs done to Gasper and expressed his sincere apologies. After their visit to Romania and the defeat of the Cow's brigade, Issei and his team decided to take a day off. They enjoyed a pool party, inviting friends from various factions, including Frisk, members of Sona's peerage, Kiba, Gasper, and the Valet team, all of whom had contributed significantly to their victory. The pool area was spacious enough for everyone to enjoy the festivities. As Issei lounged on a chair under the sun, Raynare called out to him, asking for sunscreen. She was dressed only in her swimsuit and Issei had to focus on keeping his thoughts in check, aware of her playful nature. He agreed to help her, applying sunscreen while giving her a gentle massage, which she found relaxing. Seeing this, the other girls expressed their desire for Issei to assist them as well. Sona asked for sunscreen, but Raynare playfully insisted that she had asked first. Sona, not one to back down, took Issei's hand, while Roswiz grabbed his other hand. Kuroka attempted to join in, and soon, everyone in Issei's circle wanted him to help them with sunscreen, creating a light-hearted and chaotic scene. This resulted in a playful scuffle between the girls, and Issei observed the scene with a sly smile. Just then, Asia arrived and inquired about the commotion. Issei explained what had happened, and Asia nodded in understanding. She remarked that some things never change. Issei expressed surprise that she didn't want him to apply lotion like the other girls. Asia replied that it wasn't necessary and noted that they were having a nice party. Issei confirmed it was a pool party but mentioned that Elmenhide couldn't join because she was a pure-blooded vampire. Asia offered to bring snacks for everyone. Suddenly, Miki Hai, Issei's mother, appeared and stated that she had brought snacks, although she hadn't expected such a large gathering. Issei agreed that it seemed fun. Miki informed them that there were people waiting for Issei in the hall who wanted to meet him and instructed him to change into his regular clothes. Issei complied and headed downstairs to the hall, where he found Ascari and Undine. Issei greeted them, and Ascari expressed surprise at Issei's early arrival, noting that Miki had mentioned they were enjoying themselves. Issei asked what brought them there, wondering if it was for the pool party. Ascari nodded but mentioned that they were concerned about Dr. Alphys, the former royal scientist of the monsters, who had been missing for some time. Undine confirmed that Alphys had not been seen and expressed her worry, explaining that she had checked various places without any sign of her. Issei inquired about where they thought Alphys might be. Undine suggested the old laboratory in the underground, which was connected to the core. Issei was surprised to learn that Gaster was out, thinking he was still in the void. Undyne explained that Sans had managed to get him out. Ascari asked Issei if he would help them look for Alphys, and Issei agreed, mentioning that the girls wanted him to apply sunscreen on them, leading to a light-hearted exchange about his situation with the girls. Ascari opened a portal using Gaster's invention, and they stepped through, arriving at Mount Tabat. Issei gazed at the giant hole where countless souls had fallen and were never found again. He learned from Undyne that they had been trapped there for about 400 years until Frisk and Asriel broke the barrier. Ascari shared that the fall had claimed some lives, while others had perished trying to escape. Undyne revealed a scar from an encounter with a human, and Ascari recounted how, before their release, many monsters had been hostile toward humanity due to past actions. Issei expressed his determination to find Alphys, and Ascari agreed. They ventured into the underground, passing through the ruins and heading toward Snow Din, where they encountered some citizens who had not yet relocated. Undyne reacted strongly, frustrated that they had not heeded her warnings about the impending shutdown of the core. Ascari urged her to remain calm, explaining that not everyone found it easy to leave. Undyne emphasized the danger of staying, as the core's shutdown could lead to an explosion. Issei reassured Undyne that the core had not exploded yet, as the monsters were still living normally underground. Undyne calmed down and resolved to convince the remaining monsters to leave for the surface. Ascari directed Issei to search for Dr. Alphys in her laboratory in the Hotlands. Issei set off toward the waterfall, captivated by its beauty and the stars visible through a telescope, recognizing one that belonged to a friend. He continued on until he spotted a large laboratory, realizing it must be Dr. Alphys. Issei entered Alphys' laboratory, where the lights were on, and noticed a note lying on the floor. It read that Dr. Alphys was heading into the True Lab to check on the monsters and was working on a way to separate them. She assured everyone not to worry and promised to return soon. As Issei stepped further inside, his dragons warned him about the atmosphere. Draigg noted that the creatures resembled Gaster, while Trihexa cautioned him to be careful. Issei acknowledged their concerns and proceeded into the lab. Upon pressing a button, an announcement blared, warning him that the elevator had malfunctioned. Before he could react, the elevator door shut, and it plummeted downward. Thankfully, Issei managed to withstand the pressure. After a tense moment, the elevator came to a stop, and he found himself surrounded by darkness. He wondered if this was the infamous True Lab that Ascari had mentioned. The lab was grimy, dark, and filled with fog, featuring a dark green and celeste color scheme that created an unsettling atmosphere. Various objects cluttered the area, including beds, sinks, refrigerators, wall fans, mirrors, and golden flowers. A vending machine dispensing potato chips stood near the power room door. As Issei explored, he noticed panels displaying recordings of different entries. Through these recordings, he learned about the experiments conducted by Dr. Alphys. She had attempted to extract determination from captured human souls to inject into monsters, hoping to help them escape the underground. Initially, the results seemed promising, with many monsters who were terminally ill able to live normal lives with their families. However, this happiness was short-lived. The monsters began to deteriorate, losing their minds and transforming into something far worse. Dr. Alphys was horrified, realizing that her intentions to help had led to disastrous consequences. She hid these monsters from the public and took it upon herself to care for them. Issei also discovered how Floey came to be, born from an experiment where determination was injected into a flower sprinkled with Asriel's dust. Determined to find Dr. Alphys and understand how things had gone so wrong, Issei pressed on, reminded of the Gaster experiments that had resulted in tragedy. As he ventured deeper, Issei encountered one of the amalgamates, a creature that seemed to be a combination of various monsters from the experiments. She looked at him with a mix of fear and curiosity. She introduced herself as Snowdrake's mother and mentioned that a human had allowed her to remember her son. Issei recognized this as Frisk's influence and smiled, asking if she knew where Dr. Alphys was. Snowdrake's mother informed him that Alphys was past the True Lab entrance, checking on other monsters like her and trying to release them. Grateful for the information, Issei continued onward. He soon reached an area with a switchboard when he sensed multiple presences approaching. Amalgamates moved toward him, and one of them warned him to leave. Issei expressed that he did not wish to fight, but the amalgamates advanced anyway. Just as he prepared to defend himself, a voice called out, urging the amalgamates to stop. The voice belonged to a yellow, reptilian monster, hunched over and wearing a white lab coat. Issei realized this was Dr. Alphys, the former royal scientist of the underground. She was accompanied by 3 other amalgamates, Endogeny, a dog-like creature, Reaper Bird, a bird amalgamate, and Lemon Bread, another reptilian amalgamate. Dr. Alphys informed the amalgamates that their checkups were complete and that they could leave the lab to return home. As they departed, Issei was left alone with Dr. Alphys. He introduced himself and confirmed her identity. Issei inquired about the experiments, and Dr. Alphys admitted that they were her greatest regret. She had only wanted to save the monsters and impress Ascari, never anticipating the tragic outcome. She expressed her self-loathing for creating the amalgamates, wishing she had known that determination would lead to such a fate. Issei questioned how determination, which was supposed to give strength, could result in such suffering. Dr. Alphys explained that the human and monster bodies were fundamentally different. While a human body was composed of physical matter, a monster's body was made of magic. When a human died, it took time for the body to turn to dust, but a monster's body immediately became dust upon death. Determination required physical matter to sustain itself, which monsters lacked, leading to their transformation into amalgamates. Alphys looked down, and Issei noticed that she was similar to Gaster. However, unlike Gaster, whose actions had consequences for himself, Dr. Alphys had tampered with the very concept of life and death, which always resulted in something going wrong. In other words, she had tried to play God, and this was the consequence. Knowing that nothing could be done, Issei suggested they return. He mentioned that Undyne was waiting for her, which made Dr. Alphys' cheeks heat up in surprise. She hadn't expected Undyne to show up. Issei reassured her that they needed to go, and she hesitantly agreed, wondering if he was mad at her for what had happened. Issei assured her that he understood she hadn't anticipated the outcome. He encouraged her to stop dwelling on her failure, reminding her that mistakes were part of learning. With a smile, Issei urged her to let go of her worries and move on. Alphys joined him, and together they headed back to the Hotlands from the True Lab to meet the others. Upon their arrival, Undyne greeted Alphys with an enthusiastic bear hug, which Alphys returned, though she soon gasped for breath. Undyne released her, relieved that Alphys was safe. The amalgamates joined them, curious about what would happen next. Ascari then teleported everyone to their respective homes, allowing them to spend time with their families. Undyne expressed her gratitude to Issei for bringing Alphys back safely and inquired about the core. Alphys informed her that it had stabilized. Ascari noted that they could now share this technology with the world, making electricity more affordable and eventually free. With everything settled, Issei suggested they meet up at a pool party, inviting everyone to join. Ascari agreed to call the others, promising they would arrive in an hour. Issei decided to head home, concerned that his friends might be worried about him. When he arrived, he found the girls looking at him curiously, eager to know where he had been. He explained his whereabouts, much to their surprise, and informed them that the monsters would be arriving shortly. He also reassured them that the amalgamates had returned home safely. An hour later, the monsters emerged from the portal, and Issei greeted them, noticing Wd. Gaster among them, who returned the greeting. Issei asked how Gaster had escaped the void, to which Gaster credited Sans. Sans playfully reminded everyone that he and Alphys were not the only scientists present and encouraged them to enjoy the day. Everyone entered the pool, ready to relax and celebrate, as the issues they faced had been resolved for the time being. They could finally take a break and enjoy their day off. He then calmed down and asked Azazel to keep the boy in check, stating that he had no intention of harming him, but he would be the judge of his true nature. Azazel agreed. A month later, Issei found himself pondering his next steps. There had been no response from the Cows Brigade, which had stalled due to their inability to acquire the third holy relic. The wielder of the Sephiroth Graal, Valerie Teeps, had decided to stay with Issei for safety, along with Gaspar Vladi, knowing that Ryzavim might come after them soon. Issei was aware that the Cows Brigade had both the wielder of the Holy Spear, Cao Cao, and the wielder of the Holy Cross, Walburga, on their side. He understood that the Cows Brigade needed to be stopped before it was too late. Just then his mother called out to him, snapping him from his thoughts. Mickey informed Issei that Azazel was there to see him. Issei was surprised. Usually, Azazel would contact him through his phone or a magic circle. His presence meant that something important was happening. Issei rushed to meet Azazel, only to find a child dressed as a gothic girl beside him. Issei recognized her as Ophis. Ophis looked up at Issei and expressed her curiosity about why he possessed her powers and aura, as well as Great Red's body. She was not against him having her blessing, she simply wanted to understand how he came to have them. Azazel explained that Vale had acquired them suddenly because they were now targets of the Cows Brigade, especially after Issei and his friends had thwarted their attempt to obtain the Holy Grail. Issei asked Ophis what she wanted to know first. Ophis, smiling, asked why he had performed a reset. Issei sighed and offered her some sweets he had brought, which piqued her interest. Ophis inquired about the chocolate, and Issei encouraged her to try it. She tasted it and found it delightful, having never experienced chocolate before. Issei hoped that Chara wouldn't mind if some of her chocolate went missing. Ophis expressed her preference for chocolate and remarked that living there was much better. Issei smiled, pleased that she liked it. He then prepared to answer her question by activating her memories. As her memories returned, Ophis looked at Issei, realizing how he had gained her blessing and Great Red's body. Overcome with emotion, she hugged Issei tightly, which he returned warmly. After a moment, she remembered that Issei had been their first friend and had provided them with a place to stay after Cao Cao's betrayal. They viewed Issei as a father figure, with Rias as a mother figure. Ophis missed Issei, and he reciprocated her feelings. She then asked again why he had performed a reset. Issei requested a promise from her first. She must not harm those responsible for the events of the previous timeline, as they had not committed any crimes this time. Ophis agreed, and Issei began to recount what had happened after the defeat of the beast. He had fallen into a coma, and when he awoke, none of the girls had visited him in the hospital. Only Azazel, Vale, and his team had come to see him. When he returned home, he was shocked to discover that Rias and Aquino, the women he loved, were with another man, betraying him. He overheard them insulting him and Surzex, which was too painful for him to bear. He wandered to the park, troubled by his thoughts, only to find other girls Zenobia, Irina, Ravel, and Kaneko there with their boyfriends. They tolerated him due to his past behavior but insulted and humiliated him in his presence. It was then that he realized Rias had let him fall into danger, which devastated him and caused him to suffer from a condition known as Dragon's Fall. Kiba was there to support him during this difficult time and had called Azazel for help, but even he was powerless against the disease. The evil pieces were exacerbating his condition, consuming him from within. His parents and the Valley team visited him to help him cope, with Kuroka even offering her support in a more NTMT way if it meant saving him. Kaneko was shocked to hear this. Meanwhile, Le Fay worked with Azazel to remove the pieces. As time seemed to stop, Issei encountered two entities. The first was the Beast of Apocalypse, Trihexa, who offered him a favor for freeing him from Ryzavim's control. He removed Issei's evil pieces, transforming his body to resemble that of a dragon god. The process was painful but ultimately worth it. He then met Chara in the same dimension, who revealed his soul trait and asked what he intended to do next. Issei assured her that his goals would remain unchanged, regardless of what happened. Once he released the time barrier, he shared his experiences with those present. They all agreed that this timeline should be regarded as a bad dream. Azazel kept his head down, reminded of all the painful memories Issei had endured. He knew that some things would always resurface no matter what. Ophis maintained an emotionless expression, but inside, she was seething. Familiar with the Dragon's Fall disease, she longed to unleash her snakes to torment Rias and the other traitors for eternity. However, she knew Issei would never want her to take such action. He had always been compassionate, even after everything they had done to him. This was why they were drawn to him. Ophis inquired about how Trihexa had managed to convince the beast to ally with him. Trihexa, speaking through the boosted gear, acknowledged her presence, noting that it had indeed been a while since they last spoke. Ophis remarked on how she had thought he had gone insane, but he seemed quite sane now, at least enough to hold a conversation. Trihexa shared that there was much to discuss, recalling the God of the Bible. Ophis remembered him well, referring to him as an old paranoid man, to which Azazel casually agreed, acknowledging the mistakes made by the god. Trihexa explained how he had been sealed away out of fear, left alone while Ophis was hidden and Great Red had vanished into the dimensional gap. Despite putting up a fight, he had ultimately been sealed, but thanks to Ryzavim he was released, albeit in a mindless state. Eventually he was defeated by his current host, empowered by Ophis. Ophis expressed her regret for not visiting Issei while he was in the hospital, to which he assured her it was all right, understanding she had other matters to attend to. Trihexa continued, sharing how, after his defeat, he wandered the eternal planes and encountered Issei in a familiar state of suffering from Dragon's Fall. He decided to assist Issei in overcoming that affliction, expressing no regrets about having him as a host. Draigg chimed in, praising Trihexa as an incredible roommate who had helped him through many challenges, crediting both Issei and Trihexa for his newfound happiness. Curious about the changes that had occurred, Ophis encouraged Issei to share. He began recounting how Raynare had become his girlfriend, detailing his encounters with Asia, the confrontation with Raynare's former friends, and his engagement to Sona. He spoke of his battles, including the fight with Riser and the challenges he faced with the Exorcists and Kokabeel, leading up to the peace conference and his training. Ophis listened intently, surprised at how one reset could lead to so many changes. They knew Issei was not the type to abandon those he loved, and they were particularly astonished that Raynare had become his girlfriend, despite her past actions. Issei then decided to introduce Ophis to the rest of the household. Sona and Raynare were understandably apprehensive about the presence of the Ouroboros dragon, while the others took her arrival in stride, recognizing her as one of the strongest entities. Asia informed them that Ophis had also been with Issei in the previous timeline. When Ophis mentioned her memories of that time, Raynare looked downcast, but Issei reassured her that Ophis held no anger towards her for her past actions, bringing her a sense of relief and happiness. They got along very well and celebrated together. After some time, Issei and Azazel had a private conversation. Issei informed Azazel that Ryzavim had discovered the existence of the beast within him, which was shocking. What surprised him even more was that Trihexa had completely refused to assist Ryzavim in his destructive goals of conquering other worlds. In fact, Trihexa despised Ryzavim, ensuring he would never help him again, much to Issei's relief. Azazel expressed his gratitude, noting that it was no surprise Ryzavim had little support aside from his pawns. Issei then wondered how the leaders would react to this news. Azazel speculated that they likely anticipated Ryzavim's discovery, but they had successfully prevented him from obtaining the Holy Grail, and the leaders were grateful for Issei's actions. Issei asked what would happen next, and Azazel reminded him of Indra. He explained that Indra wanted to test Issei, as he did not trust the faction leaders. Indra had issued a challenge to fight Issei. Issei was taken aback but ultimately accepted the challenge, feeling that denying it would insult his pride as a dragon. He understood that Indra despised chaos, so he was willing to fight him. Azazel cautioned Issei, reminding him that Indra was among the top 10 strongest beings, much stronger than Ryzavim. Issei acknowledged the challenge but felt he could not back down. He expressed his desire to prove himself as an ally and possibly a friend to Indra, despite his fear of the Heavenly King's power. Azazel smiled at Issei's determination and informed him that the fight would take place in 2 days, urging him to prepare since Indra would not hold back. Issei agreed and they returned to enjoy the party, knowing he needed to get ready for the upcoming battle. 2 days later, at the Hayadu residence, Issei waited anxiously for Indra to arrive. The others were also nervous, aware of Indra's reputation as one of the strongest beings in the world. Issei reassured them he would be fine, but the girls, particularly Chara and Floey, were concerned for him. They knew Issei was strong but were unfamiliar with Indra's true nature. Suddenly, a thunder crack echoed, signaling Indra's arrival. A man appeared, characterized by a buzz-cut hairstyle, greenish-brown hair, and lavender eyes. He wore circular sunglasses, an aloha shirt, and a jewel around his neck. Indra addressed Issei, asking if he was ready for the challenge. Issei recognized him as Lord Indra, the heavenly emperor, who had come to test him. Indra insisted Issei call him by his name, and they prepared for their fight. Issei felt relieved that Indra seemed friendly, assuring the girls he would return soon. They entered a dimension free from disturbances, where Indra donned golden armor, excited to face Issei, who had never gone all out against any opponent. Indra asked Issei for his thoughts on the dimension, to which Issei replied it was nice but he had seen better. Issei questioned Indra's eagerness to eliminate him, wondering if he posed such a threat. Indra explained that he initially wanted to eliminate Issei because he and the White Dragon were using the term heavenly meant for them. However, he recognized Issei's access to the hate drive, which could potentially make him a significant threat to all factions if left unchecked. Issei understood that this fight was a test to prove his true intentions. Indra affirmed that only through combat could they reveal their true selves. With determination, Issei summoned the boosted gear onto his hands and declared the fight would begin. Issei charged at Indra, who effortlessly blocked his fist with one hand and countered with a powerful strike. Issei dodged the attack, thanks to his enhanced senses and training. Indra smirked, realizing that Issei might be the toughest opponent he had faced so far, even more formidable than Vitra or Virakana, who had fallen easily to his previous attacks. He understood that this battle would be a true challenge. He decided to keep his distance from Issei and unleashed one of his thunder attacks, declaring that he wanted to see how Issei Hayato would survive this challenge. Indra fired 3 lightning bolts toward Issei, a direct hit that could wipe out high-class beings. However, Indra was not surprised when Issei took the lightning head-on without sustaining any damage. After all, he had fought Ryzavim single-handedly. Issei charged his extinction ray at Indra, who easily absorbed the attack. Both combatants then summoned their weapons, Durandal for Issei and Vajra for Indra. Indra zapped the entire field with his Vajra, and Issei realized this lightning was far stronger than Akinos or Baraquils. He had to defend himself, recognizing that this attack was as powerful as his own infinite blaster. Indra fired a direct shot at Issei, smirking as he believed this attack could kill gods. If Issei survived, he would be as strong as one. Indra acknowledged Issei's potential, noting that it was time for him to step up. Suddenly he heard Issei activate his balance breaker, surprised to learn that Issei possessed the power of the Vanishing Dragon. Issei managed to withstand Indra's initial onslaught, and Indra smiled, knowing this attack could knock back even a Satan-class being. Despite the challenge, Issei survived. Instead of anger, Indra wore a smirk, realizing he was holding back to gauge Issei's capabilities. He might just be the strongest Red Dragon Emperor Indra had faced. However, Issei struggled against the overwhelming power of Indra's Vajra and needed time to concentrate and incorporate his strength. Indra inquired about how Issei had obtained the Vanishing Dragon's power. Issei explained that he had incorporated it into himself, a painful process that drained some of his life force. In the end, he managed to integrate it, calling it his dividing gear. He revealed a white version of the boosted gear, surprising Indra, who grinned, recognizing Issei's potential. Indra asked if they could continue, and Issei agreed, ready to begin their clash. They fought fiercely, nearly evenly matched in hand-to-hand combat until Indra began to overpower Issei. Unable to keep up, Issei used a dragon shot to create distance, but Indra dodged effortlessly. Indra then delivered a powerful punch to Issei's stomach, breaking through his armor with ease. Issei coughed, struggling to recover. Indra continued to press the attack, eventually tearing into Issei's armor. Issei kept his distance, and his dragon, Draigg, urged him to take it to the next stage to keep up with Indra. Issei acknowledged the advice and prepared to awaken his true power. He proclaimed himself the Red Dragon Emperor, holding the truth of the King high, with infinite hopes and unbreakable dreams. He vowed to become an emperor of the Crimson Dragon and lead them to the path of heaven, glowing in deep crimson light. With that, he activated Cardinal Crimson Full Drive. Indra recognized this armor as similar to the Juggernaut Drive, which he knew was powerful enough to instill fear. He was impressed that Issei had activated a form that was even stronger. Indra encouraged Issei to show him what this new form could do. As Issei activated his powers, the boosted gear announced a series of boosts, building up to his ultimate move, Longinus Smasher. Indra braced for impact, eager to see the strength of this attack. He conjured lightning with his Vajra in an attempt to defend himself, but the force overwhelmed him, creating a dust cloud. When the dust settled, Issei saw Indra standing with his armor destroyed but relatively unharmed. Indra smiled, acknowledging the conviction and hope behind Issei's attack. He asked Issei what he fought for and what his end goal was in helping the alliance. Initially skeptical, Indra now recognized Issei's goodness. Issei shared that his goal had always been the same, to desire peace and protect the people he cherished. He vowed to defeat anyone who would harm his loved ones, even if they were gods. Issei spoke with conviction, and Indra regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before smiling. He recognized that Issei was not a bad person and had no desire for chaos. With his ability to read minds, Indra discerned that Issei's words were sincere and devoid of deception. Indra acknowledged Issei's strength, expressing a hint of jealousy over his growth. He noted that while souls of determination typically leaned toward chaos, Issei was different. Azazel had been right about him. Issei was indeed someone special, and Indra felt proud of him. Issei expressed his gratitude to Lord Indra, and Indra suggested they return, as others might be worried about him. As they made their way back to the Hyudu residence, Issei was greeted with enthusiastic hugs from his team, relieved that he had survived and passed the test. He recounted the events to them, and after reassuring them that he would not be harmed, Indra borrowed Issei for a moment. Indra presented Issei with a vial filled with a shimmering golden liquid. The glow of the liquid caught Issei's attention, prompting him to inquire about it. Indra explained that it was Amrita, a substance that could enhance his strength and would be beneficial in battles against formidable foes. Draigg, Issei's partner, elaborated on the significance of Amrita, describing it as a miraculous substance that could grant immortality and even revive those who had fallen in battle. Issei was taken aback by the revelation, unsure of how to respond. Indra interrupted his thoughts, framing the vial as a reward for passing the test. However, before departing, he warned Issei about the Chaos Brigade's movements. They were attempting to revive a powerful entity akin to Ophis, and Issei needed to be cautious. When Issei asked for the name of this being, Indra revealed it was Gaia, the mother goddess and progenitor of the Olympian gods. He urged Issei to act swiftly, as time was of the essence. Issei nodded in understanding, feeling the weight of the responsibility on his shoulders. Indra expressed his confidence in Issei and his friends, assuring him they would be able to confront the challenge ahead. As Indra departed, Issei resolved to grow stronger, knowing that he needed to protect his loved ones from the impending threat. For now, he chose to spend time with his family, who had been deeply worried about him after facing one of the strongest gods in existence. 2 days later, Indra arrived at the Hyudu residence to challenge Issei. They both ventured into a different dimension to commence their battle. Initially starting in their base forms, Indra summoned lightning with his weapon, Vajra, compelling Issei to transform into his balance breaker form. As their clash intensified, Issei attempted to push Indra back, but Indra proved to be a formidable opponent. Being among the top 10 strongest meant that even in his balance breaker form, Issei struggled to gain the upper hand. In response, Issei unleashed Cardinal Crimson Full Drive, which caught Indra's attention due to its resemblance to the Juggernaut Drive. Recognizing Issei's growth, Indra requested to see his full power. Issei complied with a Longinus Smasher, which overwhelmed Indra, causing his armor to shatter, though he remained unharmed. After the dust settled, Indra acknowledged the conviction and hope behind Issei's attacks. When he inquired about Issei's true motivation for fighting, Issei's answer brought a smile to Indra's face. Upon returning, Issei was greeted by his entire team, who jumped on him in excitement. Indra then took Issei aside and provided him with the miracle Draigg Amrita as a means of passing the test. He warned Issei that the Cow's Brigade was reviving a being that could threaten existence itself, urging him to prepare for what lay ahead. Issei understood that this enemy was unlike any he had faced before. Issei informed his friends about the imminent threat, and fear spread among them at the thought of facing someone who could endanger all life. They recalled stories of Gaia, a dangerous figure known for her selfishness, and Sona shared that she had been sealed away by the Greek gods, likely by Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus. Issei realized that only someone with the power of the Greek gods could release her, suspecting that Raynare had found a way to do so. Raynare expressed her concern, warning Issei that re-releasing Gaia would be akin to suicide, and that the Cow's Brigade was courting pure chaos. Issei explained that Raynare thrived on chaos and aimed to prove that devils were inherently corrupt beings. He noted that Raynare had previously sought to unleash Trihexa, and now he was targeting Gaia, the second strongest being sealed away. Sona pointed out the difficulty of releasing the mother goddess, as Hades, Poseidon, and Zeus had taken extreme measures to ensure she remained sealed. Issei pressed for information about the Cow's Brigade's capabilities, and Sona expressed disbelief that anyone would dare to attempt such a feat, even Hades. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice interrupted them, and a portal opened, revealing Azazel, Serzex, and another figure dressed in traditional Greek clothing. This man, with his blonde hair and beard, was recognized as Lord Zeus, the chief god of the Greek pantheon. Lord Zeus greeted everyone, acknowledging their familiarity with him and expressing a desire to meet under better circumstances. Issei, sensing the gravity of the situation, asked what had brought them there. Lord Zeus's tone shifted as he began to discuss Gaia, causing everyone to tense up, knowing that something serious was afoot. He explained that the Cow's Brigade had discovered a way to use his brother's magic to revive Gaia, having copied it with the help of someone knowledgeable in Greek magic. Issei immediately thought of George, realizing the implications of his involvement. George, a member of the hero faction, had made a deal with Mephistopheles to gain greater magical knowledge, and Issei knew he possessed immense talent. The possibility of George successfully copying the magic was alarming, especially considering his previous feats. Lord Zeus shared that Hades had warned them just in time, emphasizing that despite his disdain for fallen angels and devils, he would never release Gaia or the Titans sealed by the Olympians. Unfortunately, the seal had already been broken, and Gaia could sustain herself as long as there was life around. They were left with no choice but to wait for her arrival. Raynare asked what their next steps should be, and Lord Zeus assured them that he and the other Olympians would assist, even Hades, who typically refrained from cooperating with them. Issei then proposed a plan, suggesting they teleport Gaia to the Sahara Desert, a place with limited life. Everyone looked at Issei, pondering the feasibility of relocating such a powerful being to a desolate location. Tiamat questioned whether this plan would truly work. Issei had invoked the Juggernaut Drive, but this chant was unlike any he had used before. It was a chant that corrupted the Juggernaut Drive itself, transforming it into something far more powerful. The new version, known as Hate Drive, radiated an overwhelming energy that forced everyone present to retreat. Its appearance mirrored that of the regular Juggernaut Drive, but it was covered in a dark, viscous substance, with two glowing red pupils where the usual green eyes were. A sinister grin spread across Issei's face as he faced the descendant of Beelzebub. Shalba realized the truth and exclaimed in horror that this was indeed hate. Issei unleashed a blackish-red beam towards the now vulnerable Shalba, who attempted to exercise Ophus's power to escape but found himself overpowered. He was violently thrown aside, suffering severe bruises and broken bones. Desperate to flee from the dragon's might, Shalba tried to teleport but failed. As he attempted again, he heard a chilling voice echoing in his mind, declaring that he would not escape. Shalba began to feel his strength waning as he witnessed Issei using Divide against him. In his frustration, he cursed Vale for interfering, mistakenly believing Vale had cast the Divide. In a moment of desperation, Issei created two saw blades from his hands and severed Shalba's magical abilities, rendering him powerless. In a fit of rage, Shalba screamed at Issei, blaming him for his predicament. Issei then used Annihilate to completely obliterate Shalba's magical powers. He followed this with one of his saw blades, piercing Shalba's heart to prevent any chance of regeneration or the use of magic. As Shalba's power diminished, he realized the futility of his situation. The overwhelming force of Issei's hate drive left him with no options, and he succumbed to the inevitable.